Welcome back, everyone. My name is Joshua Joshi Howard. I'm joined by a new caster today. This is Chris Cross Christensen coming at you live from Seattle, Washington. We're going to be doing a rebroadcast of Week 5 of the LJL this week because it was an incredible week. We saw a lot of great games, and it really has a lot of impact on the standings. So we really just wanted to bring that to you. We've already seen Rift Rivals a little bit. We know what's going on over there. You know, my boys are sitting there in the finals, going up against GPL sometime later tonight. But what are we looking forward to today for all these matches?
So right now we're actually looking forward to seeing the big final matchup going on today between USG as well as I'm sorry, what were those? I'm sorry.
No worries.
I had the team names written down and I completely missed them.
It's going to be so today we do have let's go through the matches real quick. To start off with, we have Burning Core taking on Rascal Jester. Both these teams are currently sitting at 0-4. Our second match of the day is going to be Unsold Stuff Gaming and 7th Heaven, currently sitting in the middle of the standings at 2-2. And our last match of the day, everybody's looking forward to that. We got Rampage and Detonation Focus Me, and they're going to be playing up against each other to really determine who's going to be sitting at the top of the standings.
Absolutely. So Rampage is actually the team I was looking forward to the most right now. I'm very excited to see how they're going to be playing out. Looking forward to seeing how their mid lane's going to be matching up against their opponents. And I guess we're going to find out exactly how that's going to end the series today. So
yeah, absolutely. Well, let's get started. Let's talk a little bit about Burning Core and Rascal Jester. Now, these two teams, you know, Rascal Jester was probably the top of the bottom three teams last time. They ended up going 3-7, taking the tiebreaker over Scars and 7th Heaven to really push themselves just a little bit farther. They made a couple of changes to their roster. Most notably, they picked up his name's escaping me right now. They picked up Lavier and started moving around, and they've been seeing some mixed success right now. Unfortunately, they're currently sitting at 0-4, and they're going to be playing here up against Burning Core here, their opponents, and Burning Core has not been seeing the grace of success either this split. They started off as a Challenger Series team. They were the sister team for Detonation Focus Me, and you know, they bring out Mei Z and Hollis from Korea, who did a fantastic job of playing the Challenger Series, but they did not bring that to the professional scene that we're now seeing.
So I guess right now for me, the big question is whether or not they're top in the mid lane, that you're going to be able to continue carrying them on to success, right? So we're checking to see how much influence the jungler is going to have, and whether or not their bottom lane, their supports are just going to be able to stave off long enough to make sure that by the end of the game, their carries actually pull through, and we see victory from Burning. So I guess that's what we're looking for today.
Yeah, indeed it is. And we do see now that Mei Z has transferred over to that jungle role, the former top laner. He is, you know, he was the last team. Well, they were the last team that did not have a Korean jungler. And when he switches over, that makes the entire league sitting with Korean junglers. Every single team. Burning Core, 7th Heaven, Rascal Jester, Rampage, Detonation Focus Me, and Unsold Stuff are all playing with Korean junglers, and many of them are some of the better players on their team. We are seeing Mei Z. He played a pivotal role during the Challenger Series, and since he switched over, he's been able to help Hollis in the mid lane a lot more to prevent him from making some of those weird solo queue plays that he's been known for.
Absolutely, but at the same time, I'm a little concerned to make sure that Rascal Jester's Wyvern is actually going to be, he's very scrappy, right? He's going to be going in for the early advantage, and in turn, it's going to be a question of which team is going to be able to pull that off. If Burning's mid laner's going to be able to pull that off instead, I think that's going to help them out with their top mid lane lineup. We're going to be seeing a lot more Herald pushes, right? But otherwise, if we don't see that, I'm going to be favoring RJ's lineup a little bit more. I guess we'll see how that's going to play out, but that's where I'm curious. Like, mainly the mid lane, see exactly what's going to win there.
And we have seen, so Akashi, you know, he's stepped in for the top laner. We've seen a lot of different roster changes with Burning Core, like we've been saying. Akashi, the new top laner, is going to be playing up against Achamomo here in the top lane, and that's going to be a really interesting matchup. Akashi did not have a very good challenger split, but he has been bringing a lot to the Burning Core lineup. He clearly brings a playmaking presence. He clearly brings a shot calling, and he reins in some of the craziness from the rest of the team, as well as just ensuring that he can teleport down to the bot lane, help out Zeros and Legato, and really help them stand up to some of the more powerful bot lanes. Now, they are going to be playing up against Noah and Yuki here on Rascal Jester, who have been stuck on that Ashe, on that Zyra, on these things that aren't necessarily quite the most meta, but bring a lot of utility to the team. And that's exactly what Noah's been doing. We're likely to see something more like the Xayah, something more like the Caitlyn coming out from Zeros, who is able to bring more of a carry potential to the team. but we haven't been necessarily seeing a whole lot of that this split.
Absolutely. So I'm definitely curious about. I liked what you were playing off a little bit more about seeing top lane jump down to the bot lane, help out down there, and see if we can get them fed. But do you think that they're going to be focusing more on the towers and the pushing, or do you think they're going to be trying to solo them out, get a couple of kills, and really shut them down early with the gold?
Burning Core always seems like they're going for the kills.
Okay.
You know, many of the teams you'll see go for the turrets, and that's what really puts Rampage and Detonation Focus Me on that tier above most of the other teams. But Burning Core, especially in the mid lane and with the jungler, they're looking to find Wyvern. They're looking to find Lavier during these rotations and really pick him off before he can do anything.
Very good.
So
That's going to be a lot of excitement to see them as well. So thank you very much. How much longer until we start the match?
we are going to start getting to Champion Select real quick, so let's just talk a little bit about Lavier. He's been a very interesting addition to the LJL scene. His first match that he came in, he played Aurelion Sol, and as we've seen here in North America, if you can play Aurelion Sol, you're going to draw a lot of bans. CLG's Huhi gets that banned against him almost every game, and when he does pick it, I believe he has, you know, greater than an 80% win rate on that champion throughout it. But we are jumping right into Champion Select. We do have our first ban. It's no surprise. It is going to be that Zed and the Aurelion Sol.
Okay, very good. So what else are we expected to see in response to that? Or I think you were talking a little bit about not Kha'Zix. Who else do you think we'd be seeing from in response to that?
Well, we've been seeing a lot. We are starting to see a lot of bans toward both of these mid laners, which is no surprise. We've seen a couple of different times where all 10 bans in over a series of 2 games are directed at one champion or another. Now, this Galio is an interesting thing. We haven't seen a lot of that being played by Burning Core. It's not a Hollis champion. Akashi, we might be able to see it, but on the other hand, we do see Burning Core banning out all of their bans to currently target Lavia. He's known for his Aurelion Sol. He's known for his Anivia. They were both fantastic. The Syndra we haven't seen as much, but again, this leaves, with all the mid laners taken out of the thing, it leaves Rascal Jester to pick whatever jungler they want, and they do opt for that Elise.
I am very glad to see the Syndra being removed. Definitely seeing a little bit of that extra aggression coming out. That's going to be very smart for them to be removing them right off the bat, getting rid of that extra AP.
A little bit higher there.
Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah.
Hope that's a little bit better now.
All right. Well,
so, yes.
we do see, if you pick up the Elise, the common thing, you either see a Lee Sin or in this case a Gragas, and they are going to be picking up both the Gragas and the Caitlyn, giving them plenty of pressure, plenty of strong champions, but it's not showing anything about their composition just yet. That Gragas can be flexed to the jungle or to the top lane, and the Caitlyn has just been all around a good pick, and you put that kind of character on someone like Zeros, who can present that carry opportunities, it's in a great spot. But no surprise, we've talked a little bit about it already, Noah grabs the Ashe.
Absolutely. Always looking forward to that utility, looking to play a little bit more defensively, make sure that they can set up whatever the fights that they need to, and RJ understands. Their bot lane is not their strength. Their mid lane, their top lane, those are what they're trying to get ahead. That's where they're trying to get all of their picks. So, no surprises. Braum, more defensive capabilities. So, no surprise there whatsoever. My question is, how is Burning Core going to be able to penetrate through that front line and get to those squishy AD carrying supports? Well,
Yeah,
not Braum, of course.
Well, he's not exactly, he's a manly man. But we are going to be seeing a couple of different things. We are very likely going to see Hollis get that last pick. Oh, just kidding. He's going to pick up the LeBlanc right away, making me eat my words. We have seen this to some limited success. Previously, the first couple of series that they played, Zed and LeBlanc, all banned against Hollis, and he wasn't able to play them. Now, but picking this early lives a couple of different things. One, very smart. They are banning out the Cassiopeia. They are trying to make sure that Lavier is put on something that doesn't necessarily have the strongest lane against that LeBlanc. Because if you can get a LeBlanc to pop off, they pop off really hard. And especially with the change to the build path going with the Hextech Revolver and the Hextech Gunblade, they are able to get so much more pressure in the side lanes with the sustain that it provides. And again, look at that. That's 5 bans.
Yeah,
targeted Rascal Jester.
And I'm actually a little surprised that we didn't see Rascal Jester picking a mid laner here to at least try and secure one of those 2, right? Now that 5 have been banned out, that's going to be putting a lot of pressure on RJ. And in turn, Burning Core is in such an amazing position because they still haven't discussed, or they haven't shown off whether or not the Gragas is going to be in the jungle or in the mid lane, or the jungle or the top lanes, right? So we've seen all of that. We see the aggression coming out with the LeBlanc, and we still don't have any answers from RJ. So This, I feel, is putting them in a very tough spot.
Yeah, and I do like the Braum pick early. We've been seeing a couple other players picking up. Dara on Rampage has been playing it a lot, and it's often picked as a direct counter to this Thresh. Now it's really provides a lot of safety. It does a lot as a great matchup in the support role because you don't die against this Thresh. It prevents so much damage from the Caitlyn. We do see the Malzahar coming out though, and this adds a really interesting aspect to the mid lane. We don't see a lot of Malzahar. There was a time a couple of patches ago where the Malzahar mid lane was very strong. But this is what happens when you
Back
pinch.
then, he was,
Yeah, a couple patches ago, he was great as a support. He was great as a mid laner. But this is what happens when you pinch, the mid lane. There are 7, potentially 8 champions banned out from the mid lane, depending on whether or not you consider Galio mid laner. But we do end up seeing the Renekton being picked up for Achamomo is going to be playing up against Akashi's Kennen.
Yes.
And that's a very interesting choice there coming out from Akashi. Akashi's not really been known for this style of play. He's been playing more effectively things like the Jarvan, things like the Gragas, things that can make a play because he's not the greatest laner. Achamomo on that Renekton does have an opportunity to really push in this Kennen, and now there's a reason why we've been seeing Kennen get banned in the second phase of bans so often, because it's partly annoying to play against. You're just sitting there, this little guy is just throwing shuriken at you, pretending, doing his best job to pretend he's Pikachu. But we are going to get loading in right now, and it's a little bit late, but normally this is where we tell you to tweet at, Riot Games JP for the hashtag RJ win or the hashtag BC win. We are going to be loading into the Rift in just a moment. We do see all of Burning Core members here on your screen. Well, I remember when we first started casting together, you like to play a little bit of a game.
I do. I like to ask right off the bat. I like to kind of set up a little bit of a bet. Who do you think is going to get first tower, first blood, and first dragon?
Yeah, so let's taking a look right here. We're going to see a very, very volatile mid lane coming out here between the Malzahar and the LeBlanc. So, I would like to give it over to Burning Core here on the LeBlanc, simply because that's a character that Hollis and the rest of Burning Core has been prioritizing so much throughout the season that they have to be able to play around it. They know how to play around it. But, the thing on the other hand is it is a Malzahar. If Malzahar gets ahead, he's terrifying. The Nether Grasp being able to suppress someone, and if they don't get first blood in that lane before level 6, I don't know if they'll be able to find another kill after that.
I agree, but at the same time, I'm thinking that Burning Core is going to be taking this simply because they are choosing such an aggressive lineup. Not necessarily that the Malzahar, of course the Malzahar is going to be much more, it's going to force a much more limiting position from the LeBlanc early game. However, my concern is BC is going to be looking for those early picks as a team rather than an individual solo kill. So I'm going to put my money on BC for the first kill right now. Maybe not necessarily the LeBlanc, but just through the sheer aggression of the team.
Yeah, well, then let's talk about the tower a little bit. Looking at these lineups right now, I do also want to give that over a little bit to Burning Core. They do have the Caitlyn and the Thresh, which presents a ton of pressure on the bot lane. Without Wyvern heading down there to help him out, which we haven't seen a whole lot, Wyvern's definitely been preferring to hang around the top side of the map, make sure that Lavier and Achamomo get in a position to really push through the game. And without a whole lot of jungle pressure on that side, Caitlyn and Thresh should be able to take control of that lane. They do have the Ignite on the Thresh compared to the Exhaust on Braum. That just affords them so much extra power in that lane. They threaten kills, they threaten to take the turret, and they just, naturally put themselves in a good spot, and that naturally extends to whatever dragon it is that we see first. We've been seeing... Now, there was an interesting thing a couple of weeks ago where it was Detonation, Focus Main, Unsold Stuff Gaming playing, and it was a Cloud Dragon that spawned in all 3 of their games, and it just lasted for like 20 minutes every single time. Now, we've seen more pressure on that recently, and I do like this. A very hard leash coming out from Rascal Jester, helping not only with the first camp, but they are also helping here with the red buff as Wyvern starts to move around. Now this is an interesting adaptation. We end up seeing a lot more of this at Rift Rivals. Not taking the large Raptor as the jungle, it's a little bit of a risk. But if you get your first gank to go off, and it usually goes off to the top side, one, it makes your jungle clear faster. You don't have to spend the time or the health to take down that Raptor. but you also still hit level 3 anyway. You come up to the top lane. If you get that gank to land on Akashi, it pays huge dividends. And we do see Burning Core actually winning the team vote right there, 69 to 31.
I think
But
we went 3-0 there.
yeah, here we go. Wyvern is up here. Maisie is sitting at quite low health.
I think another big part of what you were discussing with that big raptor, right? Oh, here we go.
Here he goes. Wyvern is
connection on top of Kennen, and he's going to be taken down. Renekton forces the flash, and he's going to get right back out of it. I still think that was a very rather success. That was a success by RJ.
Yeah, I do think so. We do see didn't quite get the kill, so it's not nearly as
Back
impactful.
on top of Braum. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries. That's what we do here. They are looking for the dive. Akashi has no flash, flashing forward with a stun, and first blood goes over to Achamomo.
Oh, that was perfect. I think that was absolutely great. They forced Gragas to take a step back out, right? So it was a great little 2v1, and we actually have Malzahar coming back right on top of mid lane, burning down the LeBlanc. I don't know if this is going to be enough. He's got the flash ready. I'm curious to see if he's going to dive right back in. I don't think that's going to work out, though.
Yeah, not quite yet. We do see both top laners opting to use their teleports to go back to lane. And right now, Wyvern he's setting up the poles. He's getting out the fishing gear. He's ready. There's another stand.
Catch right back on top. Renekton's going to dive right back, and Elisa is there as well. Sets off the ignite, but it's not going to be enough. The red buff taking him down, and there goes Kennen. Beautifully done over to the Elise.
Yeah, the 2 kills going over to this side. We said a little bit earlier, this is not the kind of champion that Akashi is known for, and he's getting dived under turret, and that's not a good position for Burning Core. We've seen at Rift Rivals a couple of times what happens if this Kennen falls behind. He doesn't do anything for the entire game. And right now with a Renekton currently sitting 1-0-1, already pieces the Phage, he's going to be not only gold, but experience up on this Kennen as well. That's a very scary lane to be in.
Absolutely, especially since we both predicted that BC were going to be taking not only the first blood, but both the first and second bloods went over to RJ. And against the top lane, which we flat out said BC had the better top lane. So that's going to put him at odds. I'm concerned and curious to see if that's going to bring him back into the game, or I shouldn't say bring him back into the game. They have a huge advantage right now, but are they going to be able to snowball that with their top and their mid?
And this is the problem that we've seen so often with Rascal Dresser right here. Hollis and Lavia, we see just the corrupting visions being put onto Hollis right there, taking so much damage. It's a point-and-click ability. It's so good. That's part of why they're picking the Malzahar here. But we've seen this story coming out from Rascal Jester plenty of times before. Flash forward, gets the stun.
Gets the catch right back on top of Kenny. He's going to drop back down. Who's going to get the kill? It's going to go over to Elise, and that's a beautiful 3-0 for RJ.
This is huge for Rascal Jester. But again, we've seen this story time and time again. Wyvern gets a huge advantage. He's currently sitting at 2-0-1, hasn't even backed yet. He's going to go be able to pick up those runic echoes probably immediately and then start moving around. But he needs to be able to translate that advantage to the rest of his team. Currently, right now, Achamomo is up 20 CS at only 5.5 minutes. A completed Phage to just a longsword and a Doran shield coming out of that cannon. And he's in a great spot, but if he can't get the rest of the team ahead as well, it's going to be a very difficult spot. Hollis, if he's not put behind, will be able to split push against anyone. And right now, they're fighting a lot right here. Maisie's coming in.
Coming right back and on top of the block. She's going to drop back down. Doesn't matter. There goes the Malzahar as well. The rest of the fight going back in between the Elise as well as on top of the Gragas. Gets the catch. Continues to push back in. I don't think it's going to be enough. He's way too tanky.
He's in the minions.
And he's going to go back down. Elise is desperately looking to save her life. And ooh, that was scrappy.
That was indeed. That's what we expect more from Burning Core, but right now it's going over in favor of Rascal Jester. We saw, on the other hand, just how powerful minions are this early in the game. It's 6 minutes in. The only reason why Wyvern was even at risk of dying there is because of how much damage he took from a wave and a half of caster minions. And right now, he's moving up towards the top side once again, not seeing the control word placed right there, but he is taking a very strong control of this top quadrant of the map, and Akashi is in danger of being dived again.
Each of the 3 times that Wyvern has come to gank, it's always been through that tri-bush. So I'm not surprised in the least that they finally dropped that pink, but it's not enough. He's already down, and there goes the ward drop down. He saw it coming. Akashi catching it ahead of time. I don't think it's going to be enough, and there goes the kill. Elise
dodges the turret.
Into the air, and it's going to be... Is he going to get out? Look at that dive coming in from the Renekton. He's searching for it. He's not going to be enough, and we even have a flash coming out from that Malzahar.
Man, this is rough all around. Hollis does manage to get out, but now that the Nether Grasp is online coming out of Lavia, it's going to be so much harder for that LeBlanc to really affect anything. BC's going to have to start looking towards their bot lane to really make a dent in the gold lead that Burning Core currently has. They are currently up around 10 CS. Maisie has been spending a lot of time in this bottom quadrant of the jungle, but he's not affecting any ganks. They do have a team that can dive reasonably well, and right now, Noah and Yuki are not level 6. If they want to make a dive, they got to do it soon, and that's why Zeros and Legato are heading back. They're going to be able to pick up those items and hopefully make that dive work out, but look at that level difference.
It's absolutely disgusting. In fact, we do see a little bit of a rotation coming out from the mentality of BC. We do see, if you look at down the minimap, we do have Gragas, who's flanking down in the mid lane. That might be a flank right back on top of Malzahar, especially since his ultimate is down. And it looks like it's not going to actually equate.
Whoa, they do go in. Explosive Cast misses.
Completely whiffs, and that's going to mean Malzahar just walks freely back out. That was an opportunity that that did not work.
This is not looking good for Burning Core. Hollis currently sitting 0-1-1, down 20 CS. That's not what you want to be with this. You know, he's supposed to be the carry of Burning Core, and if he's not in a position to do so, look at that turret right now. It's only 8 minutes. It still has the bonus armor and magic resist on that turret. And Achumomo is just sitting behind the lane. Akashi hasn't been able to get any gold or experience for the last 3 to 5 minutes, and Wyvern's trying to make sure he doesn't get any more ever.
I'm not entirely sure how BC's going to be able to make a comeback from this whole setup, because if you look at the Dragon right now, it's only Wind Dragon. That's not going to do him any good. Maybe if they had a Burning Dragon, maybe if they had a Mountain Dragon. Here comes the flash. Red, beautiful flash coming out from Kennen. He's going to be able to get right back out. That was perfectly timed, but unfortunately, that still means a tower is going to drop. How many? That's been, what, 5 ganks?
Yeah.
That's just not good. Kennen's not going to be able to survive that, so I feel bad for the little guy, but, you know, at least he's getting out. He didn't give 5 kills.
It's true. He's only given up 3 so far, but when your top laner is behind that far, he's currently behind the bot laners and the junglers in terms of experience. And with the first tower down, that's a lot of gold going over to that Renekton. I don't know what Akashi's going to be able to do. That's not a champion that team fights or makes the same kind of plays that we often see the other champions he usually plays. You know, like we said, that Jarvan, that Gragas, things that can be effective even if they're a little bit behind in gold. Kennen's not a champion that does that very well. He's supposed to win the split push, and right now they're threatening to dive him beyond the second turret.
Sure, but at the same time, I think you and I are thinking a little bit too regressively right now. The second that Kennen gave away his second blood, the second death, that we should have guessed right off the bat, BC needed to be able to adapt. They need to be looking at other lanes. They need to be looking at mid lane. They need to be looking at bot lane.
Ooh, another grasp.
They're right back on top of Heartless. He's going to be able to dive right back in. They're looking for the Malzahar. He's down to 200 health. Is it going to be enough? Yes, it is. And there, Gragas takes the kill. Finally getting something back onto the board, but is it too late?
It might be. Malzahar, is currently 1-2-0. He's doing all right. Down here, this is what we were expecting to be the big thing right here. Zeros and Legato are now moving against this turret. They're taking a lot of it, and we've seen no jungle pressure down here. Maisie stopped by, said hi, but then he just quickly left. It wasn't really even a game, just stopping in. If the top half of the map had been going even or even just vaguely according to plan for Burning Core, they'd be in a great spot.
But I agree with you, but the big concern, right, arrow coming back on top of Thresh, it's not going to be enough. We have the ultimate coming back in from
Maisie's
Grog.
here.
Here comes the extra support from the Gragas. There's going to be the knockup, and Caitlyn gets the kill.
Well,
it's something, but they're not able to translate this into anything. Wyvern is here, but she's extremely late, and nobody's able to take anything off of it. Look at how far the tower is down. They get the kill, and they still can't turn it into a lead. And they can't get the tower. They can't get the dragon.
Well, they do end up getting the tower here. That is going to be the second turret, though.
There we go. It took them a little while. Big advantage coming back in. Elise is looking for this, but Gragas says hello with a nice little barrel, and everybody's going to walk away.
Take a look at what Hollis has built so far. He has his first item is a quick silver sash. It makes sense. It does make sense, but it is so punishing when your main, one of your main damage carries is forced to rush a defensive item. You're not in a good spot. And right now, they've narrowed the gold lead a little bit. They do pick up that turret back. They have a couple of kills back in their pockets, but they're not doing a whole lot of damage with it. And right now, we said that Hollis needed to be is normally the one to carry it. Right now, almost everything is lying on the shoulders of Zeros and Maisie. Before the broadcast, I talked a little bit how I liked Burning Core because they reminded me a lot of Expeke and Soaz Fnatic. Because you had Hollis, and back when Mei was the top laner, you had the Soaz there. They would go around and do silly things, where Zeros here would kind of be the reckless. He would be very safe, but he would also do plenty of damage during team fights. And right now, we kind of see a little bit of that, but Expeke and Soaz are behind in this
Yes.
game, and that doesn't give Reckless anything to work with.
Absolutely, and I agree with you, and I'm a little confused on why they gave over the blue buff over the Blanc. Yes, it's an absolute standard, but right now it's the Gragas that is carrying, and I guess the intention is give the blue buff over to the Blanc if they're hoping to focus back on the mid lane and try and get the LeBlanc back onto onto a standard point, right? Trying to give them a little bit of strength here. But my problem is I don't see the next step for BC. Right now they're just hemorrhaging and they're just they're bleeding out a little bit, right? They're trying to get a couple kills here and there, but it's not getting them anything. And what is their next step? They get a kill, then what? I mean, do they get a tower? Maybe. Do they go for Dragon? Maybe. Do they go for Herald? But how do they get back into this game?
Right now, it's going to be on Zeros and Legato. They are going to start having to look for plays, and Achamomo here on this Renekton is in a good spot. Hollis is looking for Noah right now. Does get the second.
Right back on top. Oh, misses the shot, and actually didn't even have to use the QSS, so that's going to be still a completely free shot coming in. There comes Caitlyn, there goes Thresh, and hoping to see if they can get a pick out of this.
Yeah, Hollis is providing pressure even without the damage he would normally provide, and right now he is sitting on that QSS. If that had been a Hextech Revolver, that could have very easily been a kill. But BC is showing, they are not completely out of this game. Yes, they are suffering. They are in a bad spot, but they do have some zones of control. And right now, this fight could be very pivotal. Maisie and Legato are fighting up against it, not choosing to engage.
I mean, what are they going to be able to do? They're respecting BC. They're understanding that this is their jungle now, and big picks coming back right on top of Thresh, and that's going to be a big problem coming back in. Cannon blows his ultimate, going to get a couple of kills coming back in. Renekton continuing to dive back on top.
Noah's dead.
They're going to get right back out again. But the big pick is right back on top of Hollis now. A good couple of shots, but a little bit of a scrap. Nobody taking damage. What did Hollis jump back in for? Taking a little bit of damage. We see Renekton wanting to dive back in. LeBlanc trying to desperately jump back out, but you're in enemy territory now, bud. Continue to dive back out, and that's going to be a pick over to Renekton.
And overall, when all is said and done, that is a fight going in favor of Rascal Jester, but it was sloppy.
It was sloppy on both sides, to be completely honest with you. RJ had the red buff. They got the pick off on top of the Thresh, and they did eventually pick it off on top of LeBlanc, but I don't know. It felt like he was missing something, but I don't know what.
Yeah, I mean, it might be the damage. He does have the Hextech Revolver now.
Yeah.
But he was able to pick off Noah in the back line, but Noah is not the threat of this team. You're looking at Lavia, you're looking at Wyvern, and in this game you're definitely looking at Achamomo as well. Able to do so much damage. Let's take a look one more time at the replay. We see right here, Noah's in a bad spot. He's already bursted down to health, hit by the wall, but Legato falls immediately. And here comes Hollis on the backside. Noah makes a bad flash, gets picked off pretty easily, but there's nothing left to do. Blast Cone saves so many members of Burning Core here, and simply because Renekton's starting to come back around and they have enough of a front line, Hollis jumps back in, not able to get anything. And frankly, it's a miracle that Burning Core only lost 2 members during that fight. That Blast Cone saving Maisie, saving Akashi, means that they aren't losing a whole lot. But Lavi's finding Hollis right now, not yet committing the ultimate, not going to flash for it either.
Yeah. It was a good attempt. It was definitely a show of force right now. We do see, in fact, RJ's completely taken over the top half of the map. They're walking right into BC territory. They're taking their red buffs, scoring a couple of kills, and everybody just continues to walk back out. So, of course, they don't feel threatened. They've even taken out... no, I take it back. The tier 2 up there, that seems to be being picked out by RJ. So that's what they're looking for right now. But it's all about map control. It's all about continuing to, remove morale. It's continuing to force and frustrate your opponent. And I think they're doing a really good job of it.
They are indeed, and right now Wyvern is going to be channeling that Rift Herald. That turret is not long for this world. The Rift Herald's coming out at a great time. Probably going to take it right here, and it does.
That's perfect.
And that's great. We said before they had total control of this top quadrant of the map. They just cement it by taking that other turret. There's nowhere for Burning Core to retreat to over there until they get to their own base, and that's a long way from where they want to be right now. It's a little bit interesting to me that they chose to take that instead of bullying down this mid lane turret. Burning Core does not have a whole lot of wave clear. You have a little bit from Gragas, you have a little bit from Caitlyn, but Hollis can't wave clear safely. Kennen doesn't wave clear basically at all, and Maisie is finding Yuki here, but not going to do a whole lot. Zeros is going to put a little bit of damage. But if they had been able to take that mid turret, they would have opened up not only the top side of the jungle more, but also the eastern side a little bit. And with Rascal Jester right now moving around in this river, it's not a safe spot for Burning Core members to be.
I agree, but I think that the tier 2 was actually more of a window of opportunity, right? We did see Caitlyn, we did see Thresh back in the mid lane. It was just far, far easier for them to take the tier 2. It was so much lower in health. A single hit took it out, right? It was free. It's not necessarily better for map position, but it gave better gold. It was free right there and then, and overall it continues to allow them to keep pushing into...
Renekton's in danger here. Maisie and Hollis are looking for him. Not going to be able to land the chains.
We don't even see the flash ready up on the Gragas, so I think that was just more of a threat more than anything else. They're trying to show off, we can take your mid, we can take your bot, we can take everything, you know. I will drink your bullshit, right? It's all about RJ right now. They're continuing to push in mid, they're continuing to push in bot.
Man, that's a movie I haven't heard referenced in quite a long time. I remember my dad absolutely loved that movie, but I think I was a little bit too young to really enjoy it. I didn't understand any of the religious undertones, but right now there's 2 Hollises coming up the river. One of them's going to get spotted out by Yuki, and that's...
LeBlanc is so threatened by a fake LeBlanc that he had to jump the wall for that. But, you know, that's how it is, right? So we do see a bit of rotation coming back out from RJ. Actually, I misread the minimap. I thought everybody was grouping up over the cloud.
Hollis having to use the ultimate, but Wyvern does trade the flash for it. It's going to be all right.
Yeah, I think that's going to be... I think that's definitely something that BC's looking for right now. I am curious on whether or not they're going to be focusing on towers or if maybe...
Bye, Cannon.
That's a dead cannon again. I feel so bad for the guy. At least he pops his ultimate, but it doesn't bring anything to the table. And even Gragas says, "Have a safe flight," sends him packing. So, you know, BC's just like, don't even play with me. Just go home. Just leave me.
Yeah, this is a very rough spot for Burning Core, and it is, you know, this is largely off of the early moves that Rascal Jester had. We'll see this a lot more during Rift Rivals, or I guess we already saw it.
Coming back in from Thresh, and that's going to be a taken down Elise very shortly. Doesn't have anywhere to dive into. Going to get the bite out, but it's not going to do anything else. Braum is definitely
red buff.
There we go. Caitlyn continued to push in, forces the flash out, and it's just going to be just enough. Here comes the pick coming back in, and Ashe actually taking the shot. Very kind of her.
Yeah, it is a good spot. We are seeing some signs of life, and as long as, you know, they don't have the full team, the strongest members right now are Renekton, Elise, and Malzahar. And if they're missing them, there are moves that Burning Core can make, and we saw one right there. Wyvern made a misstep, got in a very bad position, was pulled under turret, was quickly bursted out, even though they stayed alive for much longer than he had any right to, using that repel. But if, you know, it's a little bit sloppy. If they can move together as a team or continue an effective 1-3-1 push around, Maisie does see this. He does want it.
See the pick? No, we're not. Oh, I was hoping to see a pick. Yeah, keep going, please.
But we're in a good spot for Rascal Jester if they can continue moving around. Renekton should be able to pick up this bot turret pretty shortly. And Cannon is just so far behind. 50 CS down, still down a full level from Hachimamo.
But once again, I think that we're at a point now where Kennen is not the carry anymore. Like, we knew that Kennen was not going to be carrying this after the second death. Then he lost the tower. Then he lost a few more deaths. Then he lost his second tower, right? He's fodder. He's free money at this point, and nobody is really worrying about that anyway. They're looking for extra towers at this point, except for that Caitlyn and Thresh are starting to get a bit of an advantage. So that's where their focus should be. If they can rotate back in, see if they can get the pick on Caitlyn, somehow mysteriously get the pick on Caitlyn through Thresh's lantern, right? Maybe we could translate that in, but RJ, I don't feel like they're slipping, but they're losing their possibility to push that advantage they had.
They are, and you said that there was a bit of an advantage on this Caitlyn. Now, besides the kills, 1-0-2 currently for Zeros, that's a larger CS lead on Caitlyn over Ashe than Renekton has over Kennen. Now, this is partly, we've talked a little bit about it, Zeros is, you know, he's a veteran. He's been around the scene for a long time. Turret finally goes down. I thought that was a kill, and I thought I had missed something.
Yeah.
But Zeros used to play for Detonation Focus Me when they had that great run last split. He'd been playing for them for a while beforehand. He's a solid player, and it looks like Akashi's getting jumped on again.
And that's just going to be another free death. Akashi is just desperately trying to stay out of the fight as much as possible, and Blue's ultimate for that one.
He does, and he's going to have to back. That gives Rascal Jester an opportunity to set up for this Baron right now. Need to clear out some of the vision, and, naturally you hit the Baron, it does more damage than you do at this point in the game.
Absolutely. Was that a... How did the Baron... Oh, I see how the Gragas barrel actually set off the Baron, so that makes sense.
Yeah,
That's
but look at that. Akashi just getting forced out of line. Didn't even die. Already loses 3/4 of this turret right now. Akashi's trying to do what he can, but Achamomo still has his ultimate. He still has his flash. He's not going to be able to kill him. He just needs to keep him off of that as much as possible. And right now, if they can find this pick onto Kennen, that's going to give them, well, I don't know, pretty much whatever they want to take after that point.
Renekton didn't even worry about the Kennen. He almost took out the tower entirely by himself if he hadn't gotten stunned. They're still not worrying about the Kennen whatsoever. I am a little surprised that like we were discussing earlier about them taking tier 2s over tier 1s, right?
Mm-hmm.
They took tier 2 top before they took tier 1. That made sense. I'm a little confused why they're pushing bot tier 2 rather than taking tier 1 mid. Get the dragon control, even though, I mean, it is still just Cloud Drake, so nobody really cares about that one. But overall, I don't know what their objective is here anymore. I'm like, why? Let's just take tier 3 bot and take out the inhibitor before we take out tier 1 mid anymore. It doesn't make sense.
This is kind of what we talked about beforehand, though, right? Rascal Jester has an advantage on, Wyvern. It also happens to be on Achamomo and Lavia, but Noah and Yuki are still super far behind. Currently down 70 CS, a kill and an assist. They both have 2 items, but the Infinity Edge Static Shiv combination plus the Quicksilver Sash that Zeros has available to him provides him so much more damage, and he is so far ahead right now. Hollis is getting a little bit of damage onto Lavia, trying to get the chains, only lands the 1. Still has the Nether Grasp available. I don't think Lavia is at any real risk of dying right now.
Oh, none of them. Excuse me, more specifically, I should say, yeah, Lavia is definitely not in the position where they're going to be getting picked off. But I think the problem with that BC has got right now is that, or not, wording. RJ is having a difficult time with BC because of all the forms of escape that they've got, right? Cannon, even though 0-4 has a decent escape and has been able to prove that you may take my towers, but you're not taking my life anymore, and is getting out of fights. You've got the Gragas with all of the repositioning tools that they've got, LeBlanc with theirs, Thresh and Caitlyn getting them out of fights as much. They all have plenty of escape. They've died a handful of times, but they're strong enough that they're not going to die anymore. And they needed those kills to translate them into turrets, to translate them into objectives. And now it's been a very, very stale match because nobody is able to be aggressive and take, yes. I'm grateful that they finally took a dragon, but it was free.
Wyvern's here, though.
That's going to be a big start. We actually get the pick right up top, and that's going to be a 1 dead Gragas. Hollis has already blown their ultimate, and that's going to be a very difficult time for them to escape out. Wyvern's looking for the extra shot. Nicely done, Ash. Forces the flash to the beautiful lantern coming out. And Caitlyn LeBlanc just gets out with their life. But boy, do they have to pay for it.
And with a dead jungler right now, this is going to give Rascal Jester a great opportunity to move in for this Baron right now. Zeros is here. Akashi and Hollis should be joining in just a moment. The double teleport coming in.
Kennen's here, but I don't know what that's going to do. They're looking for that big start. I'm waiting for the Kennen aggression. That's actually forcing everybody to separate. It still looks like RJ's going to be able to get the Baron.
Elise is dead.
Oh, Elise is down, and that's going to be a difficult startup. And Blue is actually going to take the Baron. Ash is going to finish it off, and at what cost? Ash is halfway dead herself. Renekton's almost dead. And I don't know if that was worth it for them. Beautiful job for BC getting a pick off of that. And there goes the Ash as well.
Hello.
So the only one remaining at this point is the Renekton with the Baron buff. And that was not worth it at all. Look at the gold. We're actually still 5,000 in the lead for RJ, but that's going to be a couple of extra towers. They desperately needed that.
They really did, and we saw, a little bit of indecisiveness coming out from Rascal Jester right there. They weren't quite sure. Really, they should have turned on to Burning Core. They did not need to finish the Baron right there. If they had killed them all, they could have gone back and done it anyway. Maisie's going to find Achamomo right here, but it's going to put a lot of gold back in the hands of Burning Core. They have 2 turrets down in the mid lane. They have 1 in the bot lane. They can go top lane, and they'll have a great opportunity to do it there. But let's take another look at exactly what goes wrong here for Rascal Jester. Legato is around the side, and they're doing it, but they're doing it slowly. They don't have a strong Baroning team. Elise doesn't do it particularly quickly. Ash doesn't do it quickly either. And with all these traps that Zeros is able to put down, he's able to get these headshots off across the team. And with the rest of the team forcing Lavier away, it's now a 4v4 again. And so many members are stunned up, still taking damage from the Baron. And the Baron magic resistant shred just means that the slicing maelstrom coming out from Kennen does a lot of damage, even though he has no OP, even though he's behind. And it just allows Zeros to really clean up. And he is the carry of Burning Core right now. And if he can continue to push around, he has the 3 items. He is on his massive 3-item spike with the rapid fire cannon just being completed. He does crazy damage.
Absolutely. And I was also very, very proud of Kennen and all of that extra aggression. Picked the perfect time. Malzahar was soloed out, and then that was go time. He dove right in, got a couple of stuns, got the pick on top of everybody. And I'm actually a little surprised that they weren't able to translate that into a Baron steal, but that's not what happened. We have a good couple picks coming back in. LeBlanc desperately trying to get back out, gets out with the Thresh Lantern, but now it's RJ that's in the bad spot.
Noah's dead.
Caitlyn gets the pick right back down on top of Ash. That's 80 carried down. Couple of other picks coming out ready, looking for Wyvern, who's actually in a good spot. So I guess BC's going to take that, and they're back in the driver's seat.
They're still 3,000 gold down, but Caitlyn, they're down, but all the gold is on Caitlyn right now. Ochimoma, that was scary.
Yeah.
But all the gold is in the right spot for their team composition right now. Hollis and Akashi don't need to do damage. They just need to make sure that Zeros stays alive, and he will shred these turrets right now. He's the only one hitting it, but look at the damage that he's able to put down onto these guys right now. The headshots coming out, they're stepping on traps.
Yeah, they had plenty of tank that was able to save and defend that tower, but in all honesty, no, you're totally right. Caitlyn and Thresh have they've taken over the lead, right? We were asking earlier, Kennen's going to be out of this fight. What's going to happen? How are they going to get back in this game? And they chose their answer to be Caitlyn and Thresh. And it's paying off for them. They've got back into this game, and they're just shy on gold, so I'd say they're doing pretty darn well.
They're doing well, and we were saying earlier that this is a very bad game for Burning Core from the very beginning. Akashi started off 0-3. Renekton and Wyvern were in a great spot, but again, they aren't translating the lead, and we have hit that Flame Horizon as Zeros hits 100 CS over Noah right now. Noah's been playing this Ashe. He's been playing it for the ultimate, but they aren't using it to create picks. They aren't using it to use the advantage that Renekton and Elise have had, and now we are starting to hit that point where Renekton's lead matters less and less as everybody starts to get more and more tank stats. He's not going to be able to burst people out nearly as quickly, and really he has about one more good fight on that champion before the champion just stops mattering in many ways. And with the next dragon coming up, unfortunately we can't see what it is right now, but especially if that's like a mountain dragon or a infernal dragon, it's going to be a big fight, and depending on how that fight goes, we'll probably see whoever wins that really takes the game. We saw Rascal Jester, they did have the Baron still on Renekton throughout these past couple of minutes. He hasn't used it at all. Burning Core has been pushing more into Rascal Jester's side this entire last couple of minutes, and Rascal Jester can't do anything. Maisie is taking control of the West Quadrant. Legata's with him. Hollis is starting to split push right here and just kind of dancing on over here on the Scuttle Crab.
And I think a big part of it that we were talking about, the fact that Caitlyn is 100 entire CS over the Ashe right now. Lavi is taking a lot of damage, but is able to get the pick off.
He got no damage back onto him. Hollis is still at full health after that. That was well done.
So it's the QSS. The QSS totally saved him, right?
Absolutely.
It was that minor amount of magic resist that totally saved him right there. But anyway, what I was trying to get to back earlier is that Ashe being as far.
Can he kill him here? We're going to find him. He needs to land the cocoon.
Gets the catch right back on top of Akali. Gets the little
arrow.
Extra damage. Zoning ultimate. And unfortunately, doesn't get the pick off. That was close. I'd say she's got the damage, but just Kennen's too slippery right now. And
yeah.
There we go. There we have the Fire 3.
And with this going over to Rascal Jester, hopefully they should be able to use it to really push through. It's not the most effective dragon in this game for them. They only have 2 people who are building, or I guess 3 who are building AD and AP, but not even that much. Ashe is building Blade of the Road King, is looking to be building towards the Infinity Edge, which will boost it up later, but it's not really doing that much for them right now.
No, but at least it's a lot nicer than getting another cloud drain.
It is fair, and we haven't seen a whole lot. Noah's fine. He doesn't realize that's a cloud or a clone. Figures it out now.
Oh, I'm sure he figured it out. I'm just thinking that in exchange, you're like, I want to get rid of this vision. I don't want them seeing whatever what else we have in mid lane, right? Hollis is just scouting around right now.
Indeed,
So
and he is sitting on 2 items right now. He does have the Morellonomicon and the Hextech Gunblade completed. It is still, yeah, it is still behind though. We currently see Lavia sitting on 3 items with that Banshee's Veil, the Morellonomicon, the Void Staff, and what could very well be a Rabadon's coming out very soon. He's doing a lot of damage, but Malzahar is an interesting champion. He was strong for a long time, but he had a bit of a problem in that he didn't have a lot of playmaking opportunity outside of his ultimate. And right now, Wyvern's getting caught.
Bad spot, exactly getting caught out, exactly where they shouldn't be. Couple teleports coming in back in, but why? It seems a little too late. There goes Wyvern. They're going to drop down. It's going to be 4 versus 5. The rest of RJ desperately trying
And
to.
Baron spawning.
Do they want to go back in for Baron? Do they want to try and stop this? And BC is just in a good spot.
BC's not going for it. That's a jungler dead. They have 5 members up right now. We haven't seen a whole lot coming out from any member other than Wyvern, and now they're moving back towards the Baron. They didn't even clear. They just cleared a little bit of waves. Hollis is going to be able to teleport back in. And we'll have to see the contest coming out from Rascal Jester. We haven't seen them team fighting very well today. They're moving in. Noah doesn't do the same amount of damage. Here comes a teleport coming out from Hollis in a great spot. Just going to pop the Banshee's Veil with that, but he gets instantly Nether Grasp.
QSS is going to go ahead and pop off and actually allow him right back out of the fight. There goes the second pick right back on top of Gragas. So we actually are down 1-1 right now. Renekton is actually about to drop as well. Akiyamamoto taking a little bit of damage, but a lot of scrappy fights. Once again, nobody really knows what to do. Nobody's actually making a choice.
It was very split right there. We did end up seeing it is a 2 for 0 as Achamomo just goes back into the Guardian Angel, comes back, and now with the jungler and mid laner dead for Burning Core, Rascal Jester is just going to go back. Or we're going to probably see another Baron attempt. We saw Zeros be the hero that the team needed last time, but now they don't have the position on it. They're just going to have to shoot here over the wall, and hopefully, if they can find some kind of miracle steal, not going to find it, does go over to Wyvern.
That was BC's fault entirely. They had an opportunity while Wyvern was down. It was 5 versus 4. They chose a minion wave in mid. I don't understand. Why would you walk back to mid, clear a wave? That would have been the perfect opportunity. Let RJ go back mid. Let them push back in and take the tier 1 and be like, yeah, you can take a tier 1. We're taking Baron. So I think that was a big failure on their part right now, and they don't deserve Baron after that one.
Yeah, and Hollis had some trouble there on the other side with Lavia. Does use the QSS to get out of the suppression part of the Nether Grasp, but he's then not able to do anything afterwards. He stays, takes a ton of damage from it, and with the rest of abilities from Lavia just coming in, he's just not able to run away from it. He's not, the kind of champion where you can really make flashy plays, but if he puts, those abilities on you, you're in a very bad spot. Noah, I don't know if he realizes that Hollis is here. He's coming over the wall.
Right on top, there comes the Caitlyn ultimate. It's going to get the score, and Zeros is going to take it over the LeBlanc, but that was perfect.
Yeah, and he's currently 8-0-2, picks up the enemy red buff for them. The next dragon is going to be that Elder Dragon. It is going to be spawning in about 2 minutes. That could be another avenue for Burning Core. But right now, once again, Rascal Jester has the Baron. There's only one member who's actually using it, and it's Achamomo in the top lane, shoving in Akashi once again, who's now sitting on the Frozen Mallet. But he's got 2.5 items. Achamomo is still sitting on 4 complete, and now he's coming back to look for a flank. There's no teleport on Hollis available. Any CC that they manage to land will potentially destroy 3 turrets. If they were to catch onto Legato or something, this turret's dead. The second mid turret would follow shortly after.
Especially since Burning Core is so desperately split up right now. If you take a look, we've got LeBlanc in the bot lane, we have Kennen in the top lane, and we have an entire RJ team with the Baron buff right back in the mid lane, minus Ashe, who's getting there as quickly as possible. But it's close to 5 versus 3 back in the mid lane. Now everybody was grouped back up, but I think that was a window of opportunity that RJ had that they chose not to pull the trigger on.
Whew. Death sentence nearly landed onto Wyvern. That would not have been good for the Jester squad, but Hollis is getting found out by Wyvern right here.
Yeah.
Wyvern's tanky now.
Yeah, I mean, what else was she going to be able to do though?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a couple of different versions of the Elise come out. We've seen the Void Staff, the Rylai's, all that kind of stuff. But instead, we're opting for the Abyssal Mask and the Randuin's Omen. She still does plenty of damage between the Leandries and the Runic Echoes, but she's not going to be able to 100 to 0 anybody in this game, and that's going to be totally alright. Hook lens onto Renekton.
Big pick coming back on top, and actually Renekton's taking a lot of damage. Malzahar is going to get the pick on top of Gragas, who's going to drop down. That's going to be a pick on top of the tower. Actually, they're choosing not to touch it. Big push actually coming back down to the bot lane. They do realize that the tower's going to drop. And I'm a little surprised. They get the pick on top of the Gragas. A single auto would have taken out that tower, and they would have been able to really push that advantage. But
I do respect it, though. Right now, we see all the Burning Core members going back. But with the jungler dead and all 5 members of Rascal Jester alive, the Elder Dragon just spawned. That is something they want to pick up, and they already have everybody back up for it. If they find a pick here, they're going to be in a beautiful position. They're doing it right now, and Burning Core is not in a great position to contest. We see Kennen waiting on a good spot to teleport right now, but Ochimon was already there. That's not a close teleport. He's not going to be there in time no matter what, and that is going to go over to Rascal Jester right now.
At least they pulled the trigger on this one. They did choose the objective over a series of lane minions for once, so I'm okay with this. But overall, I'm not entirely sure what they're going to be able to do with this. They didn't do anything with the Baron.
They didn't. They haven't done anything with either Baron thus far, and right now they're just moving around. They're trying to find their way onto anything. Hollis is trying to find, for CSGO terms, exit frags.
Yeah.
Right after the thing. Ochimomo is coming over. Do they know he's there? Wow. I don't think they realized it until way too late. That was a scary moment for Hollis right there.
Was she just warding red buff again?
She was just there. She's just looking for anybody who, looking for something on the backside. But this turret's going to be going down really quickly. Just breathing on it.
Of the way that Caitlyn set up those traps, they were way too spread out, and they didn't stop anything. I'm more used to seeing the Caitlyn traps that they're all grouped up on one side, and it forces the entire team composition to take the if everything is on the right half, it forces the entire team to go to the left half and kind of funnels them into
arrow lands.
There we go, right back on top. But don't worry, we had a QSS. That one got popped, no problem whatsoever. Doesn't matter. At least gets the pick on top of the LeBlanc, was that?
No, that's the Caitlyn.
So QSS was already down. That was a great pick coming out. But
Hollis is still off in the side lane right now. Zeros is almost all of the damage for Burning Core whenever these fights come up. And right now, Rascal Jester is not ready to pull the trigger. Hollis does have his teleport available to him, but with the Elder Dragon, the damage that provides, and everything else that Rascal Jester has available to them, if they just go, they should be able to win this fight before Hollis had gotten back.
I think that worked perfectly because that's exactly what they did. They threatened that they were going to back it, forced out they forced Hollis to actually go ahead and return, right? As soon as they knew that she had teleported home, that she had returned, that was the objective that they were looking for. They translated a threat of taking the inhibitor into defending their own.
A little bit, and now, they haven't done a whole lot with this Elder Dragon, but that's not terribly surprising. We don't see a whole lot often coming out of it. Simply the threat of it normally means that the other team will cede almost anything you try and take from them. But with the Baron coming up, this will probably, if Rascal Jester get this one again, that'll be their third, and they'll need to be more effective with it this time if they want to close out the game. And they haven't been doing anything with it. They're only sitting on a 5,000 gold lead, which is plenty, but it's not the kind of game-ending gold lead that we're often used to seeing.
They've been on the 5,000 gold lead the entire game. Nothing has changed. That's where they've been this entire match, and therefore I completely agree with you. A 5,000 gold lead means nothing. If you have 5 grand gold lead at 20 minutes in, and you have 5 grand gold lead at 40 minutes in, you haven't done anything with it.
You have not.
No. So I completely agree with where you're going with this.
So Hollis is still looking for this pick. We've been seeing this a couple of times before. Does now have the Void Staff, but is still a full item and a half behind Lava. He's not able to burst out anybody. He's just trying to be annoying for the most part. But the Baron is spawning a couple of seconds, and I think Rascal Jester are in a position where they can just go for it. Lobby is taking a lot of damage right now. Ace in the hole is going to come out. Does land. He doesn't die, though.
And I think that's a crucial part right now. The Malzahar ultimate is still up, right? No, Malzahar's ultimate is down. So right now, Lavi is just kind of dead weight right now in comparison to the team. So he's as good as dead. He needs to back. He doesn't have an ultimate anyway. He's home right now. But all the same, it becomes a 5 versus 4. Lavi's got the teleport. He's coming back in. And actually, take it back. We're all good to go, I guess. He still doesn't have the ultimate, and I think that's the most important part. But at the very same, I'm running out of words here.
Look at that's a wave with 4 cannon minions. If that hits anything of Burning Core, if that hits the inhibitor turret, that could take it by itself. And we're gonna have to see what Hollis go back to deal with it. And right now he does have the teleport available. We said this before. A good fight by Rascal Jester would end before Hollis can come back, and they're forcing him to come back right now as they are starting to engage a little bit onto Legato, even without their ultimates available to them right now. It is still a great spot, but they're going to have to start it right now while Hollison's on the far side. Otherwise, you're just going to be able to completely alleviate all the pressure that they had built up over the last couple of minutes going over
That's exactly what they wanted. Hollis is out of the spot, and then we got a big pick on top of Gragas. He's way too tanky, but it doesn't really matter. Renekton continuing to push back in. Everybody's more than happy to push back off because it means the LeBlanc is still gone. And what else are they going to do? They're either going to lose the tower or they're going to lose the Baron. So RJ's had a window of opportunity. It is gone now, and RJ's pulling the trigger way too late. Big ultimate coming back on top, and that's actually taking a lot of damage. It's not going to be that big of a deal. Takes the shield. Yuki is going to take all the damage on the Braum pick as well, and everybody is back on BC. They're saying, we're ready to fight. You've missed your chance, and now it's our turn. Getting the pick right on top. Thresh getting the hook right on, not choosing not to go back in. Everybody continuing to push back out a little bit, taking a couple of wards, and nobody wants to fight.
But this is a win overall. There's not many ultimates left on either side, but Burning Core is not a team that relies on their ultimates nearly as much. They don't need the ultimate from Zeros. It doesn't do a whole lot at this stage in the game. They don't need the box nearly as much as Rascal Jester needs the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, the Dominus, and the Glacial Fissure. If they had those, they could control the fight so much more and pick things off, but they're not able to do it, and that's a big win for Burning Core. They're not falling behind. They're narrowing the goal lead ever so slightly, and by alleviating the pressure on the opposite side, well, it means that Kosh is going to go over there. He's not that far behind in terms of CS, and he's probably still a little bit behind in terms of itemization, as we do see that he is about an item behind, but he is in a much better spot than he was earlier. Woo!
I fully agree. I do believe you. I think you're 100% right that BC won that fight, right? The fact that they were able to send off Hollis off to the bot lane, take out that entire massive minion wave, and then return to the fight, all in the time it took Lavi to lose their ultimate, lose all their health, return home, and return to the fight. Baron wasn't touched. Yeah, of course BC's going to win that fight, but all the same, no objectives are being taken by either side. No towers are dropping. No barons are going down. We don't even see the buffs being removed by either team right now. So map control means nothing, and I'm not sure what either team is going to be able to do here to get an advantage.
I don't know if Ochimomo actually wins this fight anymore, to be honest. We're now sitting at 45 minutes. Yes, he's still ahead, but his base values are so far behind that of Kennen at this point. Kennen will just sit there and auto attack, and after Ochimomo's early burst damage with the full combo, there's not a whole lot left for him to do, and then Akashi just plays the range game. Didn't even use his ultimate or flash there. He knew he didn't have to. They think they found Hollis, not actually him. Let's be honest, though, that's a place that Hollis could very easily be. That's the kind of player he is. But Akashi is not in a position where he just loses anymore. And I'm not sure what this Vamp Scepter is actually going to be built into, actually, with the Blade of the Rune King. You got the Bloodthirster, you got the Death's Dance, you got the Hextech Gunblade.
He's got QSS, so that's probably going to turn into...
You're right, Mercurial Scimitar. I forgot that builds into that now. It did not for a long time. It was just the BF Sword and the QSS, but...
Yeah, but all the same, I'm still a little confused, because that means there's 3 QSSs on the side of BC, right?
Mm-hmm.
They've got...
I do like it, though. There's a lot of, stuns coming out for Rascal Jester.
Yeah, absolutely.
You have the W on Renekton, you have the Cocoon, you have the Suppression, and you have the Ash Ultimate. All of these are huge. And then you got, the Concussive Blows coming out from Braum as well. But the big thing is, if you can stop those from happening, that's such a big part of Rascal Jester's team fight presence, is just picking a target, preventing it from doing anything through the fight. And if you have all of your primary damage threats, with the ability to avoid that damage or that CC, then you're in a good spot. And it is... The QSS is only really wasted in any way on LeBlanc, because the Mercurial Scimitar doesn't do a whole lot for that character. You don't do a whole lot with your auto attacks, and right now we're seeing Akashi does not lose this anymore, and right now, despite being 0 and 5, he's beating down Ochimomo. He tries to turn around, uses it to attack Hydra, but this isn't a fight you win, even with the GA. He just runs away, and he'll be able to lifesteal back up very easily. He needs another member at this point in the game.
That entire fight was done with Ochimomo.
Uh-oh.
Oh, big fight coming back in. Actually, Braum is getting the stun. Zoning ultimate comes out. It's not going to do anything. Big Braum ultimate hits more than that. We actually say Hollis is actually going to be removed back out. Caitlyn gets the pick on top of Elise. And big fight's coming back in. Beautiful setup coming out from Kennen, who's going to zone absolutely everybody out. Noah's the last man standing. Doesn't matter. Gets the flash and still gets picked all the same. 4 for nothing for Braum or
For Gragas here,
Gragas,
yeah.
Excuse me, but all the same, that's going to be an inhibitor. Finally, a window.
That's probably going to be game. They still have 4 members available to them with 30 to 40 second death timers on all the members of Rascal Jester. They're coming in. They have a 9-0. They have at least 2 ADCs on this team coming out. They have the Kennen, they have the Caitlyn, they have the minion wave. They have enough tank stats to push this through, and if they don't try and end the game here, I'll be very surprised because we still have over 20 seconds left on all the members of Rascal Jester.
Big pick-off coming in. Caitlin's going to get the cat. Sorry, excuse me. I thought Caitlyn got the kill. I was very confused all of a sudden.
Well,
and there goes Noah.
She gets it now. Actually, it's going to go over to LeBlanc, but we said this was a terrible game coming out for Burning Core, and they managed to bring it back. And this was all on the back of Zeros and just Rascal Jester not being able to make the moves that they needed to push and punish the fact that Kennen was 0-5.
Yep.
He didn't pick up a kill that entire game, except maybe in the last fight. And he was just in a bad spot the whole time, but if you give that character time to scale, if you give Renekton time to scale off, it's not going to be a good time for you. And we saw that exact situation coming out. Akashi finally hit the point where he was able to 1v1 Ochimo at 45 minutes. If he wins that, you say, hey, Rascal Jester, you have to do something now. They tried, they failed. Caitlyn was too big. They could not get through the front line of the Thresh, of the Kennen, and of the Gragas, and Caitlyn just slowly killed everybody.
Absolutely, and I think a big part of it is the fact that we didn't give Rascal Jester. Look at what happened with Rascal Jester. We did not like their lineup. We didn't like. We gave props over to Burning Core, right? We didn't think Rascal Jester was going to be able to do well, and what do? They completely destroy Kennen. They completely take the first 2 towers in the top lane, right? They had an amazing lead, but the problem was, I don't think that they really liked pulling the trigger after that. They lost 1 kill, a couple kills, right? They lost a tower, and they lost all win. Or, what's the word I'm looking for?
Momentum?
They lost all their momentum.
Yeah.
They just gave it up, right? So we didn't like their lineup, and it just became a matter of time before Burning Core's lineup kicked into gear, and they walked right down mid lane, and they finished the game no problem.
We did, and we saw, again, Rascal Jester had 2 Baron buffs.
Yep.
And they took nothing with it.
Nothing at all. They played defensive. There was even a slight moment there when it was Burning Core who had lost Baron buff, and yet they were pushing down mid lane harder than Rascal Jester with their Baron. I wish I could actually go back and take a look at what the Baron power play and see what they actually got out of it, if anything, because it was pointless for them. They need to learn how to take better objectives. That's tough because it's like we have no objectives. Let's take a tier 2. And then all of a sudden we have a Baron buff. Let's sit in base.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. So many teams, especially lower down, think of Baron as the objective. Baron is not the objective. Baron is a means to an end.
Yep.
And if you don't, oh, great, we have the Baron buff, but it doesn't do anything for you long run. Yeah, you get some gold onto all of your members, but you can do that just by killing the other team as well. You need to be able to use the Baron to take more. If you can't take more with it, then you don't need to go for it. You need to find something else. Anyway, once again, this is Josh Joshi-Howard and Chris Cross Christensen coming at you from Seattle with this rebroadcast. We're going to take a quick break after that crazy game. And we're going to see Game 2 of Rascal Jester and Burning Core coming up in just a few minutes. Stay tuned. Welcome back, everyone. We just finished watching Burning Core take down Rascal Jester in a 45-50 minute nail-biter of a game. We saw a lot of crazy things going on, and Rascal Jester, they had a great start. It looked fantastic at the beginning.
Yes, absolutely. I was actually very surprised to see how well Rascal Jester was taking priority over that top lane. They were shutting down Cannon. They understood the priority needed to be shutting down that top lane, right? Shutting it down Cannon. And they did that. And then they were like, we have $1 million. I don't know what to do with this. What am I supposed to do with all this power? What do I do with all this, right? And they went nowhere. So they had a great start, but if they want to take game 2, they're going to have to realize you got to do something with that other than just continue to take tier 2s. So
Yeah, and you do see we had the man of the game on our screen there for a while, Zerost, on that Caitlyn, doing incredible work. We said after Akashi got put behind, after Hollis struggled to make an impact, that the carry needed to come from the bot lane of Burning Core. And carry it did, ending the game with 0 deaths. Just able to push through everything, set up that front lane, back line composition, and he was able to get so far ahead, get huge CS leads. And this is, we've said this a couple times, he's that veteran of the team. He's a strong player. He needs to be able to show the rest of Burning Core that it can be done even when behind. And that has to be a huge morale boost for Burning Core.
Oh, absolutely. But I think it wasn't just the Caitlyn, of course. Thresh did an incredible job of keeping Caitlyn safe, making sure that the Ashe arrows were not doing nearly as much as they should have, right? It would have helped if Ashe actually landed an arrow or two, but overall, I think it was just as much Thresh as it was Caitlyn. Burning Core did an incredible job picking up the slack, especially when Cannon went down.
Yeah, and we talked a little bit. When you put someone behind, you don't prevent them from becoming a strong champion. You just prevent them from being a strong champion quickly.
Yes.
Cannon, it took him 40+ minutes to become a strong champion, but that's what that character does. He scales immensely. When he has that 3, 4, 5 items, it doesn't matter, especially up against something like Renekton. If that had been like a Jax or something, which we saw a little bit of at Rift Rivals, if that had been something like like exactly like that Jax, like a Groggs or something that's able to make these plays no matter what and scale with the cannon, that could have been a very different game. But because you picked this tank that doesn't do a whole lot after the 30-35 minute mark, they ended up just falling behind, and Akashi was just able to slowly bully his way, and when he finally realized, like, wait a second, I think I'm stronger now, the game just ended.
Exactly. And I think a big part of that also was the fact that they rotated, right? Cannon lost top lane, right? So they rotated Cannon down to the bot lane because Burning Core understood that as far behind as he is, he's still a threat, he's still a powerhouse. So they put him down bot lane, gave him the protection of the tier 1, which fell to the Renekton. They put him behind the tier 2, which fell to the Renekton. But most importantly, they rotated the Caitlyn and the Thresh back into the mid lane, where they continue to keep farming up, keep giving that opportunity, right? So they didn't worry about the dragon, especially with the Cloud Drake. And it just that was interesting.
Ooh.
I hear myself now all of a sudden. Long story short, we see that big rotation and that series of changing the level of importance, and that worked out for them.
It really did. Well, we're getting right back into pick some bands. This looks familiar. Are we seeing a repeat of Game 1?
Oh, God, I hope not. But at the same time, it's not like you can blame them. Seeing the Zed removed, seeing the Aurelion Sora being removed, right? I am a little concerned of whether or not Burning Core is going to completely remove any and all mid laners again.
Mm-hmm. Now, one of the interesting things we want to talk about, because right now we're seeing exactly the same thing as Game 1,
Yeah.
but we did not see Zach get banned out by either team. And Zach, on this patch on 7.12, is still a huge powerhouse. But I think what we're seeing, it's not really a Maisie champion. Both Maisie and Wyvern have played that champion previously, and they struggled with it.
Yeah.
Wyvern didn't really know what to do. Maisie didn't really have a whole lot of success. Wyvern just got shut down because it's not his style of champion. He wants to be able to play that Elise. He wants to be able to play that Lee Sin and get ahead that way. And right now, this is a good adaptation, picking up the Caitlyn for Noah and making sure that Zeros doesn't have it. But Zeros has other champions he can play. Taking that away from him is not the be-all, end-all of the draft.
Right. He's not a one-trick. It's not going to be that big of a deal. But my concern right now is not RJ taking away the Caitlyn, but are they really going to use that aggression? Burning Core did extraordinarily well with the Caitlyn because of the level of aggression that they were able to pull off with the Thresh, with the Gragas, right? RJ does not strike me as the aggressive type, and I feel like they're not going to be able to take advantage of that power, and I'm concerned.
It is a little bit limiting. We do see Elise coming out for Wyvern again. He had a good game last game, but it is true. They don't have the same number of engaged tools available to them when they don't pick up that Ashe. And there's a lot that needs to be answered for with Rascal Jester's lineup if you lose that engaged tool that they've used over and over again to be so effective. We do see the Callista coming out here for Zeros. He's a champion that he really enjoys playing. It's starting to see a lot more power. A couple of different teams have started pairing it with Orkan as well, and that has been doing very well. It is paired here with the Thresh, but the Cannon ban is coming out from Burning Core. They clearly have a very different idea of what they want to be doing this game.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised to see them banning out their own character right now, but hey, if it works for them, that's cool. That's cool. I'm actually more excited to see the why did I forget her name all of a sudden?
LeBlanc?
No.
Callista.
Callista, holy crap. It's like I have the word on my head and in my mind, and then the instant I want to say it, I drop
There's
it.
a lot of champions. It's all right.
I know. So we see the Callista pickup, right? I'm very excited to see that pickup here. I love the aggression. I love the setup that words. Burning Core is going to be going after objectives right now, especially if that first Drake happens to not be the ridiculously limiting Cloud Drake, right? As soon as we see even something like if we see a Fire Drake, Burning Core is going to be all over that. They're going to be all over towers. They're going to be all over dragons. They're going to be potentially even all over the Herald. So I think this is hopefully going to be a little bit more of a distraction of let's not go for picks this time. Let's go for objectives and end this game.
And look at these bans once again. 8 of the 10 bans are definitively mid lane bans, and and we have seen Urgot in Japan. This would not be the first time, but it was picked by Detonation Focus Me's top laner Paz as a counter to Kennen, but there's no Kennen in this game. I don't think we're seeing Urgot right now. It is looking like we are going to getting that Renekton for Akashi, and that's much closer to the style we're used to seeing come out of him.
They were teasing the Urgot. They're like, do not threaten our ultimate power here. They, if they were actually interested in winning this game, maybe they would have picked up the Urgot, but they didn't want to win. They wanted a little bit of, they're like, we would rather make this a close match, so they chose not to pick the Urgot. And Poppy, I like seeing the Poppy. I think
it's okay.
It is. I'm a little concerned about the level of tank they've got now.
They don't have a lot of damage. Talia brings a good amount of damage. The Poppy we've seen being played by Achimomo still, is it's kind of the third champion. Back in the spring split, we saw a lot of tank champions being played. The Nautilus, the Maokai, the Gragas, when the Galio was introduced at the end of the spring split, we started seeing that come out. But the Poppy was still very strong in spring, and it's kind of something that Achimomo has continued to play regardless. We saw it was a very good counter to Zac a couple of series ago, where using the Steadfast Presence, you just prevent so much aggression coming out. And we could see a very similar thing coming out right now. But we do have Hollis picking up the Cassiopeia. It is going to be going up against Talia in the mid lane. It's interesting to see that he is choosing to pick up the Cleanse here. There's only really the Cocoon coming out from Wyvern that is, a real strong threat to the Cassiopeia in terms of summoner spells. So it's interesting that they choose to go for that as opposed to something like the Exhaust, the Ignite, the Heal, the Barrier, things, or even the Teleporter Ghost that you're more used to seeing on, the mid lane Cassiopeia. I don't know, it's a very interesting thing, and I'm not super convinced. Talia doesn't have anything that you're really going to want to cleanse. Poppy has, the devastating charge, but that's still a conditional stun. You don't have the Ashe on the other team. It's interesting. As of a couple days ago, tweet at Riot Games Japan as to whether you think Rascal Jester or Burning Core are going to take this one. But it is, Burning Core had struggled from not having an early game plan last game. Rascal Jester definitely did. They executed on it very well, but then they kind of forgot what to do with the rest of the game, and hopefully they'll be able to do something with it this time. We saw, again, the Elise leaving the large Raptor up last time and able to make an effective gank in the top lane happen. It'll be interesting to see if they do that again. It's not going to be as safe Elise and Poppy don't do the same kind of damage as Elise and Renekton do.
Yeah,
So,
but I agree. But my concern right now is with the level of tank that we see over on RJ, right? With the Poppy, with
Braum?
the Braum. I don't think I was going with the Braum. Maybe I think I was confusing myself. So I'm going to take that all back. My question here is, where is RJ going to be able to try and execute and get that pick off early game and really try and shut down? Are they going to shut down mid lane again? Are they going to try and take out that Cassiopeia? Or are they going to try and shut down the Renekton?
And well, it's an interesting thing to do for them right now because both of these team comps scale quite well. Callista scales really well, Cassiopeia scales really well, but so do Caitlyn and Talia. So we have another game of 3-2 frontline backline for both of these teams. As you have the Poppy, Elise, Braum in the front, where fighting up against the Renekton, Gragas, and Thresh in the front. But really, they're just fighting up against each other, trying to prevent the enemy backline from destroying your backline. You have the Cassiopeia and Callista, you have the Caitlyn and Talia, and they will destroy each other if they ever come anywhere near each other post 30 minutes. And it's going to be interesting to see exactly what they do up until that point. And I would not be surprised if we saw a long game as both teams are just like, all right, guys, I'm going to wait for my next item spike. I'm waiting for, my rapid fire cannon. I'm waiting for my rune insert cannon. I'm waiting for my tier to finish stacking. So we're not going to see a whole lot early game unless one of these teams does bring the same kind of plan that we saw last time. Maisie and Akashi are starting here with the Raptors. Similar thing going on the other side of the map as Rascal Jester is again choosing to not start the large Raptor as Yuki tanks up and does a lot of damage to this red buff for Wyvern, giving him a very, very quick start to go on. And it looks like he's going to potentially move towards the bot lane early. He's not going to the second buff on the other half of the map. So Burning Core's bot lane is going to need to watch out.
It makes complete sense. I mean, if you take a look at the Gragas moved over to the red buff very late simply because of the setup that RJ had. And we saw last game that RJ is more than happy to be super aggressive early game. So I'm not surprised in the least. I'm just wondering whether or not Elise is going to be able to get that kill and get that payoff because she needs that so badly. She hits level 3, and here we go. Here starts off the gank. RJ even blatantly allowed them to start pushing back in on top of the lane. So Elise is coming in, BC gets wise, they take a couple of steps back, and all of that momentum is...
And here comes the ward coming out. Not going to find the cocoon quite yet. Does have the red buff, the exhaust comes out.
Gets the exhaust and the flash back out of it. There goes the shot, not going to land on top of anybody. Doesn't matter, Braum is going to get the pick. Thresh is actually about to drop and is not getting it. Oh boy, that was close. I'm curious. That had to have been down to single digits.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do see most of the summoners. The only one left for Burning Core is that Ignite right here. Kashi and Achimo fighting quite a bit here in the top lane. Lots of damage being put down onto this Renekton. Barely getting out. Oh boy.
He was ignited. It just the heal. That shield is paying off right now.
Yeah, it's a very, very good spot. Overall, Burning Core are going to be happy with this series of events. We do see Caitlyn go back, pick up the boots here, so they'll be able to make more threatening moves. But again, Achimomo is exerting his will onto Akashi right now, not allowing him to back, just preventing him from getting so much experience, so much gold off of all the CS. He's going to have to teleport back, and he wasted at least a good 30 seconds there trying to back behind his turret. And Achimomo did not let him.
An entire minion wave. Not only is he up an entire minion wave, but like an entire 10 CS, which
ooh, look at the damage
coming back in. Look at RJ. Holy cow, all 3 lanes just being ridiculously aggressive and they're just dominating. That could have easily been a 3-0.
It really could have.
4 minutes.
Look at this. This cleanse isn't doing anything for him.
Nope.
Not having a summoner spell you use might as well be having a summoner just not taking a second summoner spell. And right now, if that had been a heal, a barrier, exhaust, anything else that a mid laner would take, that could have very easily gone the other way. There's plenty of damage coming out from that Hollis, from the Twin Fangs, and everything else. And just put him behind once again early in the game.
Perhaps it came down to all of the Elise... the cocoons earlier from last game, maybe. I mean, the webs. I'm trying to think of exactly what you're saying. Why would she pick up that item up? It's not, or that summoner spell up. It's not helping them early game. The only thing I can think of is last game she had to pick up a very early QSS, right?
But there's no Malzahar. There's no Ashe here
exactly.
that would bring it out, and it
doesn't make any sense. I'm trying to find any possible excuse or any reason right now. Maybe it opens up for a different item that's not a Mercurial or not a QSS item.
I
But
don't
it
I don't
doesn't
even
make
see
any
that.
sense.
Yeah, it's
I don't
such a
get it either.
such a weird choice. And right now, Wyvern's starting to move up once again. They can put Achimomo that far ahead of Akashi this time. Akashi's not going to outscale his Poppy. Poppy is another character that just gets huge the later the game goes. Just being able to put out not even that much damage, but just crazy tank stats, and she won't die. Akashi has until about 30 minutes to be relevant in this game, and right now, he's not. He's just really not anywhere near the point he needs to be.
No.
And right now, he's threatened to get dived.
Yes.
Wyvern is still behind him.
And I mean, look, it makes sense that they're actually trying to push back up on the top lane, trying to do whatever they can. Poppy's going to start diving back in on Renekton. Lots of play, lots of threatening going on. But, I mean, BC's completely aware of where this Elise is. The ward is perfectly placed on top of her right now. And is
Mrs.
going to go
Cocoon.
get out. It doesn't matter. I think she's going to be able to get the pick all the
It's
same.
a lot of minions.
She needs to stop missing those. Oh, there she gets it. Okay, so that was very close. But all of a sudden, that is two very crucial cocoons that she's missed.
It is.
Right? It would have a quick yes. They got the kill all the same up at the top lane, but that was the missed opportunity on Braum in the bot, or on Thresh in the bot lane earlier.
Yeah, and Wyvern's showing an aggression, and again, Akashi's so far behind. This time he's not on a character that will scale. So we are once again seeing Burning Core needs to have some member step up, and it's not Akashi right now. It needs to be Zeros. It needs to be Hollis, because otherwise there's nowhere this damage is going to be coming from on the team.
Absolutely. So I'm trying to figure out right now what the next move is. Where's RJ going to... They've got a nice little advantage. They're up about 1.5k, right? What are they going to do with it? Are they going to push another lane? Are they going to try and shut down the Renekton? Are they going to try and shut down the Cassiopeia? Or are they going to actually try and go into objectives for once?
Well, with the Talia is definitely a character that likes to roam a lot, so I wouldn't be surprised if we started seeing them either completely crush Renekton, making sure Poppy's so far ahead that it doesn't matter if a Burning Core member gets ahead, they won't be able to kill the Poppy, but with the Weaver's Wall and the Cocoon coming out right now, it looks like we are going to start a fight. The Dark
Big
Passage
aggression.
comes in.
We actually have the Lantern come back out, and it's going to get the great pick right on top of
Zeros.
Yuki, and that's going to get the big bit of excuse me. What am I trying to get to right here? Actually, Caitlyn's going to go ahead and get the pick on top of Callista. Everybody's running for their life. BC is actually taking a lot of damage. Knows perfectly well he's down as well. Ignite is going to happen on top of Gragas, but he gets out. That was interesting.
That was bad.
Yeah. That was horrible.
Yeah, we got to call that one like we see it. Burning Core goes in, misses the flay onto Braum, doesn't get a good death sentence, and Maisie wasn't even level 6 yet. He didn't even have the explosive cask available. And this is the kind of move that we talk about Hollis just playing solo queue. No competitive player should be doing this right now. Coming around the backside, they'll just turn onto him, kill him. Meanwhile, Akashi was looking for a teleport, but now there's nothing for him to teleport to. Hollis is trying to use the Petrifying Gaze.
And that's
why
gonna
are
drop.
you there?
No idea. Not only did she miss that entire shot with all that poison trail, she doesn't even go. She didn't even leave. She should have just realized the tower's dead. I need to leave or I'm dead. She didn't choose to do that at all. Renekton somehow gets back out again. This is going horribly for BC right now.
Now, we saw this happen last game, too.
I disagree. Yes, we saw RJ making some extreme plays, but it wasn't because BC was playing poorly. RJ was playing well. BC is making some very interesting. I'm trying to be polite here. It's not interesting, but we see what's going on. They're not actually pulling anything off right now. It's like poor positioning, poor planning. They're not, I don't know. BC need to wake up a little bit here.
Yeah, this is not looking good. We do see Akashi falling really far behind. Hollis, we said he does some weird things, and that was exactly what he did there. He went behind the enemy turret. He went behind the enemy team by himself. Akashi was clearly looking for a teleport, but Achimon was able to jump on him and really punish him for that. Quick stutter there in our broadcast, but it's going to be all right as we get back. And Noah, he's not as strong of a player as Zeros, but right now it doesn't matter. He's up 3 kills to 0. And Zeros, he will scale very well, but he's going to be behind for almost this entire game without a huge miracle coming out. Able to put a lot of gold there, and with the lane swap coming out, Akashi's 2 levels behind. He can't fight Achimomo. This is too long of a lane coming at him with the slow, with everything, and he's taking him down to half health. That wasn't even a full commit.
Nope, not in the least. And I think one of the big things that RJ is doing right this time is that they decided, let's not go pick up on top lane. We realized that Akasi?
Yeah, Akashi.
Akashi is not the threat here. The top lane is not the problem. It's the bot lane. Let's shut them down. They gave the kills over to the Caitlyn, over to the Braum, right? And it's working out for them. So I'm very glad to see that transition. So is it going to work out in the long run, though, for them?
And
lots of aggression. Look at this. They're just getting free towers. They 3v3 back up in the top lane. Thresh is going wide, hard left with the hooks right now, and it's just not doing anybody any good.
Yeah, it's a very scary position for Burning Core to be in right now. Paula's sitting on a wasted summoner spell, and just dealing with the fact that Lavia doesn't have a teleport, but the Weaver's Wall is almost as good. You're able to move around very quickly, and right now we're panning out as we see Achimon coming around the back. Hollis is in a bad spot, doesn't have a whole lot of anywhere to go. Coming in, there's 3 members here.
And that's actually going to get the pick off, forces the teleport back in. Doesn't matter. The tower is going to drop back up in the top lane, and everybody else is forced to retreat back out. The teleport is canceled.
Yeah, no surprise there. He did use the cleanse, but I don't think it actually helped him all that much. Explosive Cask knocks Lavia around, but doesn't actually do a whole lot of damage.
All it did was show off his positioning, but it's what it is, I guess. At the very least, everybody on BC walks away. That could have gone very poorly. I loved the positioning coming back out from the Poppy. She gets that startup, and they just don't get anything out of it.
No, and with the Dragon available right now, Burning Court does have a small opportunity here with the members of Noah and Yuki still on the other side. They could have picked that up. Ocean Dragon is not the worst thing to have in this game, especially against things that have a stronger sieging composition than you. The Caitlyn and the Talia will be able to clear and put down poke from much farther away than Zeros and Hollis can. And, if you just have that available to you, you can go back, you can go in, get a good fight off, and then just walk backwards and just be able to regenerate back up very quickly. But right now, they're not making any moves, really. There's been some weird things, and with 2 towers down and 5,000 gold, Rascal Jester's in a much better position than they were last game.
Yeah, I agree with you, but I'm also just concerned and trying to figure out exactly what BC is going to be doing to get back in this. We saw this exactly happen last game, more or less. RJ had some great positioning. They got some great kills out of it, and it forced BC to try and reevaluate how they were going to set up their lanes. This game, I don't know if perhaps they were cocky a little bit, because once again, they had a great lineup, right? They had a good lineup, and they were all set, and RJ's going right back in, showing off what they're able to do, get a couple of kills. Oh, come on, you got to get that CS, man. But in the long run, what's the point I'm trying to get to here? Is BC worrying about their late game too much that they're not threatening this back?
I mean, both teams scale pretty even, and again, 4,000 gold, we said this earlier, 4,000 gold at 13 minutes is pretty big. 4,000 gold at 30 minutes is nowhere near as big, and right now, Maisie's looking for a Wyvern, getting some good damage onto him, but taking so much in return.
A lot of damage, gets the pick off, and it doesn't even matter. The ultimate is going to go right back on top of Hollis, who's going to take a huge chunk. Tower's going to drop down. BC has no option but just to sit and watch. Hollis has taken a lot of damage from Poppy, of all people. There comes the big ultimate, forces the ultimate coming out from the Callista, and that's going to be Legato? Excuse me. Yeah, Legato is actually going to be forced back as well. So 5 versus 4 back in the mid lane, and everybody on BC is just forced to watch.
Yeah, this isn't a good spot. Rascal Jester is turning a new leaf, and they are heading towards... excuse me, Baron has not spawned. It's only 14 minutes in the game right now.
That's okay.
But we do have the Rift Herald coming out right now. They're in a good spot. They're in a position to start pushing again. And if they start using this effectively, they'll be in a great spot. Burning Core is trying to contest this.
They can't allow this one to drop, but it's way too late. They didn't even try until it was far too over. The teleport comes back in. Beautiful set by Callista, and it doesn't matter. Thresh is going to drop down to Elise, and that's going to continue on. We continue seeing a couple more picked-offs. RJ is losing members left and right, but so is BC. So ultimately it's a wash, but that could have gone a lot better for BC had they not stalled, had they not spun their wheels, and not waited until the Herald was already down for them to start teleporting in.
Yeah, this is 5,000 gold, all the outer towers, currently 8-2 in kills. Rascal Jester is looking really good.
Hmm.
But they do need to continue making these moves, and we saw them stop doing that last game. If they stop making moves, you'll just give BC time to scale back up. They have a team that scales just as well as you do, minus the Renekton, and he'll still provide plenty of tank presence at the front during all these team fights. They need to be able to do it, quickly. Renekton's behind, Cassiopeia's behind, Kalista's behind. Man, 4-0 still on that Kaylin, already sitting on the completed static Shiv. She's at a really big power spike relative to anybody on Burning Core.
Right, but at the same time, and I'm not knocking, rocking RJ right now. I'm not knocking them and insulting them because they are still doing just as well as they did last game. In all honesty, I feel the fault right now is on Blast Core, or on Burning Core, excuse me. Burning Core is making mistakes. They're perhaps not playing confidently enough right now, or at some point they're just like they're not pushing back the way that they pushed back last game. RJ is doing just as well early game as they did last game, and Burning Core is just they're making mistakes. They're choosing to send in their mid laners into weird positions. They're not going to fight off against. They're not even there at the dragon right now. Where are they? They're split all over the entire map. They're giving up objectives and they're not fighting. And this is just letting RJ completely snowball them right now.
And they're not really farming either. We see 3 members of them sitting in the west part of the jungle, but that means that nobody's able to do anything. And all of the Rascal Jester members are coming here. They're going to be using the Rift Herald right underneath the second bottom turret. And just now, Legato is finishing his recall. Mei Z is still in the west part of the jungle. They're not in a spot to do anything, and this is looking like Rascal Jester just running over Burning Core. They're going to start hitting the inhibitor turrets. Not even 20 minutes yet. It's 16 minutes and 30 seconds.
Absolutely. They did exactly what they needed to be doing. They realized right off the bat that they cannot just sit and do nothing with their advantage. Not only are RJ, they smarten up, they realize exactly what they should be doing.
Wyvern does get
nice
bursted.
Start off, coming back up. Caitlyn's going to get the kill on top of the tower, and it's going to open up all the floodgates for the rest of the team. Forces the flash back out from the Gragas pick, and everybody's going to... Renekton's actually extraordinarily low. Braum is going to actually drop. RJ's losing this one. Braum is down. It's going to continue and pick that back off, and Poppy's going to be forced back up into the air. Is going to get the kill on the Kalista. What is this match? Everybody's continuing to work on top of the inhibitor, and what is going on? This is a very weird match. No, absolutely nobody is of health whatsoever on RJ right now. Gragas is ready to force the fight back, and what is this?
It was weird. They did a good job killing off Zeros Kalista, stunning him, make sure he had nowhere to go. But there's just a little bit of poor, either good team fighting on Rascal Jester, which I hesitate to say, and so much as poor focus on the part of Burning Core. We saw in that fight, 4 members were blinking red, but didn't go down. And ultimately, Rascal Jester is more than happy with the results of everything that happened here. They do end up losing Yuki during that fight, but they pick up the inhibitor turret. The base is cracked. They can come back. It's not even 20 minutes. They'll be able to push it down. If they can get that inhibitor soon, they'll be in a fantastic spot to just continue pushing forward. Lavia is here in a bad spot, but watch what happens to Zeros right here as Achimomo charges him into the inhibitor.
Pin.
And knocks him up. Nowhere for him to go, nowhere to jump to, and without any summoners available to him, he just ends up going down. And with the Baron spawning in about a minute and a half, Rascal Jester can just go back to the bot lane. They're 6,000 gold, 7,000 gold ahead. They just go back, take the inhibitor, and it's a free Baron in a couple minutes.
Absolutely, and you picked the exact moment. I was definitely trying to figure out where the turning point was. It was when Poppy got that pick, right? It removed Kalista from the match, but prior to that, the only 2 people who had gone down were Thresh and Braum, right? The tanky supports that started up all the plays. But after that, that's when everything started to change. So, well done, Poppy. RJ's doing very well with that whole setup right now, but it didn't translate into an inhibitor, which I think is very crucial because at 18 minutes in, they couldn't afford to have that. Poppy, you're in a weird spot, my friend. Continuing to get picked off. There goes the Thresh hook. That's one dead Poppy. Was that a flash coming out from the Thresh? No, it wasn't. It was just a really good spot. Who flashed? Did anybody flash, or am I just going crazy?
I think you're going crazy,
I
man.
think I'm going crazy. Okay, nobody flashed. I just saw all of a sudden Thresh was about 10. It was about 5 feet down below the Poppy.
But look at this. Even with Poppy dead, they're still able to push on the other side of the map. Baron's coming up soon with all these members here. Aachimamu won't have his ult or his teleport available to get back to the team real quick. But if they find a pick here, it won't matter. If they kill anybody, they'll be able to just push down the 4v4. More than happy to just do that. Instead, they're looking to back out. They did miss their opportunity because Aachimamu took the dangerous way around the Baron pit, and now they lost a little bit of momentum. But Burning Core is doing something interesting here. I hope they're just trying to sweep vision, because it wouldn't be the first time they've done something silly like trying to take this Baron in 20 minutes.
Yeah, but what else are they going to be able to do right now? Have they even taken any towers? I can't see under Braum
They
right
have
now.
not. You can actually see that right next to the gold totals at the top.
Oh, yeah, no, you're totally right, huh?
Yeah.
I never even look at that. So used to looking at the
Who
mini
needs
map.
scoreboards
Who needs
anyway?
a scoreboard, right? Death counters mean nothing. So I think you're absolutely, once again, there's a lot of standing gold coming out from BC right now. I think that's very important because we do see all of bot lane towers are completely removed from the map. We have both tier 1s removed from their side on BC. So is BC going to be able to get back in this map once they start taking a few of those towers and getting a little bit of gold back?
I mean, there's about 3,000 to 4,000 gold sitting in those turrets right now. But even if they were to pick those up, there's still a couple thousand gold behind, and it's spread out. Whereas the gold on Rascal Jester is focused in 2 very good spots. As Aachimamu and Akashi start going head-to-head here, Akashi, now that he does have that completed Black Cleaver, is in a much better spot than he was before. But the gold spread on Rascal Jester is in a great spot. You have 4 kills on your Caitlyn. You have 2 kills on your Talia, and relatively you have 0 and 1 on your tanks. So they're in a good spot. They have a good spot, whereas if they pick up the turrets here for Burning Core, that gold will be spread across the rest of the members. You're currently still just seeing even gold, and you know, it's not important for Thresh to have the same amount of gold. He's not going to get that much. I mean, he'll pick up like a Locket and a Knight's Vow or something like that to help keep Callista alive, but you'd much rather just have that same gold onto the Callista, have the finished Runaan's Hurricane, have other items finished, you know. What does Callista even build these days? I think it's like another Zeal item after that, but it's such a important spot to be, and with not even having the Runaan's Hurricane completed, we took a look at this last time when it was Noah's Ash sitting on the Blade of the Rune King. The Infinity Edge is huge, and Dominus needs to be popped here in just a moment. Aachimamu is going to look for this kill.
Absolutely. Continue to get picked right back on top, and there goes the popped ultimate.
Whoa!
Oh, what a nice flash, and that's actually going to force Akasi is going to continue pushing back in and get the kill on top of this Poppy very shortly. Unless she's just got the speed, and it's not going to do any good. And we're going to see a little bit of fancy footwork coming back in. She's going to run right back out and get out. Ooh. That would have been a very crucial part, the play there.
It was a very good flash by Akashi, making sure that he didn't get knocked away from that hammer blow, but it wasn't enough. He wasn't able to find the last bit of damage simply because Aachimamu recognized that he needed to run away, and in this case, this meant running towards Burning Core's base for just a little bit. And after that, you know, with the boot advantage, or never mind, they have the same boots, but he does have the steadfast presence, so he does get that extra movement speed whenever he pops it, prevents the dashes coming out from Akashi, and overall, just able to get out. But it is a potential turning point right now. If Renekton can start getting those kills, or, you know, those solo kills or picks onto Aachimamu, they'll be in a good spot going forward. Despite being so far behind, Mei Z is looking for something right here. Yuki is very tanky.
Almost gets caught with the cocoon. I'm not entirely sure how much good that's going to do right now, because Noah's only got crit right now. She doesn't have Noah does not have too much extra additional damage. The crit is nice, don't get me wrong, but right now if they're going to peel through all these tanks, she's going to need some additional items. Which is probably why she hasn't been choosing to go for any big fights right now, right? No Bork, no Lord Dominic's, right? So I'm not entirely sure what RJ is going to be able to do in terms of team fighting until she's got that extra little bit of damage, the extra little bit of
yeah. Oh, round 2.
Okay, but I'm not entirely sure. This is just going to go right back to him being a wet noodle fight. Both sides are looking right back for another fight. We do see a couple of ticks of damage going on top of Akashi, who gets it right back up again. And what is this really accomplishing right now? Nobody's continuing to take any fights. Nobody's looking for any objectives.
Yeah, and with the next dragon available, it is another ocean dragon. That would be really nice for Rascal Jester to have. We talked a little about how Burning Core wanted that in order to reduce the power of Talia and Noah, just really pushing out from long range. But if you have that onto your Talia, if you have that onto your Caitlyn, they don't run out of mana ever at this point. And they're able to just put out so much pressure and just siege forever behind the wall of Caitlyn traps that they provide, where Yuki, Poppy, and Elise just present this wall that nobody can ever break through. And we just see right now, just these traps being put right here are in a position where, look, if they were to step onto that, they'd take a huge amount of damage from the combined headshot, the crit, and the static shiv, all being put out at the same time. We're still just seeing this fight for dominance here in the bot lane. Oh man, Hollis flashes the wall.
Big startup coming right back on top of Hollis, who's gonna walk right back out of the fight. And we see Maisie, who's actually taking quite a bit of damage as well. Big pick coming back on top of Lavi, who's gonna be removed from the fight. It's gonna be 5v4 back down. Except for that, we have still the wet noodle fight going back down to the bot lane. Nobody's accomplishing anything, but at the very least, this might just open up a tier 1 tower being removed.
Yeah, and there was a very interesting split there. It looked very bad for Burning Core at the very beginning as Hollis flashes over the wall, and I don't think he actually landed a stun on anyone, just a stun, or just a slow. But right now he's going to be starting up this Ocean Dragon. I like the little path there taken by the little ghosty, but Hollis should be able to do this pretty solidly, pretty safely, but on his own. But it does mean that they aren't choosing to move for any of these tier 1 turrets, which have gold on them. Right now you get the extra stats provided by the dragon, but your team is still behind 6,000 gold, which could be very impactful next time they choose to fight. If Achimon was able to come out there, if Hollis has a less impactful, I don't know what that body slam was about. I wonder if he's trying to get both of them at the same time, both of the traps.
It was good that they removed Lavier, but they still are not able to translate that into anything else. They put all of their weight mid, weren't able to take the tower, so they're like, well, I guess I'll take the Drake. I mean, it's something. So they did choose, for once. They went for other objectives, and they realized very quickly that they couldn't take a tower, so they translated it into something else. They're wanting objectives. They understand that they need to push for conclusion. They need to get into the base as soon as humanly possible and win this. But they're not finding anything, and that's what I'm applaud RJ for actually taking that opportunity, but what are they going to be able to try and get out? They can't take the inhibitor yet.
It's still available to them, though. They can go back right now. Akashi has been sitting down here on this side of the map with no wards for the past 5 minutes. If they were to just find him down there, you know, Achamomo and Akashi are going pretty back and forth in their little fights that they've been going on back and forth and back and forth. If they just go down there and just tip the scales a little bit into Achamomo's favor, not only will he be able to split push for the rest of the game. Uh-oh, Wyvern's going in.
Big setup coming back in. Macy's actually going to take quite a bit of damage. The Grog is going to be forced to take a step back out. We have actually the Cassiopeia forcing the flash, or the ultimate's not going to do any good.
Here comes teleports.
And teleports coming back in, but it is a little bit late coming back in. Big fight coming back on top of La Vie. Actually, Achielmoto is going to take out the Callista, and that's going to be a huge turning point coming back in. We have 5v4 coming back. RJ is going to get the pick on top, and that's 2 down on Burning Core.
Weaver's Wall is cutting them off. Wow.
Oh, look at that separation. It's not going to do a whole lot of good. Big pick coming from the Caitlyn, and beautifully done. Thresh is going to get the rest of the team back out safely.
That was well done from Burning Core for not losing more members there. A little bit of miscommunication made because Rascal Jester, if they had chosen to chase more quickly, they might have been able to grab more, but right now they are starting up the Baron. Hollis does not have his ultimate. He just has the cleanse, which again, a little bit of an odd choice, but Maisie doesn't have anything. He has his flash, is bursted
Beautiful
out.
pick coming out from Lavi, taking out Gragas, and that's completely opening up Baron because now they have no smite, and it's just a free Baron. Beautifully done.
All right, we've seen them have a couple of these beforehand. Baron is a means to an end. It's not the end in itself. If they are able to move forward, well, let's take a look at the fight one more time. They take a lot of damage at the very beginning. Maisie's dropped to half simply from the pick, but not finding the stun off of that ultimate once again means that Wyvern is able to get out. On the other side, though, this teleport puts Zeros in a terrible spot. We'll see Achimomo come in and use a steadfast presence.
Beautifully done.
Callista can't jump anymore, just takes damage from it, and Akashi's now on his own trying to find his way onto Noah, but Noah is already big, and with support of the rest of the team, with support of Yuki and Wyvern, there's not a whole lot left for them to do. And with Lavier not going down at the beginning of that fight like last time, there's not a whole lot BC can do, and now they're pushing up the mid lane. They have a much better sieging team, plus the Baron. They should be able to take this if they want to.
I'm not entirely sure what they're choosing to threaten right now. Instead of taking out the inner turret right now, right? They're not doing anything with nice pick coming back on top of Gragas is going to force everybody to push back out. Big damage coming back on top of Maisie, but he's just so tanky. He gets the flash over the wall. It doesn't matter. They're choosing a different sacrifice instead, and they're taking out the Renekton. So one tank for another, and that's hopefully going to open up a tower with this this great Baron buff coming in.
They do, and now that they're in a position, they should move down to either the bot lane or take this. They're going to try and knock people away using the Weaver's Wall to keep people as far away from as possible. Legato and Hollis cannot affect this Baron or this turret right now. That is going to be one inhibitor, and they should just rotate down to the bottom side and pick up the second one in just a moment.
And they do still have about 20 seconds remaining on Renekton being removed from this fight, but they have used both of their zoning ultimates. Talia's ultimate is gone, as well as Poppy's ultimate is almost off of cooldown, but it was used to threat. And so doesn't matter, I guess. Everybody's walking right back out, and everybody's happy.
And Rascal Jester is looking in a way better spot right now. Currently up 11,000 gold. All of their members are currently sitting at about an item ahead of their opponents, and they're in a good spot. They'll be able to come back in just a moment. The Baron's still available. They have a Infernal Drake coming up in just a moment. They'll be able to take that, push around, and all they have to do now is go top lane, have Wyvern or Achimomo just on the bottom side of the map, pick up that Infernal Drake, and then they should be able to quickly end this game. There's not a whole lot for Burning Core to do. They've been outscaled, their items behind. And unless they find some fantastic picks onto Noah and Lavia, who are not making the same kind of risky moves that you'll see out of someone like Hollis, there's not a whole lot for them to really do.
And I think the big point with this right now is the fact that Achimoto is just being such an amazingly aggressive point pick. Oh, doesn't get the pick, doesn't stop the shot on top of Cassiopeia. So not the biggest deal, but it is nice to know that the tank does not block the shot. Anyway, the problem right now is that they don't have any solutions for Achimoto, right? They're looking for Lavia. They're looking for Noah. They're not able to get him because Poppy is just doing such an amazing job pressuring on top of Callista. So they need to find a solution for that. I'm not sure what that is.
Right now, well, they need to fight quickly, because otherwise these super minion waves are going to start crashing into their turrets. We see Akashi here with the rest of the team. There's nobody dealing with these minions. They need to fight now, or they're going to just start losing very quickly, and they're not in a position where that would work either. They need to be able to get something good onto Noah, a good explosive cask, a good death sentence. And with just another turret down, there's super minions at the base. Nobody's been dealing with them. And those are going to start taking Nexus turrets very quickly. Weaver's Wall is coming out, separates Maisie and Legato from the rest of the team.
Nice zoning ult. We do even see the Poppy ultimate. It is prepped and ready. I'm a little curious to see what's going to happen. We do see Cassiopeia and Callista that are completely separated, but the Baron buff, I think, is about to finish wearing off very shortly, so they need to do... Yep, there it goes. And their big ultimate coming back in. Big startup coming from Achimoto, picking off the Thresh. Beautifully done, and that's the second kill. Cassiopeia is going to be down. Caitlyn's going to be looking for more as well. Doesn't matter. There's an almost ace. Excuse me. Renekton is yet to be found, probably standing back in base, and that does it. Well done to RJ. They actually figured out exactly what the problem was from before, and game over.
Yeah, that's going to be 1-1 for Rascal Jester. Just a very clean game of League of Legends. Not something that we're quite as used to seeing. They were able to pick up the advantage for a couple of their members, and they were able to translate it onto everybody else shortly after, picking up tons of objectives, both neutral and opposing structures. And, you know, we've seen two versions of Rascal Jester so far this set. We have one more game for them, and we'll have to see which version of it we're going to be getting. Burning Core just didn't make any moves, and they do not seem to have the same early game plans that the other teams have been able to execute on.
Both games, RJ chose to go aggressive over one specific lane, whichever it may have been. Be completely aggressive, take that lane, and just snowball from there for at least a while. But the difference was whether or not Burning Core chose to do anything about it. So the first game, they did an extraordinary job of countering it. They switched their lanes up. They put their aggression back on their bot lane, and that's how they took advantage of it, right? So the question is whether or not Burning Core is going to be able to interested in allowing that opportunity again next game.
Well, it is indeed. We'll have to take a couple-minute break here. Once again, this is Joshua Joshi Howard and Chris Christensen coming at you live from Seattle, Washington for this rebroadcast. We'll be back in a couple of minutes to see Game 3 of Burning Core and Rascal Jester. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone. We're going to get into Game 3 of Burning Core and Rascal Jester in just a minute. We've seen two great early games coming out of Rascal Jester thus far. One time they've been able to pull it through. The other time they kind of forgot that you need to continue pushing to win League of Legends.
Yeah, I agree. I am very glad to see Rascal Jesters figure out what they were making mistakes with the first round, right? So my big curiosity right now is whether or not is it Burning Core?
Burning Core.
Burning Core. I keep wanting to say Blast Core. I don't know why. I want to see if Burning
Sounds
Core
like Minecraft or something.
I think I'm taking it from Half-Life. I think
That
there's
would
that
make
level
sense.
called Blast Core,
Yeah.
I think. Anyway, so I'm curious about Burning Core. I'm curious on whether or not on Game 3 they're going to put a stop to Rascal Jester's aggression in that early game. They've gone top lane both times nonstop.
Yes.
But the question was whether or not they're going to allow it. And the first game they didn't allow it, and the second game they just did. They just kind of rolled over and played dead. And I don't know. I guess we'll see exactly what happens. But the question to me is whether or not Burning Core is going to let it happen.
And right now we're seeing, Akashi just getting put so far behind. And, if you're playing on Burning Core, you have to wonder, will that happen again? Whether or not you let it happen, it might happen. But if you put it on something like that Cannon that scales anyway is useful no matter what, you'll be alright. But if you put him on something like that Renekton needs to be able to use that 15 to 25 minute period where he's just a complete monster. And if you're not able to do that, Renekton doesn't do a whole lot. But if you put him on, there's still other options. There's things like Galio and Gragas. Instead of giving that to Mei-Z can play other things. He played a great Lee Sin. But if you give Akashi something like that Jarvan, the Galio, the Gragas, where he can be useful, even if he's put behind, because, Explosive Cask is a great ability. Same with Cataclysm. If he can do those things with different champions, he'll be in a much better position to affect the rest of the game. Now, we have seen Rascal Jester play on blue side both of these games, and it seems like Burning Core has often favored the red side for a lot of it, and I wonder if we'll see just these two teams playing on the same side all 3 games today. But something needs to change for Burning Core. They've lost 2 early games, and they need to figure out what exactly they can do to prevent themselves from starting off on the wrong foot.
So I'm also wondering, what do you think is going to happen with? Oh, there goes the Aurelian Soul. It's almost like it's
Zed?
happened. Yeah, right. Exactly. Is the next one just going to be a Zed ban right now? Are we going to see more? No fun allowed. But I guess that's a good sign that they know their opponents, right?
It is indeed. The other thing that it is kind of bringing to the forefront is, you really see who is expected to be the important players of the team. And it has been Lavier and it has been Hollis. And right now, they are choosing to ban away the Caitlyn rather than give that away. I think that has more to do with the laning phase that Zeros and Legato are able to do against Noah and Yuka. Zeros is definitely a better player than Noah. And if you give him a champion that is known for being lane dominant, it makes it so much more difficult for Noah to even be in a good position going into the mid-game team fights. And right now, they do leave the LeBlanc open that Hollis did play in the game that they won. It wasn't the most threatening thing, but they do take away both the Zed and the Galio, and it is going to mean that they are going to get the first pick in mid, and they're going to look to grab Syndra.
Oh, man. Syndra is just absolutely disgusting right now. But it also interesting based off of the band picks right now. We have also not seen any Gragas, right? Or we haven't seen Gragas being removed. So they chose the Braum. Are they also going to choose the Gragas? What else are they going to be looking for? Are we going to even see Rascal Gesture?
No way.
No, it's not going to be the Teemo.
We have seen Teemo before.
Have you?
It was. They played it in mostly the Challenger series. I think it was picked like 4 times. By a bunch of different people. I think just about every single time it played against an Elise and started the game 0-3, kind of like we saw the Kennen. But, it's not something that is unheard of in Japan. We are seeing the Lee Sin getting picked up. This hasn't been nearly as popular the last couple patches, partly with the rise of Rek'Sai, which mostly happens on 7.13, but on 7.12 still a very, people are already starting to play it, despite some of the bugs and some of the weird things that it does not have fixed quite yet. But with the Graves currently being hovered, BC is looking to pick up strong carry champions for their carry players very early.
Definitely looking for that extra amount of AD right now. They definitely want to go for the extra bit of towers. I'm glad, even though this is a little bit of a throwback.
Ooh.
Vayne.
I don't like that. That's not a Zeros champion. We saw his Callisto's been good, but he hasn't played Vayne particularly effectively recently, and it'll have to be matched with something that is, different. I'd like to see something like an Ashe here. Zaya's not a bad pick. That's a lot of damage and a decent amount of utility coming out of it, as well as a lot of safety, because you're already opting to pick up the Graves instead of a Gragas right now. That means that you don't have the same level of peeling provided to your ADC. But if your ADC can peel for themselves, you don't need to necessarily build a composition around them nearly as much. But Lavier is going to grab this LeBlanc before the second round of bans comes out. He already knows what he's going to be playing against. He's comfortable in that matchup.
But I actually would have much rather seen the Vayne pickup, because not only would that have been a great threat to go up against the Braum as well as the Lee Sin, but it would have also said you can't pick Gragas either. So having that anti-tank right off the bat, I feel like was a big deal, especially since we did see Caitlyn removed. So getting that anti-tank, I think, is a big pick right now. And even though they may not have been their best pick as an individual player, it would have definitely helped out with the team comp.
And right now we do see Varus. We're seeing, the AD carry position is going to be pinched a little bit with the Caitlyn already taken, Varus already taken. But unless they ban the Ashe here, which is kind of a known, you really know that Noah plays Ashe, and he does it reasonably well. But if you don't take it away from here, there's kind of no point to banning the Varus. You need to be able to ban it. There it is. Now Noah's going to have to be put onto something we haven't seen him play in a while. The Caitlyn, the Varus, and the Ashe are really the only champions we've seen him play. It looks like he's going to be picking up this Jhin, which I'm
actually wondering about a Sivir. I mean, yes, we see a lot of extra damage coming out from the Jhin as well as the Draven. Maybe that's what they're looking for in the long run. They don't really have a lot of. Yep, that's the lock-in. So we're gonna see the Jhin, and instantly we see
Bard.
Bard.
Bard's an interesting champion. We haven't seen it come out from Legato a lot. But right now, Burning Core does need to think about how they're going to deal with the top lane. We do see the Jarvan that does have a guaranteed impact on the game with the Cataclysm. But Achimomo will have the counter pick available to him, while Burning Core is still trying to think. They've seen everything they're going to see from Rascal Jester before they make this pick, and Legato's Thresh, not really surprised there. It's something he's comfortable on. It's something that he's been doing fairly well on, with some great Dark Passages, some great Lanterns, and some good flays.
This Jarvan 4 pick is horrible. I don't like it in the least. Braum, Lee Sin, and LeBlanc all just escape.
It is,
but
it's
horrible. I don't like this at all. I mean, what is this else going to do other than go after the Jhin?
That's all it needs to do, though. The Jhin doesn't have a lot of peel if they all jump out, but with the Poppy pick coming in again, it is a more difficult spot for Jarvan.
But Jhin doesn't have been able to do a good job in the last couple of games getting past that front line, getting to the early carries.
It's true. They have not been having great success. I don't think it's nearly as bad as you think it is. I don't really like the cleanse here. Again, coming out from Hollis, he really seems to like it, but it's not the greatest thing. A barrier or a heal would be more effective against Lavier's LeBlanc, but I think the Jarvan provides a lot of utility, and I would have preferred a Gragas, definitely.
Yeah.
But it's definitely something that, Akashi's been comfortable in. It's where he had his first good couple of appearances, and if he doesn't fall behind to the Lee Sin ganks early, he'll be in a much better position this game to affect everything than he was last time. And there's some great pick potential that the team composition provides, especially with the Jarvan.
Yeah, I think the Graves or the Gragas would have been a better pick here.
I do agree. It's a little, it provides more tank stats, provides nearly as much pick potential, and it's a good team fighter. It's all around safe, but Jarvan does have some counters. Achimum was very clearly happy playing the Poppy into it with the steadfast presence, the extra armor provides, negating a lot of the armor shred coming out of the Dragon Strike that Jarvan has available to him. So it'll be interesting to see exactly, how they choose to move around right here. Noah on the Jhin being forced onto something new, not necessarily the greatest pick alongside the Braum, though. It's a little bit of an odd choice. Braum does want fast auto attacking carries. Something like a Lucian or an Ezreal were famous a while ago for getting the double procs onto the concussive blows very quickly, finding the stuns. But you're not finding the same thing with the Jhin. Jhin is not known for auto attacking quickly. He's known for having very impactful single auto attacks. But we are going to be loading right here into the Rift as we see Nothing particularly interesting coming out from the opening builds except for boots
Well,
coming out of Noah.
interesting. Yeah, I'm a little surprised he picked up the boots over instead of like the shield, right?
Exactly.
Doran's shield. So here's my question though. You say that you don't think that the Jin is going to be very impactful because he lacks the auto attack, but I think he's definitely going to be more. He's going to fill in that role. The Caitlyn's coming with all the crits, right? This is what Jin is their replacement for. So they still wanted to go with the very aggressive auto attack fourth shot crit, right? And I do find that Gragas is going to be, Jin is going to be filling in that gap. So I don't think it's going to be, as you say, you didn't think that the auto attacks coming out for Jin are going to be all that aggressive.
I think his laning phase is going to be really weak.
Oh yes, absolutely.
Yeah, it's going to be especially weak considering the support, because we've seen a couple different times during the spring split, especially we saw things like Nami and a Janna being very good pairs. Janna, Lulu, Karma were very good pairs with most ADCs because you would do a lot of auto attacking. Braum's also a character that you want to have a lot of auto attacking from, and especially in lane. It'll be more effective later on. Good grenade coming out there, but it's gonna have some trouble early in the game coming up against Xayah and Thresh. He doesn't have a lot of mobility. He doesn't have a lot of opportunity, and especially after a couple of points into the different blade callers from Xayah, it's gonna be very scary for Jin to move around, as Mei Z is very likely to spend a lot of time here in this bot lane.
Yeah, but we also aren't seeing either team choosing to be super aggressive and go for that early level 3 gank. So we're not seeing any of that more anymore. We're going back to traditional lanes, and I think that's actually a good thing right now. So I'm glad we're seeing that big aggression coming back out from Lavi, coming in on top of Hollis, getting a bit of extra damage, winning that trade. But overall,
Ooh, Wyvern's
here comes the Lee Sin coming back in. The double flashes. That's a beautiful pickup. We're not even 3 minutes in, and Lee Sin gets the first kill. Well done.
Wyvern gets leads on his team. Now it needs to be spread to the rest of the team. But again, this cleanse is not doing anything for Hollis. And he has it again.
I didn't even notice that. Wow, you're incredibly right. Why do you have this? It didn't do anything for him last game either.
I think he used it once, and it wasn't even that effective because it was like a devastating charge from Poppy that didn't knock him into a wall. And so it's just there.
Yeah, I didn't expect this this level of this lack of aggression coming out from BC. To be honest with you, I figured that Hollis was going to be stomping all over everybody, and I don't know. This doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me either. It's what it is, I guess.
Yeah, it is what it is. Right now, Zerost and Legato looks like they're doing a good job down here in the bot lane, currently already doubling Noah's CS. And Akashic's having a much better time right now in the lane than he was in the previous couple of games, partly because Wyvern hasn't been there yet.
That's standard with Jin, though. Jin's never had a very early level 1, 2, 3 lane clear, right? I'm not worried about that whatsoever. As soon as he starts getting a little bit of extra damage coming in with his grenade, he's going to be clearing these minions at like no problem at all. And a 10 CS lead means nothing to him 10 minutes, 15 minutes into the game. So I'm not worried about that whatsoever. My concern is the fact that Talia is actually going to be easily able to dodge any Jin attacks whatsoever. They're going to be heavily reliant on the junglers to come down to the bot lane and help out if either team wants to get kills of any kind.
Indeed, they are. Xayah and Thresh, they do have a little bit of die potential. The Hollis and Lavia fighting it once again. Everybody's here in the mid lane right now. Maisie and Wyvern also going at it, tons of damage.
Maisie's actually about to drop potentially. No, we actually see Lisa, and it's going to take a couple of steps back out. Look at all this aggression, though.
Yeah, this is a much scrappier game right now as Wyvern and Maisie again looking to find each other right now here in the jungle. Wyvern's going to try and find what he can. He just wants to get the last bit of damage onto Graves and really burst it out, but we saw just how important it is to have the jungle presence right there. If one of the junglers hadn't been there, that could have very easily been a dead mid laners. Both of them started moving forward, knowing that they had their own jungler to back them up.
So right now, Jarvan actually has the lead, I'm going to have to say. Not only is he up about the 8 CS, even though he's a little bit lower on health, he still has the teleport advantage right now. Big stun coming in. That could have been deadly if LeBlanc chose to go in with that, but there's no health, there's no mana on Hollis. And that big wave is about to occur. I'm curious on whether or not Levy's going to try and Levy is going to go for it. Lavi, excuse me.
I don't. I mean, yeah, here comes Maisie, able to provide a lot more safety to Hollis. Lavi has to be much more, wary of going in, but still, we're going to see Hollis back right here. Wyvern's going to see, no, he's not trying to back. A cannon wave is a very, when you're trying to back, you usually want to do it when there's a cannon wave coming in. And
that revealed the Lee Sin, so I think the jig is up right now. Actually, Lee Sin's coming back in, gets knocked back by Hollis, beautifully done, and that's it. Everybody walks away. Man, that was actually a good set. I think Lee Sin made the mistake by revealing himself a little bit too early, but overall, it wasn't a bad job.
Yeah, it was very interesting. Overall, it's interesting that Hollis and Maisie are still choosing to stay here right now. This is very quickly becoming just a 2v2 lane as Wyvern and Maisie are just living here in the mid lane. But it's not a good spot for Hollis right now. He does need to get it back in very soon. He's behind a little bit. Lavia is trying to find something.
Threatening, at least. I think that was the crucial one because that forced the back to be a little bit slower and that lets him push him. But let's go back to... I want to ask you why you think Hollis, excuse me. Why was Hollis sticking around with such low health and mana?
He's greedy. We've seen how greedy Hollis is. We saw in, I believe it was game 1, right, where he came around the side. No, game 2 with Cassiopeia, started throwing things out. There's no reason for him to be there.
True.
And
yeah.
Maisie's coming up and he's probably just saying to him, dude, we got it back. We got to get out of here. I can't guarantee your safety. And Hollis is like, nah, man, I got this. He reminds me a lot of a couple of my friends. And, you go in, you try and mechanically outplay them. You don't do it the first time. It's like, oh, it's because I missed, this one ability. If I hit that next time, I'll kill them. And you try and do that next time, but it's like they already have a kill ahead of you. And then you lose simply because you're not as strong anymore. And then you die again. Hollis will keep doing that. Yeah, okay. But he's the kind of player who'd be like, but I'll get him this time.
Right.
Unfortunately, this isn't a game of like Street Fighter Super Smash Bros. Where every game is a brand new start. This is a game of League of Legends where every time you lose one of those little games, you get further behind. Getting good knockback, but with Wyvern and
set up, Hollis drops down to Lee Sin. Is he going to get out as well? He's down to single damage. Nicely done, Graves. Gets the long distance shot and evens it out.
Yeah, there's... right now this game is actually incredibly even despite the despite the kill difference. Akashi is definitely ahead of Achimomo right now, getting some good trading in right here with the early Dragon Strikes, trading so much of Achimomo's armor. But the bot lane is returned to even, and the only real differences we're seeing right now are in the mid lane and the jungle, which could come back to bite BC later on. Wyvern's a very strong player. Hollis is normally the kind of player, and I guess he's a bit of a character too, but you want him to be ahead, and if he's not ahead, he falls very, very behind. And right now, Syndra, they're putting themselves on champions where they need to be ahead. They're not playing things like the Victor. They're not playing things like, what's another good example of that? Not even like LeBlanc, but there's plenty of characters in the mid lane where you can just go even like the Orianna, and you're totally okay with that. And it looks like he's going to fall. Not quite. One more Shatter Orb there would have been enough to pick him up.
Too much cooldown right now. No cooldown reduction, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Too early in the game for them to be able to win with that. But I totally hear what you're saying. Look at this Lee Sin bait. I knew this was coming. Being extremely patient, looking for that shot, coming, gets the pick. Oh, beautifully done. And Jarvan walks right back out of that fight. That was a lot of time wasted by Lee.
Yeah, it is. He's currently going to be okay overall. He is still sitting on those 2 kills. A little bit behind in CS right now from Maisie, but Maisie's going to come in, try and find his way into Lavia. Good stun coming up from Hollis.
Forces the flash out on top of Lavia, and everybody walks right back out of this. And I think that was a very important one. It allows Syndra to push right back down mid and perhaps make up a little bit of the CS. Not a lead, but definitely needs to pick back up that a little while.
Yeah, Maisie is in a good spot, able to use the quick draw to dodge out the chains. Oh no, curtain call's coming out. Misses 1, misses 2.
He's got the ward. He's gonna miss everything. What is going on? That's okay. Thresh is more than happy to bail his buddy out.
He lands the lantern. The only skill shot that matters. But we're coming out. Noah is in a good spot right now. A small lead over Zeros, who is likely going to be building towards the Essence Reaver. Here, Essence Reaver into either the Ruinance Hurricane or the Static Shiv. I've seen a couple rapid fire cannons too. Pretty much any Zeal item, take your pick on this character. But they're going to be going out. Akashi's going for a more aggressive build. You know, sometimes we've seen these kind of characters like the Renekton and the Jarvan. If they're confident in themselves, they'll go for both the Black Cleaver and the Titanic Hydra.
Big
But here we
aggression
go.
coming back in on top of the Braum. He's forced to flash out after he ultimate.
Ooh.
Doesn't matter. He gets hooked all the same. You can't get caught like that. Zeros is going to get the pick off on top of Braum. Big teleport's coming back in, but it's a little too late. Lee Sin's going to completely miss the coconut. Get knocked back around. Mazine forces himself back out of the fight. Everybody wants to walk away from this, and they do so. Very well done, but cost a lot of flash, and they still got the pick. Braum, you can't get out of the fight and still get caught. It doesn't work like that. Big pick on top of Hollis. He's going to get knocked down as well. Lavia is still in fighting range, and
not able to hit the stun. There was a lot of orbs there on the ground. He just kind of missed them. Wyvern's looking here for the next part. Lands the Resonating Strike.
Nicely stunned, and that's going to be a nice pick back off. Wow, that was perfectly timed.
Well done. You know, I just criticized him for missing the Scatter of the Week, but he managed to hit the second one, and that one saves his life. The other one could have gotten him a kill onto Lavia if he had landed it. But right now, he's going to be happy with the fact that he is alive, heading back to the mid lane. Currently sitting on Mercury Treads. I'm okay.
So take a look at something with Jin down at the bottom lane right now. I'm actually a little surprised about. Not the fact that he doesn't have attack speed boots. He doesn't have that. But he has armor boots instead of move speed boots. I'm a little surprised at this because he started in the lane with just standard boots, right? So I kind of figured he would have gone with move speed, and he did not. Is he afraid of the damage coming out from Talia right now?
So, a couple things. First off, Ninja Tabby has been broken as fuck for like 3 or 4 patches now. It's been super strong.
Okay.
Besides that, well, let's talk about that after this fight. Maisie is getting trapped up by Wyvern and team, but Hollis is coming around.
And a couple of extra shots coming back on top of Maisie. He's about to get stunned, but I don't think it's going to be enough. We do see Braum getting completely caught out of position once again. Cinder's going to get that pick off this time, and that's going to open up the floodgates to hopefully push down mid and get a tier 1 out of this. But Lavi is actually looking to save a little bit of that tower damage by just nuking the lane instead.
Yeah, so let's go back.
Saving time.
Yeah, let's talk about the Ninja Tabby a little bit. So Ninja Tabby has been super strong for a long time. We've seen it on almost every top laner, and a number of ADCs are building it besides Jhin as well. What it does is it reduces auto attack damage by 12%. That's a lot. The other thing that it does, though, is you have a lot of auto attack champions here on the side of Burning Core. You have Graves, you have Jarvan, and you have the Xayah. They're all trying to auto attack you, and Jhin provides a lot of damage, but he doesn't have a lot of mobility. So if he has, you know, a little bit of effectively extra health provided by the armor there and the reduced auto attacks, he's going to be in a much healthier position. Now, the move speed boots are okay, but you're not going to be able to use that inside a Cataclysm. Nobody cares. Or you're not really going to be able to do anything with that if you have to walk through Thresh Wall. He's just going to do so much damage and not really care so much about the movement speed, because if they got onto him, he's either alive or dead regardless, whereas the Ninja Tabby do offer him a little bit more safety.
It does make a lot of sense, especially with Thresh's passive as well. He's going to be able to get those extra little bit of auto attacks off once in a while as well. So no, that makes total sense. So guarding against 4 characters, it's a smart move. So I'm glad that makes complete sense. Actually, and then take a look. We even have the setup by the Braum has got the move speed boost now as well.
Yeah, they didn't clear out the pit first, but Hollis is finding his way to
look
Lavia.
at the auto attack. Right click to win. Comes out Hollis, getting the pick off on top of LeBlanc, and that's going to force a big start. Thresh is getting a nice little hook. Doesn't matter, not choosing to engage with it, and they're choosing to... I thought for a minute there that Lee Sin actually got the coconut on top of the dragon, did he not?
He did. He didn't choose to go in on it, not...
Little surprise. There we go. Big, beautiful play coming out from Thresh, knocking out everybody out. Beautiful setup, and...
That's it, just 2 shots.
And that's all you need sometimes.
But Burning Core is in a good spot right now. For the first time at the 15-minute mark, they have not only a gold lead and a kill lead, but they have a dragon. And across the map, they're doing way better than before. Hollis is actually going even or better than Lavia for the first time. Akashi is ahead for the first time in, I mean, since after the 45-minute mark of game one, where he just kind of wins because he's playing Kennen. He's actually doing well. They're doing well across the board, and we'll have to see exactly if they're able to carry it through. We saw one version of Rascal Jester. We saw another version of Rascal Jester, but this time the ball is in Burning Core's court. And if they can do something with it,
a big part of that, I think, is the fact that RJ did not actually choose to push any specific lanes. Once again, we go back to the very beginning of the game. They didn't get the early 3. They didn't go early aggression in bot, in top lane. They did get that kill mid lane, don't get me wrong, but it wasn't nearly as impactful as it used to be. And on top of that, the fact of the matter is that after that one kill, they didn't snowball it into 4 more kills, right? So Burning Core has been, they're in their element simply because RJ did not take that big push like they normally do.
Uh-oh.
Big push coming back on top. Hollis is about to drop. Who's going to get the kill? They give it over to Lavi. Big Thresh startup coming in from the flash. Doesn't matter. And LeBlanc is going to force right over the wall. Doesn't matter, all the same. Beautifully done coming from Akasi. Getting the kill on top of that. We have 1 for 1. Poppy's continuing to get pushed in. There comes the hook coming in from the Thresh, choosing not to go back in. Everybody's going to walk right back out of this, and we have a beautiful little 1v1. Mid laners go down setup.
Yeah, that was an interesting little fight there. We did see, like they were talking about, they're trying to extend that first kill into more, but Hollis was not able to get his ultimate off. He has the cleanse. Still, I just don't understand it. It didn't do anything for him there. There was no exhaust. There was no actual stun. The only thing he possibly could have cleansed that would have made any difference was the snare coming out of the ethereal chains. And it didn't even keep him alive. But meanwhile, Akashi here picking up that first kill onto Lavier, sitting with the blue buff there in the top lane. It's going to be a much better position for him to start pulling around. Ooh, not a whole lot coming out. Just throwing out that trap there, try and spot out whatever's going on. But Akashi's in a good spot. He already has the completed Black Cleaver, going to be able to shred so much of Achimamo's armor, both from the Sunfire Cape and the natural ones he has built up in the Steadfast Presence. But you'll see, just looking at Rascal Jester's team, 3 members have Ninja Tabi.
I'm actually far more interested in the bot lane right now, especially because you have the Talia and the Thresh that are in such a good position. They've done a great job. Perhaps not taking out Jhin, but they have taken out Braum twice. For you to be able to take out such a tanky champion twice in a row like that, as well as just keep... They are obviously threatening down Jhin. Yes, he's got... Oh, beautiful setup coming nicely. Stunned out from Hollis. Catching 2. Ultimate's coming out. Press R to win. Doesn't... So incredibly close. As Graves does ultimate and does force the Lee Sin to drop down to about single-digit HP.
Yeah, so, and right now, well, we do see Zaya does have the Essence Reaver completed. She's in a good spot.
Zaya, excuse me. I keep saying Talia. I don't mean Talia. I'm sorry.
It's all right. We know what you mean. But he does have the Essence Reaver completed. Also sitting on the Ninja Tabi. Going to do a good job there. Starting to push things around. Getting tons of crit damage. Now, the interesting thing that we don't see on just about any other character is the crit scaling that Zaya has on her E on the Blade Collar. Is something that you don't really see. And one of the reasons why this Essence Reaver is such a popular item on this character is simply because you're able to do so much with it. It gets you some early damage. It gets you cooldown reduction, which helps a lot with the fact that you are casting a lot of spells. Wow, Hachiman was starting to take control of this top lane.
Yeah, and I think that was expected. We've seen a lot of that coming out from the Poppy in the last couple of games too, right? So this is nothing new. They're starting to get in their element. Whoa! What a good setup. That was a fun little dance coming out from both sides. Unfortunately, Hollis does lose that one, much to the benefit of LeBlanc. Well done. But what a dance. We had a lot of setup coming out, and that's going to translate into a tier 1 up in the top lane. Or a tower in the top lane going down.
Yeah, and Wyvern and Hachimoma killing out here. There's not a whole lot that Akashi should be able to do about this. It does fall, giving Rascal Jester a gold lead. But this game is much more even than the ones we've seen before. And right now, with the Baron spawning pretty soon, nobody's going for the Rift Herald. The next dragon is spawning in about a minute as well. We're going to start seeing some explosive fights coming out, as neither team should be willing to just give up these objectives. They're both in a position to fight for them.
Sure, but I think the big reason why it's so much more even this time is we are on game 3. Both teams are on the bottom of the bracket right now. They both desperately need a win. And seeing exactly what happened with the last 2 games, it can go heads or tails no matter what. So I think the big question right now is whether or not each. I don't know. We're very much in a coin flip scenario right now, and neither team wants to be aggressive when they absolutely don't have to be. And they don't want to throw this lead. They don't want to throw a victory.
Indeed, and the next dragon is going to be spawning in a couple seconds. Burning Core definitely has a much better position on this. Both top laners do have teleport, so we could see a very explosive event in just a moment. And it does look to be an Ocean Dragon that we're going to be fighting over right now. Mei does look like he'll be starting that. Oh no, they're not quite ready to do it. They do want to find a pick onto someone first, reduce the vision that Rascal Jester has around here. And they're doing a good job sweeping out of that. Walking over a couple traps, clearing out all the wards. Hollis is setting up here, looking for a fight. Gets
Beautiful
a stun
setup
onto
coming from Hollis, and he's gonna get the forced out from the from Lavi. You know that ultimate was close. One more auto or one more shot, that would have been a beautiful kill.
And it is a good spot right now. Lavi is going to have to go back, use that teleport if he wants to come back. And he is going to use it. Akashi's going to teleport as well.
Beautiful hook coming back out from Thresh right on top. And that's going to force Jin to take a couple of steps back out. Doesn't matter. He's going to get the kill on top of Syndra. Everybody forcing is ready to sound the retreat coming back out. Jin's ultimate going to get the pick on top of Zeros, knocking him down to half health. Not enough to actually win, but it's going to be a great little threat coming back down. Nobody's going to get the dragon, but I think that's okay because the big question, the big victory there was taking Hollis out of the equation.
It was indeed, and I want to take a look back at what happened because Akashi just disappeared from the team fight. During most of that, we only saw 3 members, while Hollis was on the wrong side of the wall after the Dragon's Rage. But, you know, we are starting to see a little bit of gold going back to Rascal Jester, currently sitting around 2,000 after picking up that last turret. But Hollis is just not quite able to find the kills he needs. You know, he put Lavier at, you know, sub 100 health, and that's great, but you need to be able to actually finalize that kill, because if you don't do it against a character with teleport, he's just going to come back, and was able to make, you know, large impact in that fight regardless. But
yeah.
I want to see what happened with Akashi.
But I don't know if that was necessarily Hollis's fault. Sure, it was. You can always say it's somebody's fault for not finishing the kill, but twice he knocked down LeBlanc down to single digits, right? It was extraordinarily close twice. I don't really know what else to tell you other than that was a darn good attempt both times, and that just didn't pan out. And it had that occurred, had Hollis gotten that final 5 points of damage off, that would have gone vastly different. They probably would have gotten the dragon, and it would have been them who got the tower instead.
And just take a look. We can't see it right now, but right before we went to the pause by Rascal Jester, we saw an interesting thing on the scoreboard, and that is, first off, the kills are currently 5-5.
Mm-hmm.
Let's take a look down Burning Core's roster. There's Akashi, 0 deaths. Mei, 0 deaths. Zerost, 0 deaths. And Legato has 0 deaths. But the kills are still 5-5. That means Hollis
Has 0 deaths.
well,
No.
Math.
I'm good at math.
Well, that does mean that Hollis is currently sitting at 2-5-2. He is feeding.
So you're saying that had he not got those 5 deaths, he would have had a little bit. He would maybe had another item or 2.
Yeah, very
And
easily. If he had gotten
probably
a couple of
would've
those
got that
kills, you know, it could very easily go on. But we talked a little bit again. Hollis seems to be playing so much as if this game is solo queue, but it is not. People are coordinated. People know what they're doing. People are able to relay where you are at all points of the game. And he's getting caught out. He's not making he's taking very low percentage plays. He's looking for things that might work, and if they do work, fantastic. But they aren't things that will probably work. They're things that might work. And right now, we're going to see something coming out of Rascal. Oops. I like that.
That was good. Lavi doing a little bit of fancy footwork, stopping that ultimate, or stopping that hook from coming out. Potentially going to get the hook on top, or the stun on top of Akasi. It's not going to pan out, but we do see a lot of rotations coming back up into the top lane.
Yeah, Burning Core does need to start getting this gold back into their pockets. The one down in the bot lane especially is quite low. Akashi can start pushing down towards this top half. Now, one of the interesting things that we do see coming out from the builds that LeBlancs have been going for a while is the Hextech Gunblade gives you a lot of sustain.
Yes.
And even though Akashi is going to be able to out-damage LeBlanc for a significant portion of this simply because he's very tanky. He's not going to be able to make damage stick because every single time they trade, Lobby's going to wait for the next wave, get the Shatter Orb across the entire wave, and heal back up to nearly full every time. So the only thing he's really going to be gated on is mana, and as long as he has that Corrupting Potion and the Dark Seal available to him, he should be fine.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what that counter is, to be honest with you. I think that's the right way of going about it. But right now my mind is wandering a little bit more toward the dragon again. I started thinking about this one a little bit more. I was curious why this Drake was of significant importance to both teams. Neither in neither of the previous games were the Water Drakes or the Cloud Drakes of any importance whatsoever, right? We see the Mountain Drake go down. That makes sense. Allows the teams to continue pushing in. They've both very much cared about that. They've pushed in with Heralds. They've pushed in with any, with Baron buffs, etc. But I don't know. I think that's just my mind was wandering a little bit more to that. Why was this dragon the one that we just had that massive team fight?
Well, right now at this point of the game, the Ocean Drake is not nearly as impactful as it would be if it was the first dragon to spawn. Because it does give out of combat regeneration. Now, this is fantastic if you're in the lanes and are just trying to, if you trade over and over and just step back a little bit, and if you otherwise trade evenly, the Ocean Drake will turn those even trades into winning trades. Now you don't see that nearly as much. If you're going to see like a trade, instead you're going to see someone forced to back instead, and that's going to be a different thing. Like right now, right here, even if Akashi were to go even in this trade, which he did, and Achimomo will just heal back up in just a moment through the use of that interesting collateral damage. If they had used both of those ults, that might have resulted in a kill, but not going to find that. But later on, Ocean Drake becomes important again as neither team becomes willing to hard engage without knowing they're going to win the fight. You did say this is game 3. Both teams are going to be a little bit more cautious with the way that they move around. And if you take like these weird pokey pseudo engages where everyone stays alive and backs out, the team with the Ocean Drakes becomes much more powerful because they're able to go back and start those scrappy fights at a higher health total once again.
That's fair. So we're 27 minutes into the game. I'm looking at these scoreboards. I'm trying to figure out exactly how Hollis is going to be able to get back into this. They've scored a couple of kills. Scored a couple of assists, but they're still lacking very much in damage. They've got some magic pen, but I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what the next step is right now. I'm searching around. Is it Drake's? Is it Baron? Is it a couple of kills on Hollis? Is it a couple of kills on Zeros? Right? I'm trying to figure out what that solution is for them right now.
Right now, it's a very interesting spot. Burning Core does have a strong team fight team put together overall. If they can force someone out instead of before an objective, before a team fight, if Lavier has to back, if Noah has to back, they're in a great spot. You got a lot of synergy coming out of the Jarvan and the double ADC compositions. He's able to lock up the pop. He's able to do a fair amount of locking up of everybody else on the team, as well as provide the attack speed bonus to everybody else. So they're a little bit okay with just kind of waiting right now. Jhin will get stronger as time goes on, and he's also a good siege champion, but Burning Core also has a fantastic pick composition, which is matched by a fair amount by Rascal Jester. These two compositions are very similar overall in the way that they want to operate, but they want to find a way to get wards forward into the northern and eastern quadrants of the jungle and just find picks from there. And that's a little bit what they're doing right now. They find their way onto Jhin. He doesn't have anywhere to go, just the flash and the heal available to him. And if those aren't the greatest escape tools right now when you're going up against a Graves, a Jarvan, and this Thresh.
Sure, but we did just it wasn't very noticeable of an act, but not too long ago there was an opportunity for Lavi went and intruded into the west quadrant. They found Hollis picking on the blue buff, did a couple of points of damage to Hollis, and then immediately backed back out without actually choosing to engage. I feel like both teams, I take it back. Before I say anything further on the lack of aggression on both teams, we see a little bit of aggression coming from both teams, and everybody just backs right back out again. I think both teams are very, very much afraid, and neither team is willing to lose their opportunity right now.
Yeah, and I think what we'll have to see is we're going to have to see I think we're going to see a little bit of a lull until one of the teams decides that they are strong enough to do this Baron. And Burning Core is definitely in a strong position to do it. Zeros is
Big
getting
startup
jumped
coming on
on.
top of Zeros, then forces the flash, the ultimate right back out. It's not going to do any good. Hollis is in a horrible position, but so is Maisie. RJ is in a great spot right there. Goes down Graves, getting the pick on top of Jin. Beautiful setup coming back in from Lee Sin, who does get the flash from Hollis, but it doesn't matter. It still gets over the wall all the same, doing a great little bit of footwork coming in. Doesn't matter too much. There goes another pick coming down on top of LeBlanc. So we see 3 down coming out from Akasi right now, or Akasi's about to drop very next, and that's 3 down. Burning Core, excuse me. I'm going to call him Blast Core again. That's not their name, but I'm going to do it all the same.
It's not, but now 4-on-2 with the jungler dead for Burning Core. Rascal Jester is going to turn directly to this Baron, and this is where we're going to see a big swing. Right now, Rascal Jester currently with a 4,000 gold lead. If they manage to pick this up, and they should, only Zeros and Legato able to stop them. They're going to sit on a much larger gold lead and just be able to push around if they choose to. But we've seen
Zeros doing a great job with all the poke and actually getting knocked around. Gets the kill on top of Braum. That's going to change the numbers around a little bit. Doesn't matter. Going to get picked off by Poppy all the same. Thresh! Thresh going ham on top. Getting a couple of picks. Is he going to be able to try and get the pick? He's not, and he's going to drop all the same. That was a valiant effort, though. You can't blame the man for trying.
he did a good job, and I loved watching Achamomo head back to the Baron, try and get that last bit of damage, but he didn't even die to an auto attack by Thresh. He just died to the ambient damage that freaking Baron does to everybody else, and it was great. It was a messy fight, but we did see Rascal Jester pick up the Baron in the end. I believe it's on 3 members right now, Wyvern, Lavi, and Noah. And if they are able to push around with it, well, let's take a look real quick at this fight once again. We see Maisie get caught out by the captive audience. Curtain Call comes up, takes at least 1 bullet flash to flash out. Meanwhile, Zeros is forced out on the other side, but Maisie nowhere to go. Noah picks up the last shot. There's a beautiful fall here by Wyvern, falling immediately after, seeing the 3 stacks of concussive blows. Just needs 1 more. Think he can get it. Lavier does end up picking it up, but
That was close.
yeah, it's a messy fight here. Zeros not quite able to get in because of the positioning by Noah on the other side. Just not... Zeros couldn't come in because Noah was sitting on that 4th auto attack, that guaranteed huge crit. When combined with the Infinity Edge and the Rapid Fire Cannon, he just does so much damage to it. And honestly, that 1 auto attack could have been enough to just blow up Zeros from half health. Because of that, he was not able to come in and do the damage that he wanted to.
Especially a big part of it being that Zeros had to blow his ultimate a little bit earlier in that fight, so that he really would have been out of escape tools at that point. So that little bit of crit would have been absolutely crucial. It's just it didn't pan out.
Very true. And right now, Rascal Jester does have the Baron buff onto Wyvern here, able to push in, take the last of the outer turrets, and they're going to start moving in a tour de force right now. They have 4 members down here. Lavi's on the opposite side. Achamon was so tanky, doesn't really care too much about taking all these turret sides. And Lavi picks up the solo kill onto Hollis.
Well done. That's a big, important one because Hollis didn't even get the opportunity to use that ultimate and didn't get to pick off anybody. So I'm a little surprised that BC is even still in that fight or is still defending that turret whatsoever right now.
Yeah, they're in a bad spot. They need to find something, but Lavi is sitting on the teleport. Does find a death sentence onto Achimo. I don't think that's the target you really want to go in, but just a little bit of damage. But now they see that Wyvern's in the mid lane, and this might be an opportunity for them.
So, yeah, I'm not entirely sure what to say at this point, to be honest with you. Both teams are just trying to do their little bit of a job right now. BC is doing a great job splitting or defending the bot lane, but it's coming at a cost.
Yeah, and that's the cost of all, well, the top and the mid inner turrets. We're going to see this go down very quickly. Crits coming out from Noah does manage to take that down, and that's 5-1 in turrets. And extending the gold lead to 8,000 right now. Rascal Jester currently sitting on very interesting build. An interesting build coming out of Wyvern, actually. He's opting for a very high damage build with the Black Cleaver, the Warrior Enchant, as well as the Guardian Angel and Hex Drinker. This is, you know, a Lee Sin that will continue to do a lot of damage, if not necessarily have the same kind of utility and tankiness.
Big fight coming back into the bot lane. Braum is actually doing whatever they can, trying to defend all of the shots. The Thresh hook did miss, and that didn't allow anybody to move in. So, once again, even with this Baron buff, BC is doing a great job defending. They are slowly losing this tower, but it is not melting, and that's the crucial part. Especially since we take a look at the top lane. We see LeBlanc as well as Syndra. doing a lot of work trying to take out that top lane. So the split push is working, but unfortunately right now it's not paying out for RJ.
It will work slowly, though. They are slowly getting a lot of chip damage onto these turrets. And it's, one of my favorite things to talk about in the split pushes is the longer we do nothing, the better we get ahead. But they get onto Zeros right here.
Pick coming off on top of Noah, who's going to get the ultimate back off. It's not doing anything because all it is picking off. Nicely done coming out from the Lee Sin, getting the pick on top of. I want to say Talia. It's not Talia. Going back in on top, and there we go. Coming in from the Jarvan 4, getting the pick on top of Meizu, who's being forced to flash back out. Everybody's rotating back up in the top lane, looking for that Cinder pick. Beautiful stun coming back out. They're not going to get her, and everybody's walking back out. Lavi is still very much interested, but perhaps just stalling for time as the rest of the team go in on the bottom tier 3 and get the objective.
And they opened up the base, and this is huge. Akashi and Meizu, they're only ones here. Hollis has not had a chance to come back yet. And this is the first inhibitor going down of the game, and Rascal Jester is very happy with this right now. The Baron will be spawning again in a couple of minutes. They have this down at that point, and they can just go back and rinse and repeat, just do the same thing top lane, same thing mid lane, and it won't be fast, but it'll be effective. And right now, a 10,000 gold lead, even at 35 minutes, does matter.
Stopped his own back for a little bit, and that cost him. I think the big thing with it was the fact that Syndra actually rotated, or more specifically, both of the mid laners left top lane. They came down to the bot lane, and that gave the power that they needed to take out that final turret, right? That's when everything fell. Both teams were finally able to engage and fight at their own free will, and that's what opened it up for them. And except for that, before that, they weren't making any progress, right? So the split push wasn't working, and they had to group back up, and that's what worked.
Indeed, they did. And right now, Rascal Jester is just going to pause around. They might choose to pick up the Cloud Drake, but we're going to wait a couple minutes and just let the Super Minions do what they do. Akashi does not have teleport. They'll be able to move up towards the top half of the map, slowly start beating down all these different objectives. And right now, they're just in a good spot overall. There's nothing they really need to do except for take some time. If they go too aggressive too quickly, they could easily start putting a lot of gold back into Burning Core's hands. And if they go aggressive at the wrong time, it could be a Baron and potentially a series of turrets and maybe even an inhibitor. Akashi goes over, does get the slow onto Lavia, but not going to be enough. Trades the Cataclysm for the flash.
Great trade.
Yeah.
It's decent. I mean, it's not the greatest thing, but at the very least, they're forcing that opportunity to exist in the future, right? So that's exactly what I was afraid of a little bit earlier, but as long as you're able to repeat that process, it'll pay out in the later game.
It will indeed, and we see Akashi is struggling a little bit to clear out these Super Minion waves. Achamomo has a much easier job of just making sure they're staying on your side of the map, and right now with the Dead Man's Plate coming out as his tank item of choice, it'll be interesting to see exactly how he chooses to do that a little bit later on. Wyvern is now sitting on the completed mob. Now Mortis, they go over the wall.
Is this going to be a pick they're able to pick off, and they're not? Lee Sin's just going to walk right back out of that, barely dented.
Yeah, not a whole lot coming out, and he's not a particularly tanky Lee Sin this game either. It looks like a couple of things are coming around. Achamomo's coming around, trying to find his way to Meizu.
Big pick off.
Ooh.
Look at that damage on top of Main. They're going to drop down. Braum picks up the kill. Not a big deal. Thresh is running for his life. He's very tanky, but all the same, that's not where you want to be. 3 hits right before the stun. Beautifully done coming out from Jhin. Getting that extra little pick off. The big one being Graves. That's going to mean they can't properly threaten Baron in response unless they choose to spend Hollis's ultimate and just stun and nuke absolutely everybody, but I don't think that's going to matter. The rest of RJ taking out the Baron, and that's going to be a big push needed to continue pushing down in the mid lane, in the top lane.
And Lavia was providing too much threat combined with his super minions. Hollis could not get anywhere close. He wanted to, but the rest of the team was convinced that they could not continue trying to push for that Baron, and instead needed to make sure that they didn't lose any Nexus turrets. And it's a little bit, again, Hollis plays solo queue at this level, and it's fun to watch, but you also get these games. He's currently sitting 2, 7, and 3. Now only half instead of all of his team's deaths, but still not in a good position. He'll still do a lot of damage, but he's not giving resources to anyone else. He's taking them all for himself, and unfortunately he's not doing anything with those resources.
Right. Yeah, I agree, but the question that a team always needs to figure out is, hey, all right, so our mid laner, our biggest carry, is behind. we have two choices. The first choice is, do we sacrifice everyone else and get them back into the game because we need them? They are our quarterback. Or are we going to blatantly say, no, you need to sit on the sidelines. We're going to buff up somebody else. They chose to put everything back into Hollis. Is it paying out for them? I'm not entirely sure. But that was the team's decision. And that's working. It's working out in the favor of RJ one way or another. There goes the tier 3. We do see that continuing to drop.
Ooh,
We
Kashi
do
goes
see
in.
beautiful startup coming back out from Jarvan 4, sacrificing his life, but grouping absolutely everybody. Nobody's able to back out because the Cinder ultimate continued to pick off everybody else. Everybody's pushing back in. We do see a lot of extra shields and damage coming back in. They want to fight even on low health. There goes Thresh. He's about to drop over to LeBlanc. Big Poppy ultimate being threatened. Nobody is willing to threaten it and respond to it. And there you go. You were totally right. The combo was that I was missing was the Jarvan ultimate being comboed out with the Syndra stun. Very well done. And there goes the tier 4s. Everybody's winning, and well done over to RJ, who take it over to their nemesis BC.
And it wasn't the cleanest. It wasn't the cleanest set of League of Legends we've seen ever. Rascal Jester should not have lost the first game.
Right.
They took a long time to do anything. They had multiple Barons, again, that they didn't do anything with, but they fixed those problems in games 2 and 3. And in game 3, Burning Core was looking much better than they were in games 1 and 2, but they weren't able to do anything with it. And I think, despite how strong of a player Hollis can be, he is not the player that Burning Core needs right now. He might be the one they deserve, though.
Yes, absolutely. No, you're right. You're right. But at the end of the day, I think the big thing was a couple of factors that you touched on very well. The first and foremost, the mid laner on Burning Core was playing too much solo queue. They weren't working with the team and weren't coordinating. But the second and more important factor to me is the fact that RJ was able to show off RJ's team name?
Rascal Jester?
Rascal Jester.
Yeah.
Rascal. I was thinking Roster Jester. Rascal Jester showed off that they were able to adapt and show off two different play styles. They were able to execute very well with one of them, and the other one they were like, we know when it's time to let go.
Yes.
We know when it's time to play passively, play defensively, and to keep our advantage. So props to them for being able to show off two different play styles and bring it home.
They really were. Well, who do you think was your player of the match today, Chris?
I would have to say Noah. I really liked their play style. Wyvern was a close second for me personally, but the fact that Noah in the AD carry position was able to play nice and smooth and just not give anything away all game is very important to me.
Yeah, that's fair. Noah did a much better job this game than he has traditionally. He was stuck in many ways on those less impactful AD carries, like the Ashe especially, because, Ashe is a character that has a lot of impact, particularly when you give them, excuse me, I'm going to back up a little bit. I don't know where I was going with that.
Please do.
Ashe is a character that will have an impact no matter what, simply because of how powerful the Enchanted Crystal Arrow is. Even if you miss it, you do force people to move around, as well as build those Quicksilver Sashes like we saw in Game 1, where 3 members had it. When you start getting things like the Jhin or the Caitlyn, they aren't necessarily going to have the same level of impact, partly because they need to scale up, partly because they don't have ultimates that are just a very super clear go button, and they managed to do that. He managed to find impacts. He found plenty of the captive audience with the Deadly Flourish. He was able to get plenty coming out. Curtain calls were great. They provided so much threat, and they were able to eventually pull it through. Now, again, Wyvern, Game 1 and 2, fantastic start. Game 1, he wasn't able to extend it to the rest of his team, though, and that's what we've talked about so many times, is that is what he needs to do. And if he doesn't do that, it doesn't matter that he got ahead in the early game. But he did it a couple of times. He had some early good ganks, some good early pressure, and if they can continue to do that, they have a chance to move up with the standings, contend with 7th Heaven, potentially even with unsold stuff. I hesitate to say they'll ever be on the same level as Rampage or Detonation Focus Me, but for now, they're just happy that they're not at the bottom of the standings anymore. They're currently sitting at 1-4 overall. They've taken a couple of games here and there, but they still need to be able to push forward and find ways to climb the standings. Otherwise, they're going to end up at relegation, which is not something that they've seen in a long time. Japan does have the bottom 2 teams at the end of the standings go to relegations, and right now there's looking to be Burning Core and Rascal Jester. Burning Core has done it before. Rascal Jester hasn't done it in a while, and they need to be able to pick up a couple of games so they can send someone else there in their stead.
Absolutely. Well, thank you all very much. And do you want to give them the closing before we go a break?
Well, yeah, it's it's been a great first set. We got 2 more coming up. Next up, we're gonna watch Seventh Heaven take on Unsold Stuff Gaming, and then after that, of course, it's Rampage and Detonation Focus Me. This is Joshua Joshi Howard,
My name is Christopher Crisscross Christensen.
and we'll be back in a couple minutes. Take it easy, folks. We're gonna grab something to eat. You should do the same. Welcome back, everyone. This is once again Joshua Joshi Howard and Chris Crisscross Christensen coming at you live from Seattle, Washington with the second game of Week 5 of the LJL. Right now, we do have our next game is going to be 7th Heaven taking on Unsold Stuff Gaming, and these guys are one step up above what we saw last time. These guys are both sitting on 2-2, having both taken a couple games off some of the better teams in the league, and now they're competing right now to determine who's going to be sitting in that third spot and who gets knocked down to fourth.
So I think this is going to be much more of an aggressive lineup than the last couple of matches. We were definitely concerned about the setup between a couple of the teams and whether or not they were going to be able to snowball off of the top lane, off of the mid lane, off of the bot lane. But I think that these next couple setups are going to be much more interesting to watch, and I'm very excited to see exactly what these teams are willing to pull off.
Yeah, last split during the spring, Unsold Stuff Gaming was clearly on par with Detonation Focus Me and Rampage, and ever since the summer split started, they've been slumping quite a bit. They've been doing okay overall, but they have not had the same kind of consistency that you would expect of one of these top level teams. They've had games where they've looked very clean throughout and able to just push through everything off of the back of Remind and increasingly Empty. But they also have had a number of games where they've just struggled to do anything. There was at least one game that immediately comes to mind where they were playing up against Rampage, and they actually were sitting on about a 4,000 gold lead at 20 minutes, and then they didn't do anything for the rest of the game. And Rampage was just like, okay, well, I guess I'm going to take your turrets now. Okay, now that the gold's even, I guess we're going to fight now. Okay, I guess we just win because you never pushed anything. So it's another big team where they do have multiple different versions of themselves that they can bring, and we've seen at Rift Rivals that they definitely brought the better version of Unsold Stuff Gaming. They managed to beat both Mineski and Sin Gaming quite convincingly off of the back of not Remind. Now, we'll get to see a little bit. This does happen before Rift Rivals starts, or started, excuse me. It'll be interesting to see exactly how it is that they move around and what glimpses we can see of that USG that, does manage to go to Rift Rivals and really help out LJL's chances at that event.
Absolutely. So I'm actually curious to hear some of your thoughts now. What lanes do you actually think are going to be the most impactful in the next couple matches we're going to see?
So we're going to see, again, mid and jungle for this matchup. It is a situation where both the top laners are, pretty solid. Oppaman does have a decent advantage over Raijin. So USG Oppaman is better than 7th Heaven Raijin. Raijin's been new to the team. He's been doing all right, not having the greatest impact for 7th Heaven. In the bot lane, Herechi and Enti are clearly, in many ways a tier above Brock and Thinton that 7th Heaven bring to the field. But in the mid lane and in the jungle, they do have a good chance of coming out. Savage and Rakenya, the two Koreans of the team, are playing up against Neo and Remind, the two Koreans of the other team. And realistically, if Savage and Rakenya can get that lead on Neo and Remind, they're going to be in a great position to really push through and do a great job with the rest of the map. But they will still struggle to deal with the fact that their bot lane is probably going to be behind for most of it. But we do see right now a couple of the key players. Oppaman's been doing really well recently. He's been seeing a couple of interesting things coming out. Against Oppaman's Kennen, we've seen the two most unique picks that we've seen in Japan recently. The first one, Detonation Focus Me's Paz brought out the Urgot to great effect, actually used it to shut down Remind through the hyperkinetic position reverser. And then later on, Rampage's Evie brought out the Pantheon as well, and Pantheon did a great job. It would shut down the kind of split push, and he was the only 3 deaths on the entire team. He was able to, jump in with the Grand Skyfall and continue to have an impact later in the game when Pantheon is normally considered to fall off, but he was able to get so much damage down. Let's get back to USG. USG is going to be in a good spot to win these games. Their lanes are a little bit stronger, but the question mark does come out in that mid lane is, can Rakenya really stay ahead of the game as he's playing against one of the best mid laners in all of Japan?
Absolutely, and I'm always looking. I was actually very excited to see that little pop up on the character picks and all of that. I'm always looking forward to seeing more Kennen play. So definitely looking forward to seeing a lot more of that. Especially, okay, so let's say either team happens to get their mid lane fed, right? I want to know both of these situations for both teams.
Yeah.
Their team gets the mid lane fed. How does their opponent choose to fix this situation? Are they going to go for objectives? Are they going to look for dragons? Are they going to look for heralds and take more towers? What are they going to be looking for?
Normally what we usually see from USG is if the enemy mid laner does manage to be able to remind, they'll quickly default to a 4-1 because Opperman is a player that's good enough to split push with that Kennen, with that Kled, with the Shen, whatever it is he chooses to play. He can go off to the side and he will do just fine. Regardless, as long as he's not put super far behind as well. But he will do all right in this side lane and really create pressure no matter what. And meanwhile, because Harechi and Enti are usually able to make good, strong plays, we've seen Enti start moving around towards different characters. At Rift Rivals, we see him play a little bit of the Blitzcrank. We see him play things like the Tom Kench, like the Thresh, things that can make these movements around the map and create pressure through a lack of vision on the other team. On the other hand, Seventh Heaven doesn't really have the same level of fallback plan. Raijin is doing okay in the top lane. Their bottom lane is, again, they're just doing okay, but they don't seem to necessarily have the same kind of game plan to go forward. So if they don't get that lead early in the game off of some early pressure from Savage, we'll likely see them really struggle to do anything going into the 10, 15, 20-minute mark.
Okay, very good. I'm actually glad to hear you say that a couple of the Thresh, Blitzcrank, those characters are going to be picked up quite a bit. You were also talking a little bit more about a Bard, right? So how much Bard is there being played in comparison to, say, the heavier the setup compared to like Blitzcrank and Thresh?
He's definitely said a couple of times that he is a big fan of the champion, but we've only, I believe, seen it once come out this season, and he did a decent job, had some good Tempered Fates, some good Magical Journeys, but it wasn't as impactful as we've seen previously. He likes to be in the front lines, and Bard's not a character you exactly want to be in the middle of the enemy team, man.
Sure.
And so he's been doing all right. I do like to contrast Enti a little bit to Dara and Vivid, who again are fantastic supports, but Enti, if Dara is the roaming support and Vivid is like the defensive support, Enti's about like 2/3 the way towards being towards Dara. He likes to be in the mix of everything. He likes to make the picks, but he does in many ways oftentimes leave Harechi onto his own, and that's usually fine because Remind, Enti, and Neo are going to create that strong front line, which allows Harechi to just kind of sit back and do what ADCs do, which is rain down consistent damage.
Absolutely. So we do already see the Kennen being removed. It does make me a little bit sad. We even see the Thresh removed. So they're already taking out a few of my favorite characters right off. But we do see the Galio being removed. We do see Zac being removed. We do see Elise being removed. Very standard bans from all matches that we've seen today so far. So I'm curious if we're going to be also seeing other very popular picks such as the Caitlyn, such as the Syndra.
We're probably going to see something. I would not be surprised to see either a jungler or an ADC picked, and it is the Caitlyn coming out right away for Brock. Brock, he was that rookie mid laner, and he's been switched over to the ADC simply because he's been struggling to really make much happen on anything other than Orianna when he was in the mid lane. And he was a great Orianna, but when you're required to pick that first, it presents a problem for your draft. Right now, Harechi is going to be picking up that Ashe. He's been doing some great work with that. We've said that Noah gets stuck on Ashe many times. Harechi seems to really, truly enjoy Ashe, and he uses it to make picks, and he'll use the arrow much more often in lane than you'll see someone like Noah do. Noah waits to use the arrow for those longer range things. Harechi will use it in lane, but he'll take... I'm not a huge fan of this, but he'll use them a lot longer distance, trying to get those massive 2.5 second stuns across the map, which is doing okay. But we do see Savage picking up. I mentioned a little bit earlier that he's a big Rengar player. He's just going to be playing the other side of that coin right now. And Kha'Zix has been seeing a little bit of an upswing around the world. He's, doing a solid job, especially now that Rek'Sai is starting to come back into the meta. He's doing a decent job of dealing with that, but it is countered right now. Renekton picked up for Opperman. No surprise there, banning away Raijin's Fiora, which is always a good thing. There's a couple good Fiora players. Paz is foremost among them, but Raijin is a close second in Japan. But yeah, right now, probably going to pinch the mid lane. Remind is in a spot where can't do a whole lot.
I do find it rather interesting that we're at a point where we haven't really seen... Neither team really has any strong AP picks, right? We may have a little bit coming out from...
Whoa. Irelia ban.
Interesting.
I haven't seen Irelia. It must be something he's been putting a lot more work into in scrims and solo queue. Earlier today, actually, I do know that Unicorns of Love Vizicachi actually picked Irelia up against Haunter's Gnar to great effect. It's a it's a terrifying pick to be if you're Gnar in that situation. But we do see Zyra and the Blitzcrank being banned out against NT, just leaving her mind to play whatever he wants, and that's probably going to end up being a Cassiopeia, to be honest. But right now, NT needs to pick something. It's going to be the Tom Kench. It's the last of the supports we've really been seeing him put a lot of effort into recently, and he's been doing some great work with it. And it does leave your mind with the counter pick.
Yeah, and it's never been a personal favorite of mine either to watch. I hate watching against the Tom Kench, especially with the level of aggression coming out from the Caitlyn and the Braum. That's obvious why Tom is being played, right? The instant anybody ever gets hooked or snared, snagged, what have you, they're instantly eaten by Tom Kench, saved from that little fight. But man alive, is he not? I've never enjoyed watching him being played because he's just so anti-aggression, and we all love to watch aggression. But
it's true.
We do see Rakan. Oh, I love to see this one.
I don't know. We have a Braum already picked.
I obviously, but I mean, where would they put him? Jungle?
There
okay,
we go.
Shit,
That makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, yeah.
As soon as you said that, I'm like, but I already knew Braum was being played. What are we doing here?
So we do see Raijin Shen. That should be all right. And right now, Raimind is going to have the counter pick. I expect to see a Cassiopeia coming out here. It's been something he's been really enjoying. He's looking towards the Karma, though. I'm not a big fan of that pick in this situation.
They do need some nuke.
Yeah, they do need some damage. Karma does okay damage.
Yeah. I'm not saying that they both do a lot of nuke damage right now, but
interesting. So this is really putting a ton of pressure on Herechi here. Herechi is really the primary and in some would say only damage threat that Unsold Stuff is bringing, and it's not even that much damage. They're bringing a very low damage composition, and you're playing up against Orianna and Caitlyn, who are both also good, carries for these long team fights that have to happen for USG to really do anything. If they don't find a pick, if they don't pick someone immediately through the combination of the Enchanted Crystal Arrow and the abilities coming out of Karma, they're going to struggle to really do a whole lot. I'm not a fan of this composition at all, especially in comparison to the one that Seventh Heaven is bringing. So we'll have to see exactly what they are able to bring out over the next match, but I don't like it. I think this is, I hate to say it, but I think Seventh Heaven has a much better composition right now.
I agree with you. I think right now the way that you were bragging about Hereti's Ashe, I think that they were obviously trying to go for something a little bit more aggressive since that was very close to a first pick. But at the same time, the fact that they're forced into more defensive characters such as... Oh, I heard a pop and it threw me off for a second. Just seeing the Tom Kench already tells me right off the bat that they're not so interested in going full aggression all the time, right? So, I that's an interesting Renekton skin.
Oh, yeah, Renekton.
I've never heard of that one before.
Yeah,
that's so fun.
It came out with Pugma and the superhero canon.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay.
It's one of the ones that didn't get as much attention, but it's simply because love it or hate it, Pugma is here to stay.
Oh,
and we've seen it so much.
Good. I think it's adorable. I love it so much. Anyway, so it reminds me very much of what is that new jungler? Forget it. No big deal. Anyway, so let's take a look at the game right now.
Well, what kind of dogs do you like, Chris? I really like foxy, like Spitz style dogs. You get your Huskies, you get your Pomeranians.
You would like Huskies. Why am I not surprised?
I just really like anything that looks kind of like a wolf.
Right.
Right.
Exactly.
And so Huskies are great up there. I actually went to I was in New York last week, and I went to Prospect Park Zoo.
Yeah.
And they had a couple of dingoes there, and I was amazed that dingoes just look like Shibas that have been working out.
Yeah. For me personally, I want a golden retriever.
Oh, there you go. Those are beautiful dogs as well.
Yes, absolutely gorgeous dogs. But
yeah, lots of hair.
But they are, and that's the trick. Like I'm debating it. But we'll see. Maybe one day.
Yeah, I've always been a fan of bigger dogs too. The smallest dog I've had has been 40 pounds. It's an American Eskimo. He's my boy, my little fur baby. He's got at home. But let's get back into the match. Dogs are great, but we
Dogs
got
are
some
great.
League of Legends is, pretty good, all right.
We need a Pugma. We need a Pugma in this game now.
But here we go. We see Remind cheating around here over to the side. If he gets a good, Q down here, he'll be in a good spot, not managing to take any of
Just helping.
the Raptors.
None whatsoever. Even helped out Savage. So
Thanks
Savage
for the leash.
Yeah, no kidding, buddy. So, is that no? That Karma's been returned back to lane. I'm a little surprised to see Karma go and be so aggressive against that, against the Kazakhs so early. That was kind of interesting to see that aggression.
Yeah, that's something we tend to see a lot more with characters like Talia, who have that more consistent damage output, forcing, the jungler to weave their auto attacks and their smite between those different abilities. Karma's just got the one chance, and because they go so late after Kazakh is already starting it, because they can't burst out those minions without it, it ends up not costing them a whole lot for 7th Heaven, but it's also not costing Remind a whole lot. Just the one time going in, trying to use it, doesn't work out, but it's kind of like, oh well, I tried.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, absolutely. But,
wow, that's surprising.
Very even.
55% 7th Heaven. USG was very good last split. They're doing all right now. A lot of people, Kenya's been around the Japanese scene for a long time. He had a brief stint abroad, went to Hong Kong esports for a little while, but now he's back, and now he's back in the mid lane where he was for a long time. He's been switching between mid and ADC off and on for the past couple of years, but now that he's back in this role, people seem to really be excited for him. And
yeah. So right off the
surprising.
bat, I do find it a little bit interesting, even though perhaps it is due to being pushed under tower, but Ashe is already getting a nice little CS boost. Like it was a little bit bigger because it was pushed under waves, so perhaps it was a bit more inflated than it is now. But they're doing a really good job of pushing right back under tower again, especially with the Caitlyn, the Braum. I figured it would have been them who were more aggressive right now.
It could be coming up into a couple of minutes, but right now, early levels, Braum doesn't have anything a level 1. He's got a little bit of poke, but he can't follow it up at all. Whereas Tom Kench, is just looking to poke. And that's what he does for quite a while, and you'll be in a good spot. We'll probably see a little bit more aggression towards levels 4 and 5 as they start getting more abilities in. He can start blocking things with the Unbreakable and just, jumping forward, getting onto that Ashe, and we'll see more parity in this lane coming forward. But right now, 7th Heaven's okay with the fact that they're only down a couple of CS as they wait for Braum to scale up a little bit.
Absolutely. Great little zoning coming out from oh, why is my brain failing me again today? Orianna. Holy cow. Yes. Yeah. I wanted to compliment them, and then my brain decided to go take a nap.
You.
Yes. The mid laner on the blue side over there. Yeah, I love seeing that little bit of aggression, the great little zoning setup, and knocking out that CS right now. So
yeah,
I don't know. I'm trying to compliment the teams, to be honest with you. I see all their little plays, and it's working out a lot nicer than the last match that we had.
It is indeed. And right now, these two teams are bang on even. Nothing too surprising. Karma is going to be able to feed a couple more minions into the wave, but it will be equalized in just a moment where Kenya comes back to help out. Raijin is doing a good job so far of going toe-to-toe with this Renekton. Now, Shen is one of the champions that I like to put a lot of games on because he's a lot of fun. I played him a lot. He was my first champion that I played in the lane swaps back in Season 3. Season 3 and Season 4, simply because he was so good at it. And he's, lane swaps aren't really a thing anymore, but I've continued to play him anyway. And Shen has a lot more early power than most people give him credit for.
Yeah.
He only has auto attacks that he really has, but his auto attacks are so strong, especially if you manage to get the sword to pull through your opponent. You do like 15% of their max health plus a decent base damage, and you can go toe-to-toe, and it's amazing the number of first bloods I get on that champion because the opposing team does not respect the damage that comes out of Shen. And he is going to start suffering a little bit right now as Raijin is starting to get pushed in. Renekton gets a couple more levels in his different abilities, has more combo abilities, but it's not the worst lane ever for Raijin, especially with the Spirit's Refuge coming on that W, blocking the stun that could come out of the Ruthless Predator. So,
yeah.
He's not in a bad spot. He is going to get pushed in a little bit. But Neil's going to start up this dragon. He does get spotted out, though, I'm pretty sure. He does jump across that ward.
Yeah. So he did get spotted out, but I was going to bring up a little interesting point right off the bat that both Caitlyn and Ash started out with Dorn's shields instead of any other traditional item. So that extra little bit of HP regen coming out to stop against all of the poke coming out from the Caitlyn, coming out from Tahm Kench, coming out from Braum, and Ash doing whatever they can. But that Mountain Drake is actually going to be a big deal early on, helping out push those towers in.
Yeah, it's going to be really helpful for USG. They don't have the greatest objective team, so they make up quite a bit for it by getting that extra true damage. They are starting to pull ahead right now in terms of the lanes, and that's, excuse me, mostly on the back of Opman right now, who is starting to bully around Raijin, and I believe this is less the power. See there, just like that little thing, now that he used the Spirit's Refuge, he can go in with the stun. Not quite able to get a
In
whole
a
lot.
horrible spot now.
Yeah, he'll be alright. There is no Kha'Zix nearby, but Raijin able to get the taunt before Oppaman was able to use that stun, put him in a really bad spot.
Yeah.
I was just about to say, looks like Oppaman's in a fantastic spot after using that Spirit's Refuge at that health. Shen should be dead, and then he just proved me entirely wrong. But it's you get to see the kind of things that Opperman did. Opperman didn't throw out the stun when he went in. Just threw out the Q, baited out the Spirit's Refuge, and that allows him to get these microaggressions, I believe would be the politically correct term these days. But
Microaggressions. Oh, I love it. All right, so the funny thing is we're 8 minutes in, not one kill have we seen in any lane. Of course, we did see the Renekton try and get that dive, try and get that early bit of aggression coming out in that first blood. It didn't pan out. We haven't played our game yet. Who do you think is actually going to get that first blood, that first set of aggression?
Right now, I would not be surprised if the junglers found each other and killed each other.
Okay.
Neo and Savage are both fairly aggressive. They like being the enemy's jungle quite often, and these are both very scrappy junglers. They're pulling up on level 6. They actually both have their ultimates available right now. And if they can really put that out, they'll be in a great spot to push through the rest of the map. The rest of the lanes look pretty even overall. Raijin and Opperman are just scrapping all the time. And, Raijin's doing a good job of using that Spirit's Refuge to keep himself safe and taking trades when he wants to. And the bottom lane, not really is happening a whole lot. If we see anything there, it's going to be Harechi and Enti finding a kill onto Brock and Thinton, but Thinton's stinky.
Yeah.
Thinton's stinky. You can't really kill Brock either behind Braum's shield. So I don't expect to see a whole lot there. We're just going to see farming, and that's going to be a lot in favor of Brock's Caitlyn. He just scales so much stronger, especially since Harechi is opting for the Blade of the Ruin King, which does, spikes earlier, but doesn't have the same kind of late game damage.
Right, absolutely. But another interesting thing that I just realized is that USG has double teleport.
They do.
And Renekton is going to be a bit more of yes, you did just talk a lot about Shen's extra early damage with their 15% bonus damage and all of that. But in all honesty, if I'm going to see a big fight in a bot lane based off of a teleport, I'm willing to bet that it's going to be based off of Renekton getting the kill more than a Shen getting a kill.
Yeah, it's true. Shen, outside of the laning phase, and the split push doesn't do a whole lot. I mean, take a look at that difference in the KDAs right now. Opperman is miles ahead of Raijin in terms of KDA, as well as everybody on USG. I mean, that kind of naturally comes with, we said there are 2 USGs. When you get a good USG, you get a great USG. And if you get a bad USG, you get a meh USG.
Yeah.
Here we go. They're fighting each other. Forced to Dragon's Rage
kick
immediately.
out. Is he going to chase? I don't think he's going to chase. Nah. He gets right back out of that. Okay, so interesting little bit of aggression. Nicely set up against Romind, who's being taught exactly how Orianna works. Both double flash, double ultimate, or auto text coming in. First blood going over to Orianna as Shen teleports in for no reason.
Yeah, that was close. He might have saved his life there. Neo's still looking for a little bit, but that was big. They're both looking to fight. If one more turret shot had gotten off.
Here comes the Lee Sin threatening.
Yeah, not going to be able to find a whole lot, but I was close. I said the jungler was going to fight. They did fight. They just didn't kill each other. Neo remained calm, but Rakenya looking good right there. He does have the cleanse as well, and the cleanse in this game is much more passable than what we saw with Hollis taking it before.
Yeah.
You do have the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. I believe that it also works with the Devourer coming out from NT. And so, you have a lot of safety provided by that, where it wasn't necessary before. But let's take a look at that one more time. Just getting the shockwave
Oh,
and
maximum range.
yeah, huge damage coming out as the Thunderlords does proc. Flashes forward, not quite able to get the kill immediately. And that Stand United coming in perhaps a bit excessive, but it's definitely, I'd rather be safe than sorry.
Yeah. I mean, I'm glad he did it, but I would have much rather seen it come in like 5 seconds earlier or something like that. I don't know. It was way too
Yeah,
late for my
that
liking.
that's
He
is
didn't
very
even get an
true.
assist off of it. Why would you even do it at that point?
Yeah, if they had just trading the solo kills would have been not the worst thing ever. If he had come in forward, if he had grabbed it for himself or helped the rest of the team, they would have put himself in a position to really start moving for that dragon, which is now an ocean dragon. Set up all the vision there, but ultimately not super impactful right now. We are going to see NT start moving around by himself. A little bit dangerous here without good knowledge of where the enemy jungler is, but we are going to see a lot more movement, and he's going to start using that Abyssal Voyage in the next about 5 minutes, and he's going to start finding picks here as Neo's going to come over the wall. Blast Cone's over, finds his way onto
Gonna
Thin
get on
Tongue.
top of the oh, big ultimate, zoning ultimate, not gonna catch anybody whatsoever, and that's unfortunate. Nobody was able to get anything done with that one.
That was a little bit of an odd era from Hirochi. It was a little bit too far down.
Well, yeah, I would aim for that spot too. He was aiming right for the the tri bush.
Yeah, I think.
So I think it makes complete sense to me.
Yeah, I would have liked it to aim just a little bit higher because they had funneled them into a choke.
Yep.
But by that point down, it's not as easy. You're not so much in a choke. It's not nearly guaranteed. And we've seen some really cool stuff come out from USG from the use of the Ash arrow. You push someone into a choke point where even though you're shooting an arrow across the map, they can't dodge it. They have nowhere to dodge to.
Right. Yeah,
And there just seemed like a little bit of a disagreement on exactly where they were shepherding their sheep to.
That's fine. I think the big problem, like you're saying, is the fact that they were just so far away, right?
Mm-hmm.
If they would have been a little bit closer, then even as a zoning ultimate, which of course we're joking, is a joke term of missing, right? But at the same time, in all honesty, I think that one was a zonal. Because it's either do you take the stun and the rest of the team engages, you've got Tom Kench that just eats you, or do you actually do you take the stun?
Yeah, and Neo is going to grab and immediately use this Rift Herald. That's
A little early.
unique. I haven't seen that done pretty much ever, just immediately using it. I mean, I can respect it a lot. They do have a good idea that Kha'Zix is on the opposite side of the map, and with vision on all the members, and with this turret already low because of how much Optim has been moving in, they are going to grab the Rift Herald and the first turret. So, a little bit unusual, but I do like it. It's great. It pushes Raijin off. It gives them some good gold. And now with nothing to fight for on the top half of the map for a while, it means that USG can easily rotate down and really move in for this dragon.
Yeah, absolutely. But at the same time, I would much rather see them go for another tower right now. With all the space that they created, forcing Shen to be positioned, they could have either teleported bottom and helped out with the fight. They could have gone mid and helped out with the turret. That opportunity is gone because it was a very, very short window. Don't get me wrong. But at the same time, I think that going for a dragon this early might have been. It's what is Rito doing? We're once again we have another Cloud Drake or something. We're getting nothing fun today. I think we've had like one Mountain Drake and one Fire Drake.
Well, they've picked up. I think this is they picked up their second Mountain Drake of the day. We've had one Fire Drake, but yeah. I'll be honest, I am a big fan of the Ocean Drake, but I think it's partly because like a playstyle thing, right? Different characters like different dragons better.
Yes.
Thresh, for instance, doesn't give a rat's about having an Infernal Drake. It's bonus AP and AD, and he doesn't have either of those, and he's getting caught out right now.
Yep, big shots coming back in on top, knockout going out on the end of Enti, excuse me. Absolutely getting blown up by Shen. Well done, especially with that little sword coming up, and then big shot coming out on top of Ash. Everybody getting knocked around. Big shot coming on to Neo, getting that pick off. Everybody wants to run away on Seven Heaven, taking a lot of damage over at Thinton. Big shots coming out from Oriana as well, who's Caitlyn is continuing to pick on absolutely everybody. 2 down over on 7H and 2 down on UG. Why are we looking over in the mid lane? Oh, I guess
that's
Oriana
where Karma died.
Oriana is getting the pick as well. So a lot of fights coming on all over the board.
So that's the second time that Rokenya has bested Remind in this
Yeah.
matchup. And that's not something you expect to see. Yes, Rokenya is a great player, but Remind is, in the eyes of many, the best mid laner in Japan right now.
Yeah.
Saros has not been having the kind of impact he's wanted to recently. And who else is going to be there?
What
Stops
a
a teleport.
stun.
But he's so low right now. Both of them are in a weak spot, and it'll be interesting. This will really come down to whether or not Remind hits his ult Q, and he didn't ult.
Not only did you blow the flash, but you blew the teleport and gave over the kill.
Yeah,
That's horrible.
That's a very weak spot for Remind to be in. But right now, he's going to be okay with that overall. It looks like he's going to be building towards a Leandri's with the blasting wand. A little bit more damage. We've seen a couple of different. Oh, Remind is choosing. He's not even picking up the Athene's Holy Grail that you usually see on Karma mid. This is a very interesting build choice by Remind. Most of the time, you'll often see like a Morellonomicon into something like an Ardent Sensor, which provides AP and extra shields for it. But he does recognize that right now they have a very low damage team overall. Uh-oh, Savage is coming over. Gets the dragon.
Rek'Sai getting the shot. Another zoning ult, quote unquote. And Seven Heaven just walks right back out with their free win.
Wow.
I don't know what to say other than 7H is just taking whatever they want right now.
They are. They're still behind in gold from that first turret, though, and they are starting to fall behind a little bit in CS, but Remind is...
know it from their playstyle.
It's true. Seventh Heaven is doing a good job of going toe-to-toe with USG right now, and USG is in a is in an interesting spot. Remind, despite being 0-2, is not overly worried about his own position. You need to be more worried about the fact that Orianna is going to skip the power trough she generally has in the mid game. Normally between the 15 to 25 minute mark or so, Orion is fairly weak, but right now they're skipping it.
The shot coming right back onto Remind. Absolutely knows for a fact they're going down. And a third kill going over to Rokenia. So
yeah,
that was an interesting little blast wand coming out.
Enti should be going down here in just a moment as well.
Big Shen dropping down as well, popping the ultimate, does absolutely nothing to stop the fight, oh no, I confused myself for a minute. So anyway, Shen helping out with that, getting the tower as well. They're just going to push right back down middle.
And with the Titanic Hydra being built right away by Raijin, they're in a good spot right now. With the health nerfs to most of the major tank items, Titanic Hydra's been seeing a lot. Oh, taunting forward through Neo, taking a lot of damage from the turret. Does get stunned up by Aquaman.
Coming back out from Savage, who also gets thrown right back under tier 3, taking a couple of shots, but does not care whatsoever. Shen's the only one drop for big drops coming back in. Aquaman is actually taking a lot of damage and is doing whatever they can to stave off. There we go. Seven Heaven just walks right back out. But, man, that was close. They already lost 2.
That was weird overall. Neo chooses to... Raijin taunts forward through Neo. Yes, he does lock down the Lee Sin, but he could have taunted back towards the team and not died to the turret. Let's take a look at that one more time. They go through.
Wow.
He goes forward, trying to find a couple of members, but ends up moving out of his own Spirit's Refuge, allowing Opperman to stun him up. Meanwhile, on the backside, Rokenia and Savage are able to move so far forward, and Enti coming here, potentially not the best spot. They could have moved a little bit farther forward, try and pick up those 2 kills, and that would have, put them potentially in the lead. And right now, they're only a couple hundred gold behind, but the gold on 7th Heaven is concentrated in the right spot. 6-0-0 on Rokenia right now on the Orianna. We said he's going to miss or skip the power trough that they normally have to going straight to the spike of when you start hitting the 2-3 completed items, and that shockwave just doing half of everybody's health all the time.
Right. So I'm actually very glad to see that we're continuing to see Orianna pop off, going disgusting 6-0-0, 200 CS, right? Absolutely blowing everybody out of the water right now. They're going to be a force to be reckoned with. So my question to you is, how do you deal with this Orianna right now if you're USG?
Well, they do have a lot of pick potential available to them. Rokenia is not safe to be in a side lane, which forces 7th Heaven to go for a 4-1 composition with Shen in the side lane. Whereas, in theory, USG want to do that as well, but they have the picks. They have the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. They have the Dragon's Rage. They have Anti jumping in with a Devour. And if you can prevent Rokenia from using that Shockwave by eating him or stunning him before he can do it, you're still in a decent spot overall. Because yes, it's in a great spot. You do want all that gold on your carry, but you would like some of that to be on Brox, so that or to be on Savage so that they can be secondary carries, because that's what happens when you have someone who has all the gold on your team. If that person dies, the rest of your team's actually behind.
Yeah, no, that's totally fair. But I also think that finding a way to get that pick on top of Oriana so quickly before she blows her shockwave, that's going to be a tall order. It's not difficult to drop that, even if it's a subpar ultimate.
It will indeed. It's not a great situation for USG. I mean, it never is when you're behind in gold. But we do see Opperman is fighting Raijin here, taking a lot of damage from that turret.
He's almost healing back up through those minions.
Yeah,
That extra little bit of that heal lifesteal is a pretty big deal. Rokenya, there comes the ultimate. Exactly what we were looking for. Raising gets the pick.
Yeah, that is good. Getting another shockwave, dropping down Opperman, who does not yet have anything.
Neo, what are you doing? Just because you land the coconut doesn't mean you need to go in with it.
Ooh.
There comes the ultimate, gets the pick on
Lands
top
it, Brock.
of Caitlyn, all the same. And that's going to open up the gates.
No.
Nice, beautiful kick coming in. Brock is getting absolutely destroyed right now. Shen's trying to help out, but even with the health, the damage reduction, it's not enough. And Caitlyn still goes down. Now what are they going to do?
They can continue fighting. Oriana doesn't have ultimate. They were 4v3 during that. But, man, there's so many different things. Okay, so I played a little game called Atlas Reactor for a while, and it's a MOBA without the mechanics to it. It's a turn-based MOBA, if you will.
So it's Dota.
Okay, a little bit. But one of the things that we like to do in that is I would call it the cardinal sin. It's where you dodge in a straight line from someone.
Yeah.
And you get hit anyway. And cardinal sin from Brock means that he gets hit by the Ash arrow, then followed up by a mediocre, it was an okay kick from Neo, moving him into a position where, you know, Remind was able to follow up, but that could have gone very differently if he had just simply dodged in any other direction. And because of that, they do get some gold back onto themselves. They aren't able to pick up a whole lot, but the dragon is spawning in a couple seconds. With that little bit of extra gold in the hands of USG, they could potentially really fight for this. And it is another Ocean Drake. Now, one Ocean Drake is not the most impactful thing, but two Ocean Drakes means that you can siege incredibly well, especially now that you have Caitlyn or Oriana, who just provide so much pressure whenever you line up against a turret.
So going back to your little discussion on the cardinal sin of dodging, it reminds me of have you ever watched Prometheus?
Yes. Oh my god.
Yes. That's not how you dodge things. Is running through, just perpendicular. You run perpendicular to it, of course, but
it's forgivable in some movies. You see it in like Indiana Jones where he has to run down a hallway. He's got nowhere else to run. And then you get things like that where it's like, wow, that wheel is really only going to roll in one direction. Gee, I wonder where I should run. Maybe it's literally any other direction. But
or you could be like Aladdin and run toward it and just be like a god. Like, I know exactly where that hole's going to be.
Yeah.
Anyway,
that's too unrealistic for Prometheus, Chris.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, boy.
But we do see a couple item spikes coming out right now. We've said this again and again. Ashe with, the one zeal item plus the Blade of the Rune King does not do as much damage as Caitlyn with the Infinity Edge and the Static Shiv. With the combined double procs, we talk a little about the energized build that Caitlyn often has between the Warlord, Static Shiv, and the Rapid Fire Cannon she is definitely building right now. She's able to get so much damage and lifesteal off of every time that stacks up, and she gets it pretty quickly. Right now, 7th Heaven, though, is starting to move around this Baron, taking a little bit of damage from it, but mostly just making sure that they're in a position where they aren't too worried about any sneaks from USG, and they can move there. If they ever find a pick onto Neo, they're going to be able to take that as well.
So I just want to give some props over to Oriana right now, because Oriana is doing better than 10 CS a minute and has 6 kills.
Yeah,
that's disgusting.
That's pretty good. Opperman and Raijin fighting a lot more right now as they're moving around. Now, interesting thing coming out, I said that Remind was probably building towards a Leandres. He's just skipping back, going straight for the Rabadons.
Yeah.
That's interesting. We've seen a little bit. I know the OPL casters are criticizing one of the OPL players a lot for building that Rabadons, as opposed to the Leandres, as opposed to the Luden's Echo. And right now, interesting. Fair enough.
I mean, I also feel you, but right now, in comparison to a couple of the previous games, we saw the what is that item called? The Dark Seal, right?
Hmm.
We saw Dark Seal, and I think this makes a little bit more sense than trying to go for such a risky item. Like
Hmm.
the previous games, they wanted to go for that risk versus reward. At least the Karma is recognizing they're not going to have that high of AP, and they need to find out an alternative manner here. But like you were also saying earlier, that they didn't choose to go for the cup, Athene's Holy Grail,
Yeah.
right? So we're still not seeing any cooldown reduction coming out from Karma. Well, we have a little bit. We've got halfway, but it's still not enough to contest this Orianna.
It's true. With the man, it feels like just over the past couple of seasons, Riot's just been adding a little bit of cooldown reduction to everything. You get
Yeah.
7, you get some, just sprinkle it around, just like Overwatch with like the Ana emo with the Halloween one, which just comes out with a little piece of candy, just drops it on someone, you put someone to sleep, just
Yeah.
here's some candy.
Yeah.
But it feels like that with cooldown reduction, and right now, unless Remind has runes that is going to give him extra cooldown reduction, which I don't think he would in this matchup. He's still just sitting on that 20% from the Morellonomicon, and he's a very cooldown based champion. He definitely wants those to come up, because after that first burst on the Q, Karma doesn't do a whole lot
Nope.
other than shield.
Yeah, and I agree, but at the same time, to go back to the cooldown reduction point, at the very least, it forces the game to be played a little bit faster,
Hmm.
right? So that is something that Riot was talking about that they wanted to improve. They wanted to make sure that the game speeds move up
Whoa.
a little bit coming up. Nice shield or shockwave coming back up on top of Lee Sin, but not going to do a whole lot. He's just got a lot of magic resist, so that's not going to do much good. But still, good shockwave.
Yeah, it was good forcing him out. It does potentially put some threat here onto the Baron
Yeah.
right now, as we do see the Hawkshot coming out, making sure it's their last opportunity if they've already used, all their wards. And we've kind of stopped paying attention to the bot lane right now, to be honest. But interesting thing, Opperman. Okay, we'll talk about that later.
I think
But
we
USG,
kind of, yeah, I just want to say real quick, I
yeah.
think we've been forgetting about the AD carry positions through all of the matches today. It just hasn't been very influential. It's all been about the mid
We'll
lane.
see DFM and Rampage. If you want
Yeah.
to talk about AD carries, we got 2 to talk about there.
Okay.
Right now, we got some mid laners to look at and a Baron that just got picked up.
But that
by
was just so
7th Heaven.
free. USG just chose not to go after it whatsoever. I mean, we did have Shen pushing down in the bot lane. Shen and Renekton are just completely out in the bot lane by themselves. That was as free as it gets.
It really was. USG didn't even attempt they didn't even attempt to contest, and it was a bit of an error with their vision, a bit of an error with some shot calling, not believing that they could do it. It's like, no, we're the ones with the Mountain Drake. You can't do that.
Yeah.
But 7th Heaven has a pretty solid team composition for taking down the Baron. Savage does tons of damage to it. Brock brings a lot of damage. Even Rokenya is not the best. It's not a Cassiopeia or Karthus level of mid laner doing that, but it is still pretty good. And right now, 7th Heaven is going to be able to, thank God with this Baron buff, we're going to be able to take an outer turret.
Yeah, right? We're going to finally take a tier 1. But what else are they going to do? Mid lane is nuked. Top lane is just not necessary right now. I completely get that they want to take the bot lane. They want to pressure onto Baron, or onto Dragon, right? They want to be able to get a couple more of those. They've gotten one Mountain Drake right now, and it makes a lot more sense for me that now that they don't have to worry about the Cloud Drakes, that they can get something more worthwhile.
And right now, we are going to start seeing the Ocean Drakes that they do have start becoming more impactful with the extra mana regen. Look at all those traps coming down right now, but the extra mana regen, the extra health regen just means that they can push through here, even if USG had put some poke on them, it wouldn't matter, and USG is just giving up objectives.
Well, what else
right
are
now.
they going to do? They're not going to be able to fight against the Caitlyn. This is how Caitlyn is supposed to be able to use her traps. I didn't like how the matches were being used last game, where they were just thrown around willy-nilly. Your objective is to set up an entire series of traps in one position that forces your opponent to take an alternative position. You're not trying to trap them. You're trying to zone them you're trying to funnel them into a different direction. And now that entire right-hand side is completely zoned out. You see 7H all on the left side. You see all of USG on the right side. And neither team has any choice but to continue doing what they're doing. Right? You don't see Lee Sin going in because he can't go in. He's even landed the coconut. He can't go in on top of Shen. It creates a perfect synergy for their team. And
there he
now,
goes.
there you go. So neither team, it put the ball completely in 7H's court. And Caitlyn did a great job. The team used the Baron buff. They used Caitlyn's traps effectively, and it gave them 2 free tier 3s and gave them 2 free inhibitors, and now a second Mountain Drake. It was just smart.
Yeah, it was good. We saw them play some clean League of Legends right here. The threat of the headshots coming out, and I don't think did Remind come back at all during any of that, even as they were losing the second inhibitor? I'm pretty sure he just stayed up here in the top lane for most of it.
Well,
And,
yeah, no, I don't think he went back at all. I didn't see him at all.
Yeah, it was a interesting spot, and
Well, I mean, what else are they going to do besides pressure something else? They're going to get something.
I think this is part of what's coming out from the compositional problems with Unsold Stuff Gaming. We saw, we said at the very beginning they have a very low damage composition, and now they've got this. 7th Heaven has this huge wave, but there's no wave clear. There's not a particularly good team fight coming out of USG, and they're not really using the pick potential that they have on their team. The arrow hasn't come out in a couple of minutes. We haven't seen Abyssal Voyage used more than once or twice to get to a team fight that was already in progress. This is not the NT we want to see. This is not the USG we want to see. They're just kind of rolling over and dying right now.
Right.
Going back to the dog tricks.
Yeah, no, you're 100% right. I think Renekton and Karma were meant to be those wave clear that they desperately need right now, and neither one of them are in a powerful position.
Well,
what a shockwave. Holy cow, he hit 2 minions.
one of them was a cannon minion.
I know.
That's 50 gold.
That's CS value right there, baby. I mean, yeah, okay, we got to give him a break because
he's been doing great overall.
Oh yeah, but man, what was that? That was horrible. It doesn't matter all that much. I think the Baron buff. Yeah, the Baron buff is down, so it's not that big of a deal. But at the very least, I'm trying to find an excuse for that. That was a horrible shockwave. I can't do it. It doesn't matter though. Bot lane, mid lane pushing in. Where's the rest of the team? They're just. Oh, I get you. Okay, so they're just completely out of.
Yep.
We're just split pushing galore. I was a little surprised because I was expecting to see 4-1 rather than 3-2.
Yeah, it's a bit of an interesting spot for Savage, but creating this flank pressure onto them, just able to get those spikes across the entire team, is just presenting enough threat. And USG needs to fight before this inhibitor goes down. Already using up the flash, stunning up Thinton. It's not the target you want.
No, it wasn't, but it was an attempt to take out Karma yet again. She flashed through it, so I applaud that shot. That was a good shot for that was a much better shockwave. It took out more than just CS that time. Big shot coming back in from, ooh boy, Ash almost dropping down if it wasn't for the regen. And big shot coming back out. Very one-sided match, but that's okay. 7H completely nuking USG. Very well done. 34-minute match.
Yeah, it was good. I don't really have much more to say other than that. 7th Heaven, saw their compositional leads. They moved around well. They, Rokenya just dominated the mid lane against Remind, which is not what we expected to see, and they were just able to slowly push that through. Hirechi, though, doesn't look too concerned. NT and Hirechi just kind of like, yeah, we had a bad draft. Yeah, the game was bad, but we know we're better than that, and we're going to come back and show you. It was game one. I don't like the draft that USG brought, and I know that they're a better team than that, and we've seen how interesting we are. I know at Rift Rivals even we've seen a couple of times where Neo has been playing Warwick to great effect. Now we've seen a couple different versions of Neo's Warwick. We've seen it go like 0 and 5, but we've also seen it go like 6 and 2 kind of thing. So it's it's a grab bag that we've seen, but this is a team where you can afford to do that, and if it's a comfort pick that he has shown it to be, why not just continue to pick it? They're in a decent spot. They want to stay ahead of the game, but right now they just need to, I don't know, not last pick Karma in that situation.
So I'm going to play devil's advocate. So please feel free to shoot me down. But yeah, exactly. Do you think that was this just in them trying out a brand new composition or trying to bait out a strategy from 7H? Or do you think this was just a bad draft and they just messed up?
It's hard for me to see that draft being what they were planning for at the beginning. Because you bring out Renekton, who, again, he's got a window of about 15 to 25 minutes where he is, a monster.
Yeah.
You have the Karma, who has a decent early laning phase, but is mostly used to support a high damage ADC. Ashe is not that high damage ADC, and it was the first pick. Now, if they were planning to pick the Karma at the end, they should have picked something like the Varus. They should have picked something like Jhin or Lucian or something that is that high damage ADC. Ashe is picked for her utility, her arrow, and having solid damage. But if you're going to bring relatively low damage from everybody on the team, the Karma just doesn't fit. And if it had
Yeah.
been, we've seen Remind play characters like Cassiopeia, seen him play characters like Syndra very effectively. And I know for a fact at least Cassiopeia was available that match, and he selected something else. So I hesitate to say it was planned because it just seemed like, you know, just got plugged in when it didn't really need to be.
Sure.
But we are done with game one. We're going to take a short break, get back to eating a little bit. Stay tuned in a couple minutes. This is Josh Joshi and Chris Cross Christensen live. We'll be back in a couple minutes with game two of Unsold Stuff taking on Seventh Heaven. Alright, welcome back once again, everyone. We are getting into Game 2 here of Unsold Stuff Gaming taking on 7th Heaven. We saw one version of Unsold Stuff Gaming last game, and it was a very low damage version. We're looking for them to bring a composition we're a little bit more used to seeing from them. What else do you think that USG needs to do in order to get this ball really rolling?
Oh boy, I don't even really know, to be completely honest with you. I think that right now they were just in such a bad spot. They started just getting absolutely snowballed right down, right? I think they even had that big problem with the Herald early game, wasn't it? Something like that. So I think right now their big concern is not necessarily how do they improve their play style, how do they counter their opponent. Personally, if it were me, the way that got snowballed, I would be more concerned about team morale and trying to pick themselves back up and start fresh this next one. Brush off the last loss and just give this one a better go.
I can very much see that. It has been, especially with a team that is often so focused around just Remind. When he doesn't get ahead, he can oftentimes, just look at his face right now. He just looks kind of frustrated by default. Like, that's just how his face looks oftentimes. And when he gets behind, you can
Resting
see
bitch face.
a little bit, yeah. And he just looks so angry when he gets behind. And it's just something he's calming himself down, meditating a little bit. He'll be able to come back. Hopefully, we'll see a very different Remind. And I'd love to see other members of the team step up as well. We're seeing more and more NT. We're starting to see Opperman. Opperman is a player who can start to take control of some of these games. Unfortunately, his Renekton was not able to do it last game, having some struggles up against Raijin's Shen, and that's not a terrible matchup for Shen. It's it's okay at worst. So it's interesting to see all the way that these guys are matching up. Neo and Savage, Savage clearly had a much larger impact on that game, but it's mostly just making sure that Rakenya was ahead. We are switching sides. We are seeing Elise coming out as our first ban of Game 2.
So I am very curious to see on what USG is going to be doing about 7H's mid lane pick, right? They picked up an Orianna, and they did extraordinarily well. They were beating a 10 CS per minute setup. They were beating they had over 6 kills. They were like 6-0 something, right? So it was a very dominating setup by Rakenya. You all right?
Yeah, I'm
If you're
doing all
dying,
right.
I can't
wrong
run
tube.
this. I can't run this stream by myself.
Oh, it's
I
okay.
need you alive.
well,
So
as long as I can click, I'll be okay.
okay, then I'm okay. So we do see the Galio removed. We see the Caitlyn removed, and the Kennen removed. And I'm sad. I like to see the Kennen being picked up.
We do. That's something we're much more likely to see from Opperman as opposed from Raijin. It's no surprise it is getting banned away from him. Braum is getting taken away once again, leaving Thresh in a good position, but as soon as I say that, they take him out of the game. USG has first pick. We'll probably see something being picked up here for Neo. I wouldn't be surprised to see Elise in it. It is going to be the Zac. Now, we have seen Zac. Neo Zac did okay. I don't think Zac has actually won a game in Japan, simply because the only time you really see it left open is against the weaker teams.
Did they play? They played one in the last series though. They played a Zac in the last series to great success.
Did they?
Not last match. It wasn't USD 7H. It was the first 2 teams. I don't remember.
Who played it? I don't believe there was, because Wyvern didn't play it. It was definitely left open, but neither team chose to take it. I remember, at least in game 3.
I could have sworn that there was a match that the red team picked it up or blue team picked it up, and they brought under 3 members out of the team back under tier 2 mid.
I think you're thinking of a different game.
Probably. Maybe
Yeah.
I'm thinking of Rift Rivals this morning. Anyway, sorry.
We do indeed see Orianna getting picked up once again for Rokenya. Not a surprise there. He had a great game. Orianna's been a champion that, despite being a very solid champion in every region around the world, it's extra attention here in Japan simply because all of the mid laners are good at the champion.
Yeah. We see the Syndra in response. So definitely looking for much more of a shotgun pick right now. They want that extra burst. They want that extra power. And but
they
the
have
question
so much
is,
more damage already.
yes, of course they do. They already have the Zac. They already have the Ashe. But I think this is more of a power pick. This is more of a like you were talking about before. You weren't entirely enthused about the Karma pick, and this might be their own response to like, yeah, we didn't like it either.
Yeah, I think Karma pick is great. We've seen a couple different versions of it. I'm a really big fan of the double support, double ADC compositions that we often see. You know, you see things like the Nami, the Janna, the Karma, right? But like Karma Oriana paired with like a Caitlyn and like either like a Lucian top or like a Graves jungle
Yeah.
just gives your team composition so much damage available to you, and you don't necessarily need a strong front line. You can supplement it with like a mid lane character in the top lane, something something like that Shen almost, or
Which got banned.
Galio, but something in that vein, and it's a really cool composition. It doesn't look like we're likely to see that now, especially with both of the junglers locked in. But again, Blitzcrank is getting banned away from NT.
Well, sure, but one big thing that I haven't shoutcasted too many of these the matches from Japan, of course. But the one big trait that I am seeing a lot of is one team likes to play very offensively and one likes to play very defensively. Whether that works or not, that's their play style. And to see a double AD carry, double support setup, I don't know fits with, or at least in the handful of matches that we've seen today, that's not what I've seen a whole lot of. Like,
we've seen a
we
little
did see
bit
Graves.
of it. Yeah.
We did see Graves, yes.
Another version that we've seen, I believe it was actually at Rift Rivals yesterday, was Detonation Focus Me ended up playing Gnar. Okay,
Okay.
let me finish this thought real quick.
Yeah, please.
But Detonation Focus Me Saros played Corki in the mid lane, and it was paired with not too much, but that's another option for a double marksman. You get that with an Ivern in the jungle instead of the Karma in the mid lane. You get things like Lulu. We are hovering over this Rakan.
Yes, we see the Rakan. I love it.
Now that strikes me as a champion that I'm surprised we haven't seen more play by NT.
I agree.
It's a very cool
Oh.
character.
I thought you meant an overall today, but okay,
Yeah.
that makes sense. Yeah,
It's very much an NT character.
Yeah, I love those supports that just love to engage. I mean, I am so sad we don't see more Leona. I love watching Leona, so to see Rakan come back, we see
Alistar.
the cow, we see the meat, the beefsteak, right? So I'm not worried or surprised about this at all. I'm a little disappointed to see such a defensive support being played against a Rakan, but I mean that's because I'm a viewer, not a player. It completes sense to me. As a participant watching 7H play, of course they want to play something that'll counter that. It's knockups for both teams now.
I really like USG's composition, partly because it's very colorful.
It's a pretty rainbow.
You have a pretty dominant color from all of them, and they're all different. You got like the orange, the green, the purple, the blue, and then like a yellowish coming out from Rakan. But then on the other hand, you have like kind of this almost monochrome purple coming out. You got like the Oriana, who's kind of like whatever, and then you have like Varus and Alistar, both kind of a purple. And then you have, what is it? It's like Lee Sin, and what was the last one? And Renekton. They're all kind of like this brownish, purplish, whereas every single member of USG is bright monochrome. I like it.
So about 4 or 5 years ago, back when I used to not play League and I did predominantly play Dota, there was a big international tournament. And it was really funny because after one of the big matches, one of the commentators was like, he said, well, of course I know what the strat was. And they're like, what are you talking about? There was no strategy. This was just lineup. He says, no, this was the no legs strat. Because 4 of the characters had no legs and the 5th one flew. I just hovered. So he just called it the no legs strat. And it's like, I think that just got memed as the strategy now.
It's the most important strategy. I love it. And right here we got some cool stuff going on. NT picking up their Rakan. It's a really cool thing.
Yes.
Being matched up. Rakan, I just have to say that Rakan has probably been one of the most successful champions released in quite a while in my eyes.
Oh, yeah.
Because not only is he, he's played in competitive, but he's not overbearing. He's cool to watch, and his lore strikes, meets up quite well with his playstyle. He jumps in, it's like, look at me, jumps in, gathers everybody up, and then other people, Zaya is the ideal, but you get things...
The cowbell. We don't get to listen to the cowbell. And why do we not have sound? I need more cowbell. Anyway, I'm sorry. Please keep going. I need more cowbell.
He just jumps in, and he just feels so flashy. You feel so good.
I agree, but my favorite thing about him is that he's got 2 forms of knockups right now. Or not 2 knockups. You've got 2 disables on him, right? And What is this game? Dancing, dancing, dancing. Anyway, my big thing about it right now is the fact that if you have to cleanse, you can only pick one. You are in trouble if no matter what. You don't really have a choice. You flash and cleanse, or you're caught. You don't have a choice, and I love that about him. Mains, I mean, I'm also a support main, so that of course I'm going to love that.
He's also fun to listen to, so that always helps.
Well, he's just so cocky. He's just so arrogant. He's like, man, I'm pretty. I'm like, yeah, okay, buddy, whatever you say.
Let's go kill some people.
Yeah. It's like, look at this beautiful feather I have. I'm like, okay. All right, friend. All right. So,
All right. Let's get down to business.
no, we need cowbell. There we go. Big knockup started coming. Oh, there we go. Response coming out from NT, but he's already lit up.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage coming out right there.
Yeah,
I
it
do
is.
want to talk a little bit about this Gnar pick that we see Opperman picking up, because he picked it up very quickly after seeing the Renekton.
Oh, yeah.
7H
actually had very quick responses to their characters. Not only the Renekton to the Gnar, but they also insta-locked in Alistar after the Rakan.
Yeah, I do really like it, but the Gnar has been doing great work. We're seeing a little bit more of it on 712 and 713, and it's a champion that is kind of one of those champions that was always just hovering at that spot right below being at the competitive level.
Yeah.
And now that we're seeing strong split pushing coming out from so many different people, like that Cannon, like the Shen and all that, Gnar does great against many of those. Part of the reason why we haven't seen him for so long is simply because Cannon is a fantastic... Ooh. Good.
Double dodge. Well done.
Yeah.
Rokemia, right?
Yeah, Rakenya. But part of the reason why we haven't seen Gnar is not because the champion is bad, but because Kennen is such a hard counter to the champion.
Yeah.
That as long as that champion is up, you just can't play Gnar. We've seen also as well Vizichachi playing it against Hansers, playing Aurelia against Hansers Gnar, and that's such a terrible matchup for the champion as well. But it's a champion that has some great matchups, and it's a champion that also has some really weak matchups. And Renekton these days is a really good matchup for Gnar.
Yeah. Yeah, I am glad to see the Gnar pick up as well, but man alive, do they have crowd control now. Every single one of the characters over on USG has supreme crowd control. I think I really like their lineup this time. I think they definitely picked up the slack from last time in comparison to what their lineup was.
Absolutely, and right now Neo has hit that level 4 benchmark
Here we
going
go.
in.
Oh, no. Okay, well, at least we got the stun this time, but he's just dodging everything today.
Yeah, Rakenya has been one of the stars, and so many people have been looking for Rakenya to really step up and start really helping out this team, and moving him to the mid lane seems so far to have been a good change. See, look at that. He just bounces away,
Yeah.
uses everything, and now, you know, he'll have it at the same time, and he'll just be able to auto-attack Raijin down pretty much whenever he feels like it. And it's
He
so
did just
difficult.
regen so much back up, though.
He did.
This is going to be a tough lane. I mean, I completely see where Gnar is going to get the advantage in a couple of levels, but right now it's just like he's not making any progress.
Yeah. I like that. And he jumps over to Harechi, and then Dinden's like, no, you go back.
Yeah, right? Ah, love the cowbell. I can't get enough of the cowbell. I am a little confused on where Rakan is going, though. He's obviously warding it up a little bit, but that was a little aggressive for how quickly we were going to see. We could have seen Varus and Alistar just push right back up on top of him.
Yeah, and that's kind of what they're doing. We've been seeing a lot, especially from characters like Rakan, like Thresh, just moving to the blast and that Savage, you know, was moving nearby there, just destroying that, making sure that they don't have to ward or be quite as careful with their warding. You know, they just destroy that. Right now, Savage is coming around the back.
Doesn't see it at all. This is big trouble coming out from USG. They're getting the knock up on top of NT, who's able to dash right back out. Double flash is coming back in. NT is lit on fire. It's not going to do anything. And he walks right back out. Very lucky for USG.
Yeah, that was well done. That could have gone very poorly otherwise. But, you know, Rakan is fairly safe still with the dashes that he has available to him. He's got 3 dashes that he can move around with and stay incredibly safe. Oh, Opperman just bouncing back, just avoiding all that damage. And it's really cool. I really like Gnar. He was one of my mains for pretty much all of Season 5.
Yeah.
Just a really cool little champion, being able to move around between the mini and mega forms. A really good Gnar, you shouldn't be able to tell that he's a champion that doesn't control when he transforms.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely, and I'm glad to see a little bit more pick from him. But man alive, is he going to be disgusting to watch alongside Zack's ultimate? Just all the bounces, all the disgusting crowd control. Oh, here we go.
And then add to that NT's combo as well, just moving them all together in one spot. Jumps on by the elastic cling shot, does tag up Opman.
Yeah,
I have
but
a hard
this isn't
time
the right
thinking he'll go
time.
in.
No. At least it's a nice little threat, but it's not the right way to show off his position.
Yeah, right now, but just the team fight coming forward. You do have, you start off with either Neo or NT just jumping in, getting everybody just bunched up in a single spot, and then it's followed up immediately by the other one jumping in and making sure that they stay there for the Gnar ultimate, for the stun coming across the entire team with the ultimate plus the scatter the weak coming out from Remind Syndra. And if done right, 7th Heaven will just get destroyed by the incredible CC presented by USG.
So I got a little bit of trivia for you.
Oh?
So what's the difference between a drake and a dragon?
I don't know.
A drake actually has their forearms within the wings, whereas a dragon has the wings and 2 arms and 2 legs.
Interesting. And so are these drakes or dragons?
These
I don't
are
actually
drakes.
know. These are drakes.
I mean, they're called. I mean, people call them dragon because who really cares? But it is technically these are drakes and not dragons.
Interesting. You'll have to point that out to me again. Remind me again next time we actually take a look at the dragon or the drakes. Excuse me.
Sure. Oh, I
look.
don't care, man.
But I'm curious now.
It's fun to know the difference, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's kind of like all these different words. Drake,
Wow,
dragon.
look at that harassment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you get, other weird words like worm that you sometimes see, or different things. Like Japanese has a couple different words like tatsu and ryu for dragon. They, you ask someone the difference between them, and just like, if you ask most people, even if they consider themselves somewhat educated, what's the difference between a dragon and drake? It's like, there's a difference.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's just fun to know. I thought it was rather interesting. It made a lot of sense to me, but yeah. Anyway, back to more important things. I just thought that you might like that.
Yeah, that's
form of-
cool. I did not know that.
Oh, getting a little bit of pick out coming. Oh, and we even
That's
have the
a-
teleport. Why did we can't?
I don't have a good pun for that.
Bronze.
I need to figure out something for that. Whenever we see Tom Kench do something like that, you can call it, it's called an abyssal voyage, but I like to call it an abysmal voyage.
Yeah.
I don't really know what to call that one. It was,
Change of mind.
but that puts him so far behind now in this lane. He's down 15 CS. He wasn't able to pick that up, and if he had teleported back to lane, he would probably be still even, but he just lost a lot of CS and gold.
Yeah, and he was back at spawn, wasn't he?
He
wasn't
was,
in
yeah.
lane. I don't know what to say, man. I was willing to give him the benefit of the doubt, and perhaps Gnar stunned him, but that did not happen. So, I don't know. He just changed his mind, I guess. But
Yeah.
it would have made a lot more sense, perhaps, if he had teleported in on a minion.
Yeah,
Because then he could have stopped the tower.
It just didn't look like a good teleport in the first place, so I'm
no.
glad he stopped it. Uh-oh.
Big picks coming back on top of Lee Sin. He's getting the kickoff, but it doesn't matter because Zack is right on top of him. Gets the flash back out of Zack, but everybody just walks right back out. So Gnar getting that pickup, that's going to be crucial against that Renekton. Big flash coming back out on top of Varus. It's not going to matter. The ultimate's going to stun, but ultimately, I guess he gets out. He got very lucky. He caught Rakan with that, right?
Yeah, I believe so. I was actually really impressed there with how well Harechi and Inti locked up Brock for that. They go in with the quickness, followed up by the grand entrance, so he's charmed into the knockup, and then Harechi waits. He does a good job of not just throwing out the arrow like like you might expect. He waits to get the angle to make sure that not only will he hit Brock, but he'll make sure to hit Brock in such a way that he won't be able to auto attack for such a long time. And it was really well done.
Yeah.
Overall, unfortunately, it didn't result in the kill. All the summoners on the side of 7th Heaven end up being used, except for Denton's flash. He wasn't really in any danger of dying, but it was really well done overall. And if they had another item completed, that could have very easily. If they had picked up the recurve bow before that had started, they probably would have picked up that kill.
Yeah, very close. And I mean, he is getting very, very close to the Blade of the Ruined King right now. So, as a matter of fact, they both are. So, they're both more than willing to admit that this is going to be a strong tank game. I mean, look at 7H's lineup. They're going to have to deal with 3 tanks. USG is going to have to deal with 3 of them right off the bat, right? So, I'm glad to see these early game pickup, but I don't know. Why do you think we're not seeing more Lord Dominics?
I think it's I'm pretty sure the numbers on. Ooh,
Oh no!
that's not good.
Completely whiffed. Well, that's down, unfortunate, but that's how it goes.
I'm pretty sure the common knowledge or common wisdom on the Lord Dominics these days is that the Giant Slayer passive, the numbers on it are just a little bit low, and you can get a lot more damage from building an equivalent amount of crit or even just attack speed, just getting that extra bit, that extra auto attack rather than a little bit more impact on the one auto attack you have right now.
Sure.
So I think it's kind of like woo,
Nice,
shockwave.
beautiful, coming back on top of Rewind. There comes the ultimate in response from Rewind. So both of them are consumed, but Rewind's going to walk out. But that was definitely the advantage of Rakimia.
Were you saying rewind there?
Remind. I need my glasses. I didn't wear my glasses today.
It's okay.
Where
Here comes
is this-
Savage.
Okay, definitely looking for that little bit of. That was okay. So he was taunting him. That worked out very well. Anyway, so let me make sure I'm getting the names right. Well, it's obviously Remind, but it's Rokenia.
Yeah, Rokenia.
Rokenia. It's almost like a country.
Exactly.
Rokenia.
Right. Republic of Kenya.
There we go.
Well, first
Republic
turret
of North Kenya.
is going over here to Unsold Stuff Gaming. Oppen picks it up. That red buff that he picked up off of Savage is really doing really well for him. Now sitting on a 30 CS lead. First turret, and now they're just in a good spot. They already have the first Infernal Drake under their belts, and another Drake is coming up. It is going to be a Cloud Drake this time. So, not your favorite, but it is going to be something that's going to be very impactful for someone like Rakan, able to move around and just make sure that they find strong engages. Rakan and Alistar would both really like to have that.
Absolutely. As long as a team is willing and able to take advantage of the move speed, that's all I'm looking forward to here. But it's like, as far as I'm concerned, you really need 2 of them for them to be worthwhile. You really need that 10% move speed, because that would be golden. 5% doesn't do a whole lot for you, but not by itself, but 10% is gold.
Yeah.
I also, what was I going to say? I was going to say something. That's okay. Well, it probably wasn't important.
Ooh, goes in. He does have the Gnar available again.
Oh, yeah. So the Black Cleaver coming out from the Gnar. I'm a huge fan of that pick. Instead of watching a first item Blade of the Ruined King on him, because that's usually traditional. But I like seeing the Black Cleaver and stopping all that healing coming back out from Renekton.
Are we thinking of the same item? Black Cleaver doesn't stop healing.
Doesn't it have, I thought it had,
No, that's the Mortal Reminder that you're thinking of, I think.
No.
Executioners?
Okay, I'm going crazy. I swear to you, I thought it had, what is the passive built into the Morellonomicon again? What's the name of that passive?
Grievous Wounds?
Yeah, I thought it had Grievous Wounds on it, didn't it?
No.
Okay, never mind. Then it's
okay.
a horrible item. And they should have just gotten to the Blade of the Ruined King. I was thinking that okay.
I
wow.
wouldn't.
I need to go look at that item now. I swear to you, I thought that had that into it.
Yeah, no, I mean, Executioner's calling, that 800 gold sword is not the worst thing ever either on these champions. Right now, we aren't seeing, the only champions that are really, must buy an Executioner's calling against is really just the Zac in this. You see a little bit coming out from the Renekton, a little bit coming out from the Alistar, but it's, they don't do the same amount, and the fact that they don't generally build a Spirit Visage until much later means that it's not nearly as impactful. BSG picks up the Rift Herald in exchange for that Cloud Dragon, and they're going to be in a good spot right now. Opperman's finding Raijin once again. Look at that damage he's just able to put down. Just 3 auto attacks there.
Yep. So I was wrong. It reduces armor. It doesn't reduce their healing regen. Not that I'm claiming I was, slightly off. I was very much off. But that's what I was looking for. I was thinking that he had picked up
flash.
That was a very good flash. I was thinking he was picking up an item to stop all of the regen coming back on a Renekton. So that's what I was hoping for. And I was wrong.
That's all right. I wonder, we've been seeing different versions of the Gnar build coming out over the past couple of seasons. So I'm curious what it is that Opperman's been doing. So the three constant items you've generally seen on Gnar are the Black Cleaver has always been there. But you are seeing, like you said, the Blade of the Rune King has seen some really powerful things, especially in conjunction. Ooh, double
beautiful
ultimates.
shot coming back on top of Rewind. They're both absolutely nuked. Both completely low on health and damage, on health right now. But Nars are actually, he could have gone back down and helped pick off Rokenya, but he chose not to do that.
Yeah, what
Sorry.
was it? Okay, so
You were
Gnar
talking about the
builds.
item on Gnar.
Right. So there's a Black Cleaver. Here we go. There's no flash available on Rokenya now, but
Beautiful kick, and
Too far
everybody just
away.
walks right back out of it.
that's an awkward spot to be
Yeah.
channeling that. I wouldn't. Yeah, don't really like that channel. Good flash out of Remind, making sure that he does not get caught up by the chains of corruption. Ugh.
That was an interesting choice to drop the Rift Herald right there. I'm not entirely sure why they chose to draw it, other than perhaps to distract them so they could get away while they picked on bot lane as well.
I think if Brock and Thinton had not come up to the mid lane, it would have been fine. But because they were there and forced Remind and Neo to back away, it was really weird. And the positioning in which he was doing, he took so much damage during the channel
Yeah.
that, if he had done it somewhere else, a little bit farther back, not taking as much damage, they might have been able to do it, especially if Brock and Thinton hadn't come up. But they did, making it just kind of a little bit of a wasted objective.
Sure. Okay, so let's try this again. You were talking
Gnar,
about
okay.
Gnar's items.
Black
between-
Cleaver, Blade of the Rune King, has for a while it was really, really popular. And then the other one that you usually see is Frozen Mallet. So a
Yeah.
combination of those three items. Now I'm curious which ones he'll choose to go and in which order he'll choose to build them. Because definitely the Frozen Mallet and the Black Cleaver are very popular. Looks like he's going towards the Frozen Mallet right now.
Yeah.
And we were talking earlier about how this is definitely a tank game. You got the Renekton, you got the Lee Sin, and the Alistar they have to punch through. And Opperman, is he satisfied with the amount of damage he'll be doing with those two items, or does he want the extra damage that the Blade of the Ruin King builds?
I not to try and defend my earlier mistake, but I think part of the thing, right? Maybe he's going Black Cleaver because he's looking for that extra health, the damage, and more importantly, the cooldown reduction.
Yeah.
Because throwing a house is just such an important part of Gnar's kit right now, and I think the fact that they've got the teleport up on him right now, if he's able to negotiate his way back down bot lane, teleport down, move down, something like that, I don't know. I'm making up excuses right now, but this
I
is
really liked your word choice there.
what was that?
To negotiate his way back down. I'm just imagining him haggling with the shopkeeper. Okay, I have one teleport. I want to go bot lane. What can we do? Oh, one teleport? Oh no, not enough. Need two teleport.
My mentality. I chose that phrasing because I'm thinking to myself, if he pushes the wave in, right? When you push the wave back, ooh,
Nice.
press R to win. Syndra gets the kill. My thought process was Gnar pushes in the lane and then chooses either to walk down to mid lane or teleport bot lane and help take out help take a lane, take a tower, take a dragon, right? Negotiate is definitely a interesting word choice. I
liked
agree
it.
with
I
you.
enjoyed it.
Well, I appreciate that. Okay, so anyway, that's my mental process. I'm looking for the teleport, or I'm looking for the extra cooldown reduction. Oh, look at that damage coming back out from Renekton right now, and the Gnar response is just way too late. I don't think he's gonna be able to do anything with that ultimate.
Yeah, I think he's alright. I'm not sure he's too worried. He'll just go back, find a couple of honey fruits, nom on them, and be good to go again. He probably has the gold to go back and actually finish up the Frozen Mallet at this point, or at least be very close to it. And if he ever picks up this red buff here, there's not a whole lot that Raijin will be able to do up against that Gnar with a red buff.
Oh, he almost snagged it. That would have been.
Oh my god, I don't think he realized that Raijin was there.
Nope. I don't think we noticed that he was there either. I'm a little surprised. Why did they not choose to go a bit more aggressive on him right there?
I feel like, so there's a couple things like, we know that Opperman probably didn't know Raijin was there when he hopped that wall. We know that there's also no members of USG other than Opperman and Enti there.
Yeah.
But the rest of 7th Heaven didn't have the vision to necessarily support that. And if you see Gnar going that confidently over the wall, It's
He's
probably
expecting
because there's
backup.
team.
That's
a team
fair.
there.
So there was a lot of mind games going
Yeah,
on.
it's kind of like when you're playing Hearthstone and you don't actually have lethal, but you have a spell in your hand and you just like hover it over their face, and sometimes they'll
I
just
don't play
concede.
bad games.
Oh, ouch! Oh, Hearthstone's a great game to play when I'm in the queue for something else.
Sure, there you go. There you go. No, you're totally right. I watch a lot of League streamers who'll play that in passively when they're actually waiting to play something a bit more serious. So I feel you.
Man, there's just hate
What
for
was
everything
that?
in this game.
Oh, I know. Well, at least I knocked Dota too, right? So
It's okay.
I'm okay. I'm a little confused about that Varus ultimate though. That absolutely wasn't. It wasn't even near anybody, let alone the right angle.
Yeah, it was.
Zoning.
It's really interesting to watch, like in Korea, because this is a common thing. You get the two archers, you get Ashe and Varus, and they both just kind of throw out ultimates in Korea. Not necessarily because they expect them to land consistently, but kind of like, if this lands,
You're in
we have a
trouble.
one-team fight
Yeah.
kind of thing. So they'll take these kind of weird, risky plays, and sometimes they work, sometimes they won't. Finding their way into Thinton, I don't think they'll be able to kill this cow. He's still got his flash available.
Yeah, he even cleanses it. Pops ultimate for it too, but it's like, yeah.
Oh, this
how it
could be
goes.
big, though. Finding
This
their-
would have been a much better setup for use that ultimate. The shockwave coming out. Look at the damage coming back on top of Rakan. He's absolutely nuked out of the fight. USG looking to try and get back something from this fight right now. There goes the cow, absolutely blown up by Ashe. Well done by the rest of the team. He didn't have his ultimate anymore, and that's going to be a double pickoff for USG, all at the exchange of a Rakan.
Yeah, that's pretty good right now. They are going to be baiting for this Baron right now. They don't know that this ward does end up seeing the way in. They are going to be hopping the wall with a couple of them, and now they're starting it up. Savage is alive. This could be a 50-50. Remind will need to stop him coming in as Raijin moves down towards the Pixel Brush.
They even do get the snag right back on top of this Syndra, who's going to go down to Lee Sin. So that was a great little start from them. Baron, wow, what a setup coming out from Gnar. Couple little bits of damage coming out. Brock gets destroyed by Gnar finally, and now they're looking to continue chasing down this Renekton. The rest of the team, the Lee Sin realizes he hasn't been seen right now. It's his choice on whether or not he's going to walk back out or not. But it looks like Ryzen is just going to play the game, kind of mess around with him a little while before he drops down himself. He is healing up, so it's a question of how far he gets out.
Ashe tagged him.
What is going on there? He's about to drop down now, finally. Okay, Ashe gets the pick on top. What are you doing, Cow? That was the wrong spot for you to be in. Lee Sin, you should have gone home, buddy. Orianna continued to play around, throw her ball around, see whatever kind of pick she can get, and now that was very prolonged. I think that 7H could have walked away and left and had fewer deaths.
Yeah, I think once they got USG to fall back off of the Baron, after they had already picked up the kill on Termine, they were in a totally fine position. But right now, they are turning back onto it. They do have the Infernal Drake, which helps a little bit, but it's not very quick. They are going to give time for Savage to get here, I believe, potentially
gonna be
pick it up. Ooh.
That shockwave did not work out. It was very close, but Zach, that was quite a flight out. Okay, so that worked out for them. They actually get the pick off as well, and just in time too. I think Lee was like right on the other side of the wall.
Yeah, he was getting pretty close. The shockwave coming out from Kenya, did pose a threat. If it had knocked Neo down into his passive, that could have potentially turned into, the actual Baron itself. But right now, they're in a good position. We don't have a whole lot of neutral objectives on the map, so USG is just going to have to go back. But let's watch Remind just get out of position and just get blown up. Right
So
here.
this was the first time around because Lee was not around for the second fight. This was the first fight where he gets the pick onto Syndra.
And right
He's starting
here,
to
they can
threaten.
back off.
Exactly. There, look at that beautiful flash ult from the Gnar, knocking 2 around and just gets that pick. He totally earned that one. It's still a little bewildering to me to watch the rest of 7H just kind of like flounder around, and I don't know what even they were trying to threaten. Were they trying to threaten them from taking Baron or from going home?
I don't know. They might not have thought they were as far behind as they were before that fight started.
Yeah.
And, if they thought they could fight the 3v3, then it totally makes sense to stick around. But, They couldn't. They didn't really have ultimates up. They had just used the Chains of Corruption. They are finding their way into Brock, who does not have
Ash
Flash.
coming back in right on top. Nice little shockwave coming back in. Double ults bringing everybody down in 7H. They're really positioning him out of spot, but nobody's really losing any health. Savage getting absolutely blown up. Finally goes down to Meganar. Zach pops in on top of the cow. Gonna nuke him down after a couple of hits, and there goes Ash, another kill. And that's going to be a tier 3 before they take inhibitor. Oh, the shockwave completely whiffs. That was a great bait coming out from Rakan.
Yeah, that was well done. This should be the end of the game right now. 26 minutes. Pretty fast for the pace of today right now. USG moving in towards taking the last couple of Nexus turrets. Ooh.
Syndra nuking the Renekton. That's going to stop his heal speed as well.
Yeah, it's going to take him a little while. With 5 members currently sitting here hitting the Nexus, I don't think there's a whole lot they can do. Ash does plenty of damage. That is going to be game 2 going over to USG right here.
Very well done to them. Actually, you know, that was very well planned, actually. I think that was a much more fun and engaging match, especially near the second half. I think the first half was very stale. Both teams were trying to figure out where their footing was and what they were trying to go for. But as soon as Syndra started getting the damage, or more specific, yeah, it was Syndra, right? I think I know what I'm talking about.
Syndra, Ash, you know, a little bit of everyone. And that was, that was a much cleaner game of League of. This has been a much cleaner set of League of Legends so far than the first set of the day that we saw. You know, both teams currently staying pretty even overall. Not a whole lot going in favor of one team or the other until they hit a breaking point, and then they just take everything.
Yes, absolutely. Especially seeing what Rakan was able to bring to the table. Just Alistar with his cowbell could not contest. He couldn't. He was like, I will pull out my musical instrument. And Rakan's like, I don't care. Like,
I am the musical
instrument. I have feathers. You're not winning this battle. So I definitely liked the engagement. I loved the setup coming out. Rakan was a beautiful addition to their team composition. And Zach just was like, I don't know, on point. Yeah. I think their team composition was just overall very strong.
They did. I'm excited because Remind was, you know, I like to use the terms loud and soft carries, and Remind is oftentimes a loud carry. He's very in your face. He's very much trying to make plays. You're focused on what he's doing almost all the time, but he was pretty quiet this game overall. And in fact, the only players on Untold Stuff that were really loud were Opman and Inti. You know, Opman playing the Gnar just all over in the side lane, slowly building up these things, finding a couple of great Gnar ultimates, and even Neo on the Zac. You know, I don't remember seeing, you know, a fantastic ultimate from Zac. Yeah, he had some good slingshots, but there wasn't like a, oh my god, and that's game changing moment.
Sure, but I also wonder if that. I agree with you. He didn't actually follow up, but I think it was a lot. It was you're right. It was far more of Gnar and Orianna. Gnar Syndra. Excuse me. There were a lot of stuns coming in following the Gnar ultimate, right?
They did a good job. They just played overall very solid League of Legends.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
I'm excited. It's good. It was not entirely on the back of Remind, which is what Unsold Stuff needs to do if they want to be able to contest with DFM and Rampage going forward. They haven't even won this one yet, but it looks like if they play like that again, if they have a draft like that, they're on very good pace.
Yes.
To take this set right now.
Yep.
But in the meantime, we did just finish that up. We're going to take a short break once again in just a couple of minutes. We'll be back for Game 3 of 7th Heaven taking on Unsold Stuff. Take it easy, guys. I'll see you in a few minutes. All right, welcome back once again, everyone. This is once again Joshua Joshi Howard coming at you live with my co-caster Christopher Chris Cross Christensen. We're gonna get right into game number 3 here in just a moment as Unsolved Stuff look to carry through the momentum they had in game 2 and finish out the set here against Seventh Heaven.
So actually, I'm actually looking forward to this match. I think both teams are starting to really find their tune. They're starting to really settle in and kind of figure out exactly what their strengths and their weaknesses are in this match. But I'm also hoping this wasn't going to be. I don't want this to be a nice slow match either. I mean, just because as a spectator, I want this to be nice and engaging and a lot of fight potential going on between these two teams. But at the same time, I don't know. I think this is once again going to be another battle of the mid laners.
It really has been, and we've seen right now that Rokenya is getting a little bit of the better of Remind. Remind is doing a good job, especially with the Syndra. He struggled a lot on the Karma, but you know, this is really something that could go both ways. And if we see a counter pick like that Nara against that Renekton come out this game, that could easily tilt the balance one way or the other. As both these teams are really, you know, having a good showing this far. And the first thing we see coming out is going to be that Cannon banned away against Opham, and that's 3 games in a row. I don't want to see it.
Do you think we're going to see the Nar ban?
I'd be hesitant to see that. I don't think Nar is a champion that is safe to necessarily blind pick. If we'll see it as a ban, it will probably be during the second round of bans after the first couple of picks. Simply because it's dangerous. It's dangerous. We've seen things like Irelia just completely dumpster it. Normally, Cannon would be a good counter pick as well, but that's already banned away. So it'll be interesting. It's got some good matchups. It's got some bad matchups. Raijin might play something like that Fiora, which does fairly well against the Nara as well. Really, anything that can just jump on Nara when he's in mini is not good. I remember back when Zed was still considered a top laner, he was he was one of the best picks up against Nara as well. But right now, nothing too surprising coming out from the bans. USG just had their turn with Zag. Don't want to give it back over. LeBlanc getting banned out against Remind here. That's an interesting thing to ban against him. He hasn't necessarily had the most effect with that champion overall this split. But Gallo being the last ban coming out, that has to be targeted at Raijin because it's not the kind of thing that you'd really see coming out from Kenya.
You know, it is really interesting for you to say there are no surprising bans right now, because I am a little surprised that we haven't seen a Zed ban yet. Is that, do you think, because of the team comps?
Oh, I think it's just a Hollis ban.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Most other players don't really play Zed a whole lot. We see a Zed ban every now and then, but against Hollis specifically, he's been banned every game, and in every game that it hasn't been banned against him, he's picked it.
Got it.
Yeah. So it's something that he's very, very comfortable on, but not something that you necessarily see from other players. And we do see the Elise coming out. We do see the Varus coming out. No surprise. Varus is, you know, a little bit preferred many times by many of these teams for their ADC as opposed to, interesting, their Ivern coming out, but as opposed to the Ashe, because it provides a little bit more damage, a little bit less utility. But Neil is going to pick that up. He was the first jungler in Japan to really play that, and it really came back to bite Japan during MSI, because Tussle didn't play it, but every other jungler at the event did.
Ivern was the character I was trying to pick earlier that I couldn't remember the name of.
Because
okay. I absolutely I love the recall animation. No, the recall animation of when he's the cookie.
Oh, just
right?
eating all the little muffin men.
Yes. Oh, I love that.
He's a fun little character. He's really interesting the way he plays, because he's just so different from anything. Like, the closest thing we had to him beforehand was like Nunu.
Yeah.
And Nunu's not even that similar. They just have similar like control styles of jungling. But with that picked up, we do see Remind picking up the Orianna, taking that away from Rokenya, which is not a huge surprise. It means that most of the bans are probably going to be targeted at Enti. I wouldn't be surprised to see another Blitzcrank ban coming out here, as well as, you know, maybe a Rakan as well that did quite well last time.
Yeah, that would be. I think a Blitz ban yet again would be a very appropriate ban here. Yeah, I don't know what else to tell you, to be honest with you. I'm there. We go. We see the Syndra ban. That makes complete sense. We already see the Orianna being picked up, so I'm a little
Fiora. Interesting.
Oh, the Fiora ban. Yeah, but we were also wondering about the Aurelia ban last game too. So I mean, these kind of make a lot of sense. There was a Cassiopeia. So I'm just concerned mainly what 7H is going to be doing for picking a mid laner to contest this.
Yeah, we haven't seen a large champion pool coming out of Rokenya thus far, and there's not a whole lot necessarily that we've seen that is super meta. It's those four champions that have already been banned that are really super common. There is the Gnar ban coming out this time.
Called it.
But we're going to probably see, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw the Blitzcrank ban coming out right now. It wouldn't be the best thing for the team composition, but the Alistar is cool. That's a ball delivery cow, and we've seen how effective that could be before. Go back to the Alistar. Play that instead. I like that a lot better than Tom Kench. I know you do too.
Agreed. Agreed. I would much rather see the cow. Come on, please lock it, baby.
There you go.
Okay. Not that I'm claiming that the Alistar is a great pick, but it's certainly a lot better than the Tom Kench.
Yeah. Alistar's fun to watch, especially with this composition currently set up right now. It does leave an interesting position where you got a lot of different options for what you could be playing up here in the top lane.
Yeah.
For USG, but he is offered the counter pick, so he can pick whatever he wants. Currently hovering over the Fizz for Rokenya.
That would be unique, wouldn't it be?
We've seen
he
it
locks
before.
Locks and Renekton.
Yeah. Remind was the last one to play Fizz in Japan, and he unfortunately missed like 6 Chum the Waters in a row. And it was not particularly effective. Victor is a good fallback, a good tier 2, tier 3 champion at the competitive level. This Fizz would surprise me if they did pick it up. It hasn't been super popular these days.
Corki, double AD carry.
There it is, but it doesn't have the double support coming out for it that we often see paired with it.
No, but I'd say at least kind of fits that role. I'm not claiming it's great at that role, but I'm saying it's definitely more of a utility pick.
It is. It's curious to see the different styles of Elise that many people have, because Elise does a couple of things like, yes, she has an incredibly powerful stun, but she also has some pretty high base damages, and you'll see things like the Leandries and the Void Staff coming out of that character just to do, some nuts damage on the character. And, you can shift between the more utility-focused stun bot as well as doing kind of like a pseudo-assassin where you just pick one target, burst them out really hard, and then just hope to carry the rest of the fight through that. It'll be interesting to see which version of Elise we do see coming out from Savage, because he's a much more aggressive player, and I wouldn't be surprised if we just saw, Leandries, Rylai's, and Void Staff coming out for him.
It's also
I like Inti's haircut.
Yeah, that's Afro Moo after. So so I'm looking at that Shen pickup, and I'm curious about it again, because not to say that Shen didn't do a good job. It did a great job last game, but there's a lot. I didn't see it as influential as I figured it would be. Yeah, I expected more teleports to the bot lane. I expected more defense or counter aggression.
Yeah,
and I didn't see it. And then again, I mean, we did have that 5 out of 7 teleport. So
it was special.
That was unique. That was unique.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see exactly what they do. The first time we saw it was Raijin on that Shen and Opperman on the Renekton. Now they switched spots. So it'll be interesting to see what Opperman is able to do with this. We saw that Raijin was able to have a good lane overall for the most part. Opperman is probably the more skilled of the two, so he should be able to do a little bit better with that and make sure that everything else goes well. But the big thing is to see what Neo does in the early game, because Japan, we've seen some really interesting, level 1 through 3 plans for many of the teams, especially Detonation Focus Me is known for this, and we saw a little bit last set from Rascal Jester, leaving behind the big Raptor, going up and finding some ganks around. But this game, we haven't really seen the same level of planned and executed early games.
Yeah.
Where we could potentially see that Ivern's a champion that lends itself very well to just denying the entire jungle to someone if you do it right.
More dancing, more goofing off around right now. At least it was rather funny last round, because you had Alistar, playing the cowbell in this bush, and then right on the other side of the other bush, you had 7H, right?
Yeah, and right now we do see 7th Heaven moving towards their own Raptors likely going to get that started. I wonder if it's going to be a full start on the camp or if they're just going to um, do what we've seen a couple other teams do and just leave the big Raptor. I think Savage would really enjoy that start, but it doesn't seem like the kind of start that he is likely to actually pull off. It doesn't strike me as something that Seventh Heaven would have practiced. But just as I say that, they've already left the big Raptor behind and are currently moving towards the red buff. He's on a good pace to start moving around to get to his own top half of the jungle very quickly.
So recently on Reddit, somebody figured out a way to actually attack jungle minions using Ivern.
Oh.
Like physically attack them. Yeah, like you have to do it indirectly, but you basically pick up a Runin's Hurricane, and then you attack something else, and the Runin's Hurricane attacks them.
Man, that's some valuable knowledge.
Isn't it, though? Like, I don't know about you, but I'm waiting to see that strategy being picked up, because think of all the extra damage you could be applying with a Runin's Hurricane on an Ivern.
Yeah,
That's a god tier pick.
That's one of those, one of those memes where you're just like, the guy tapping his thing. He's like,
exactly. Actually, there was another funny one with Simon Says. I'll wait till we see after this engagement coming from the Elise, who does get stunned, and Ivern scoots away. So basically, the start of that meme it says, Simon Says, touch your forehead. And then after that, it says, touch your nose. Come on, that was good. Anyway, back to important games, right? Oh, come on. Give me a break. Give me a break.
I love it.
Okay.
It's great.
No, you don't. I get it. I get it. I'll go back to my league memes. How about that? We'll go back to league memes.
I'll just be sitting here like this the entire game, just touching my nose. Don't worry about it too much. But we do see Savage coming up here. He is playing on that Elise. It is a
Big
potential dive right here. Rising goes in, takes the
He's got
turret
double
first.
buffs. Flash comes in, and that's going to be one very nuked. Beautifully done. Yeah, Shen goes down. Elise gets the pickup, and perfectly done by that Renekton. One more hit, Renekton was gone.
It's interesting that he chose to tank the turret, because normally you do want the Elise to tank it, because they can just drop the aggro whenever they want with the repel. But, it works out well. They do have to blow a little bit of extra resources. Both flashes down. Opperman has his available, but they do put him down to kill. They put him down, a fair amount of, experience. So, overall, they're still very happy with the outcome. And it'll be interesting to see how Savage chooses to go. He's going to pick up the mobility boots right away.
I'm not surprised, though, because about the flash remaining up on Opperman, because he did notice right off the bat that both Elise and Renekton used it on them, right?
Mm-hmm.
So at the next time, if they choose to engage him again, it won't be successful, or at least it shouldn't be successful.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a smart play as far as I'm concerned. Just saving your flash, realizing you're going to drop, and...
Those bushes.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Not a good spot. Perhaps he was just blocking vision to make sure that he doesn't get spotted.
I guess, but I mean, like you would
You
notice the
already know.
bushes as they come up. It's just such an odd
No,
thing.
this is like third level mind games. So like on the front layer, you think, oh, he's transitioning position, right?
Mm-hmm.
What is this? Oh, okay, no, that's right. It's the other way around. Never mind. So the
finding Neo. That's a lot of damage. Look at that coming out from him right now. He already has the Dark Seal.
Oh, he gets the shield, gets the flash off. Elise is still looking for a little bit of extra damage. Not going to get it. Everybody walks away.
Yeah, good job on Neo using that flash, because he knows that if he doesn't flash and Elise gets in range with the repel, he's just going to come right back and just kill him once again. That you don't want to give Savage a second kill on this character. It's already a rough enough as it is, as he's got the one able to move around very quickly. He's opted for the Dark Seal. That's a very aggressive build. That's not something you normally see on most junglers.
No, but I think that was part of the... Yeah, I don't know. I was almost going to say that's because he was expecting to go back up to the top lane, but as we were discussing before, we both know that Shen kept his flash. So it's not like they should expect that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to see. It's definitely something, you want to get Renekton. Renekton's such an interesting character.
Yeah.
Because one of the things that I like to talk about with the professional champions is there's 4 major criteria that many pro players have to pick up characters. They have to be strong, they have to be versatile, they have to be consistent, and the last one is ideally they have low counterplay.
Yeah.
But Renekton is one of those characters he's strong and he's fairly versatile, but he's not particularly consistent, which is surprising. He gets really ahead when he does get ahead. Anti and Thinton finding each other a little bit right here, but when he gets ahead, he gets very ahead. But if he gets behind, he doesn't do a whole lot. And
Right.
unlike characters like that Cannon, who can wait till that 45-minute mark, Renekton, when he's behind, he just becomes a tank. At which point, there are much better tanks that you can pick up.
So why do you think they went for the risk versus reward setup? Why do you think they deviated from that pattern?
I think it's because he is set up a little bit so that he's more likely to get ahead than he is behind. Because you get other characters who have these huge risk rewards. Like one of the classic examples, like Master Yi or the Tryndamere, right? If they get ahead, they just win the game a
Yeah.
lot of the time.
Yeah.
Whereas Renekton, if he gets ahead and he's more likely to get ahead than he is to be behind, he'll be in a good spot. He's not necessarily set up to win the game by himself right off of that, but he also doesn't have that huge trough where if he doesn't get ahead, like the Master Yi or Tryndamere, if they fall behind, they just do nothing the entire game. Where at least Renekton has the fallback pattern of the tank. So yeah, he's not as consistent, but he at least has something he can do in the games where he's not on top of the world.
Sure. That's fair. That's fair. I do say... What else was I
I
gonna say?
do
Oh,
say,
yeah.
indeed.
Sorry. As soon as I said that, I was like, wow, that sounded a little bit more royal than I expected. I was thinking for a minute that the mid laner over on USG kept up a teleport as well, but I was wrong. I remembered incorrectly. So I'm waiting to see yet another game where we have a double teleport setup, but we haven't seen that ever since the first series today.
I mean, double teleport setups are really cool, but they can often be very risky, right?
Yes.
Because if you don't use them very effectively, Neo and Savage are here. Going in does block up the stun. Well done, good Spirit's Refuge, and
Exactly.
Neo's here.
I don't think they're going to be able to really do anything about this after all. I mean, why would Ivern drop his bushes right there? It's not like they don't know he's there. That's kind of weird.
I wonder how long ago the bushes were put there, to be honest, because they just expired. I think they got like a life of like 30, 40 seconds, something like that.
Interesting.
So if he just keeps it there, he doesn't get spotted when they fall down. But yeah, still a little bit odd, but mostly I just have to credit Opman with not getting hit by that stun, using that W to block it up. And right now, pretty much most of the map is starting to fall into a pretty standardized position. As we take a look right now, is Savage and Neo going up, similar KDA, similar kill participation, and slightly higher damage by Savage last game, but that's not really a surprise when Neo was playing Zac. What was Savage playing? Was it Elise again last game, right? That's what he's been playing. Uh-oh.
Yeah,
package
he's
is
been
coming
playing a
across.
lot of that. Beautiful setup coming out from Neo. And the complete zoning ult, once again, we're seeing a lot of that coming out from Ash. But hey, at least the shot went off before they got... Man, look at all that nuke damage coming out from the Varus right now. Did he pick up the first... Oh, no, he's rushing Bork. He's rushing Blade of the Ruined King. He's not actually going after the... not armor penetration. What's the new name for it?
The crit? Lethality?
Lethality. He's not going
Yeah.
lethality build.
I haven't seen a lethality
You haven't
Varus
seen that?
in quite a while. It's been it's been Bork into whatever for...
Oh, I did something. I'm sorry. I pressed a button and I didn't mean to.
Uh-oh, what just happened? So that's unfortunate. I'm not sure if we're still streaming or not.
It looks like it's reactive.
Well, let's get that back up real quick.
Hit restore.
Well, it'll jump us right back into where we were before. I think we should be alright overall. Oh, and there is sound coming out of that right now. Well, let's go ahead.
I'm sorry, everybody. My bad. I pressed something, I guess.
It's alright. We're getting right back into game. Going back, currently 1-0, pretty much even in gold.
I don't think we missed anything, did we?
I don't think so. It should put us right back in the same spot. Alistair and Braum weren't actually level 6 during that scuffle we saw down in the bottom lane, and that could have made a big difference because it looked like as soon as the Ash arrow was sent towards the mid lane, Heresy and Anti just went in and they took a little bit more damage than they necessarily needed to, but they also weren't able to get jumped on nearly as effectively by the Glacial Fissure coming out of Braum in that situation.
Yeah, and I think that was a big part of it. I think another big part of it was the fact that Ash spent their arrow sending it toward mid, whereas if they would push it back toward Varus or Alistair or something like that, I think that table might have been turned a little bit differently.
Yeah, and we just saw how well that they were able to trade back anyway, simply because of we talked a little bit earlier about how Jhin and Braum didn't make the greatest combination of champions. Ashe and Braum make a much stronger combination, and I didn't realize that Ivern could throw bushes that far.
That makes a lot of sense. Perhaps it's just a positioning thing, kind of like how you're able to drop wards on the other side of on those pieces so far. So that's interesting, but I guess that makes a lot of sense too.
Yeah, right now Opperman does see Savage and Rakenya heading up, and he needs to be very careful right now. He's in a position to get dived very hard, but with so many members on the top side, that's giving USG priority on this Infernal Drake, and that's definitely something that they really want on both of their carries.
Yeah, that's a big. I really like the ability for them, or I like them being able to take that out so quickly, especially since the gold is minor. The difference is so minor right now. I think that even with that tier 1 top going down, it's much more important that they take out that dragon.
Yeah, and they'll be able to come back with their own turret fairly quickly, pretty sure here. They're definitely in a position where they have priority down here in the bot lane. They can definitely start moving around in the mid lane, and as long as they don't fall super behind in gold, they're more than happy to just trade these objectives in the meantime, because Varus Orianna scales really well. Corki has this large power spike around the Trinity Force coming up fairly soon. But reminding Neo coming up here towards the Rift Herald. Shen does have his ultimate available, but it's already gone over to 7th Heaven.
Not sure where that ultimate was coming out from, Ash, but I'll give you points for trying, I guess.
That was across the map. That was pretty close. It looks like he sent it out near his own inhibitor turret.
Perhaps, but I'm still not entirely sure the positioning of that, right? I would be throwing that more toward the opening of the Baron Pit.
Yeah.
But that's me.
All right.
I'm not a pro. I'm silver 4. What do I know? I don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I'm just kind of surprised. That's a little bit the kind of like low percentage plays we talk about a lot of the time. Just not likely to actually hit, but if it did, it would be that massive 2.5-second stun. But not going to land. And now with that cooldown not available to them, it does give USG an opportunity here. And they are sitting on the completed Blade of the Rune King. Ash doesn't have hers yet. USG has a big opportunity for a play in the next couple of minutes here before that arrow comes up.
Yeah, and I was actually expecting a bit more of that aggression coming out from USG. Even though Varus and Alistar were definitely separated there, I was waiting. I was expecting that Varus ultimate to just latch right onto Ash, and then you would have seen a huge engage coming back in from Alistar too. So I'm a little surprised that didn't happen.
Red buff sitting there. That's what's so nice about Ivern, being able to give it over, share it a little bit. Shen is going to try and pick it up, but Rakenya and Savage are coming.
I don't think he could take it, though, because it was red side buff, and that was Renekton. Renekton can't take it.
Yeah, Shen was looking to come over. We saw him a little bit on the minimap. I don't know if he actually grabbed it or not, but it's that'd be nuts. Yeah, he does pick it up. Is moving towards the Titanic Hydra. Ooh, 2 turret shots taken by Raijin. Definitely turning that trade from being okay to not being okay.
Yeah. Definitely a little bit of a trick. Definitely looking for that engage, though. Elise shot's going to go ahead and miss. The Cocoon's not going to go through. Good chunk damage coming out from Shen right now. We see a bit of engage coming back in.
No
Corki
taunt.
Wants to say hello. That forces the flash back out from Shen. And he's going to be forced to give
Arrow's
up that tier
coming
2.
cross map once again.
It's not going to go anywhere near them.
Woo.
Yeah, that was a good shot. Oh, coming in from Ivern right there. I wanted to say Aurelia for some reason. Ivern getting that great pick right there.
Reminds you
actually now, Rakenya is actually looking for that pick as looking to run away. Shockwave isn't going to be anywhere nearby. Ooh, good try. Not going to make it, but it was very, very close. Rakenya just continuing to walk away and is not going to do it. Very close, but no cigar coming out from them right now. And everybody else just walks away from USG right now. Getting a nice, that was a good double pick.
It was. They did trade it for the second mid turret, and they're not getting a whole lot more off of this, considering that the Rift Herald is sitting in Savage's inventory right now. And USG's bot lane not abusing the fact that they are now up the ultimate once again. They've had time to not only use it, but time to use it a second time, and they're still sitting on an item advantage and backing right now without taking advantage of that. Might come back to hurt them a little bit later, but good taunt right there. Good root collar, able to pick up the Renekton. But Rakenia is out of mana here. There's not a whole lot he could do, and he's forced to use both of his summoners just to try and survive. Good dodge on the shockwave,
though.
but you know, it feels bad, man, right? You dodge all of these skill shots, you dodge the shockwave, you dodge the taunt, you dodge the root collar, you use both of your summoners, and you still end up dying.
Well, sure, but imagine all of the resources that it took USG to do that. I'm willing to bet you that if he had died earlier, then that would have translated to a second kill, because then 7H would have had, or USG would have had all of those resources available to take out, to pick off
Savage.
Elise. What is going on in my brain? I need more caffeine. I desperately need more caffeine.
Imagine doing this at 4 in the morning.
Oh, I'm not. I've done it.
Ooh.
When I would do shoutcasting over Digipen, I would be running. Oh wow, look at that Herald taking a lot of damage.
Yeah.
I know the damage is based off of their current health, but wow.
Well, it's still the eye, right? Even when you're doing it when it's been summoned, if you still hit the eye, it's still gonna take that extra damage that you would do if it was a neutral objective. So just pop it there.
Oh sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, when I would do shoutcasting for Digipen stuff, I would shoutcast that stuff solo from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m.
Good cleanse, good shockwave,
Wow!
good stand united.
What a good setup coming out from Remind.
Holy
What
moly.
a great. How do they survive that one? The brilliant turning around. Remind getting the pick off on Rakenia. Wow.
That was
God tier.
Yeah, that was amazing. The cleanse combined with all the shields coming out picks up another kill here onto Savage. And this game is being blown open just out of nowhere. They think they had a pick. Now they're going down onto Brock. Arrow
Couple
comes
of extra
out.
bit of damage. Wow, the triple knockup coming from Ivern's ultimate right now on top of from Daisy. And that's going to be a great little teleport coming back in, saving Daisy long enough for the tank a couple tower shots. And that's a tier 2. Double kill, triple kill total for UGH or USG on top of UGH. What am I talking about? USG taking a triple kill, getting the the 2 towers, and
That's another
cashing in.
Yeah, that's another Infernal Dragon coming up as well as they all hop over the wall.
I like to see this damage. This is what I like to look at, right?
Yeah, and this is, you know, the gold lead currently that USG has, it's only 2,000.
Yeah.
But these Infernal Dragons give you a lot of gold value right now. And the third one's going to be a Fire Dragon as well.
Good. You know what? I'm a silver player. All that matters is damage. Armor doesn't matter. Magic resist doesn't matter.
Well,
it's all about damage.
Perfect cleanse, dodging
What is this?
2, 3 of the rockets in a row now. Able to turn it around, not able to be brought down, even with the Stand United being canceled by the Ruthless Predator coming out from Renekton. It doesn't matter. The shield is enough, and here comes Anti just making sure that Elise has nowhere to go, and they crush the itsy bitsy spider under the turret.
That's got to be super aggravating right now. I'm willing to bet 7H is getting a little bit tilted because they even had that concern back with the with Corki up in the top lane, dodging all those shots and still losing, and now back in the mid lane, they just can't get anything back on Elise.
Yeah, man, that was just so rough to watch.
On Oriana, excuse me, not on
Yeah.
Elise. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's just really cool watching Remind dodge all those skill shots. There was 3 rockets that he dodged. Any one of them could have been enough damage to actually finish him off, and he was able to just move around with tons of help from his friends, of course. But still, you know, if he hadn't done that, all the help from his friends wouldn't have mattered. And
The bad manners.
I didn't even realize you could do that.
I didn't either, and I'm gonna go do that tonight. I'm
Man.
gonna play that now. I'm gonna.
Did you know that you can dance and throw up your shield at the same time?
That was well done. I love it. I'm gonna save that bad manner now. That's a new play for my book. But I mean, in all honesty, though, all of this play is just you know. As simple as that little bit of taunting is, I think it's the fact that they're still.
Well, they're starting it.
Yeah, they are. That's a lot. What are they doing with this one? I
There's-
guess look at the bottom half of the map. The southern quadrant of the map, or the eastern quadrant, USG is just completely there. This is a horrible setup for them. But a single member is able to spook everybody off. A simple Shen is more than enough, I guess.
I don't know if I liked that play coming out from 7th Heaven. I mean, the idea is cool. Yes, USG is super far away, but it reeks of desperation that you don't need at this point in the game. You know, if they had, what if Shen had come in just a little bit later and it was a little bit lower, and Oriana was able to come in immediately after, and you just lose the Baron and all 3 members. You know, that takes a game from, yes, you're behind a little bit, but that takes the game from being, winnable, but an uphill battle, to being like, holy crap, we just lost the game.
Yeah.
That's just like flipping a coin and just being like, oh, looks like it was tails. I guess I'm dead now.
Mm-hmm.
And right now we do see Opperman coming down towards the bot lane. They are going to send Hirachi and Enti up until the top side to try and start bullying down these turrets. Opperman's not overly worried about the damage that Brock is putting out at this stage in the game, now that he has both the Ninja Tabbies and the Sunfire cape available to him. He just wants to like stall up because there's nothing to fight for on the bottom half of the map, and we're going to see Brock needs to start heading up to the other side of the map right now. He's not the one with teleport. He's not the one with great global presence. And Opperman, even if he's not able to kill him, if he can just keep him here, he'll be able to teleport to the other side of the map and affect the rest of the game, whereas Brock won't if he stays down here.
Yeah. Yeah, that's very true. But I think a big part of it is the fact that 7H is just looking to...
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, good startup coming out from Daisy, knocking up quite a few. Renekton's got to keep walking away. Thinton is actually taking a lot of the damage. He's going to be sacrificed next. Ash Arrow finally hit something all game, but it doesn't matter because... what's his name? Rakinia? No, not Rakinia. I don't know who I'm looking for right now. I can barely read some of the text on these names right now. I don't know who I'm looking for. Doesn't matter because at least they were able to they forced the rest of the team out. 7H is forced to play a little bit safer right now. And I mean, it's a tier 1, but they got to pick off at a tower. I don't think you can expect too much better out of that right now.
Yeah, ooh, good
Beautiful
shot.
startup. Elise gets nuked. And there we go. Reminds everybody exactly what kind of damage they can do.
Hey, there it is.
There.
It has to. Every single time anybody has casted these guys, they've made that joke at some point.
It's so
it
easy.
has to come out,
It's
right?
so easy.
But we do see Jungler dead, USG in a good spot. But
Would you say the damage was savage?
oh man, let's see. I don't know if there's any other good ones. I mean, there's like Neo being the one. I guess I already made. I hadn't ever heard of the Republic of Kenya one that we made a little bit earlier. That's
That was
the new
you.
one.
You
It
started
was.
that one.
But then we also got like, I'm sure you've noticed by this point that Brock's name is spelled with 4 O's.
Oh, yeah.
So it's not just Brock, it's Brock. So
Well, it's not a Pokemon reference, is it?
I couldn't tell you, dude.
I don't know either, yeah. Oh, well. I mean, it's not like anybody is screaming out in agony right now just because he's obviously not doing very well this match. So nobody's really caring how he spells his name.
Yeah, USG are going to start to move down. The play that we saw in the top of the map is exactly what we were talking about immediately beforehand. Brock needs to move. This is not where he wants to be. Shen can leave the lane super easily. If Brock doesn't get the turret, then he's just wasting his time down here. And he didn't get the turret. We ended up seeing Raijin go down later on and pick that up. And right now, with the 10 seconds left on the 3rd Infernal Drake, USG's in a great spot to just...
Clean up.
Yes. Start snowballing the game into oblivion.
Well, I do think one interesting part about it is the fact they still haven't touched any of those towers down there. And if that's how 7H is going to make it back into this game, in all honesty, it's the fact that they haven't taken a single tower, or that they still have all of their towers back up in the bot lane. But
and it is. I do see what you're talking about now with the hands as part of the wings here.
Yeah.
For the Drake, didn't it used to be a dragon beforehand?
I believe it did, yeah.
Because I feel like I distinctly remember it having the 4 limbs rather than just, or the 6 limbs if you include the wings rather than just the 2.
I think so too, but I think people have been calling it the Drake for a long time. So I'm not. I think maybe it was a misnomer, or maybe people were calling it incorrectly, so they changed it to a Drake.
Maybe. I wonder how many people are actually familiar with that distinction. Period.
I know because of our school mascot.
Oh. Is that like just someone just coming and just like, did you know?
I think so, because we also have a lot of artists that made that recognition. I picked that up from an artist.
Oh, cool.
So, people who, it doesn't actually matter. But.
Yeah. I mean, I know like there's a lot of interesting things between dragons, like um Chinese dragons have 5 toes, whereas Japanese dragons only have 4.
Interesting.
Kind of thing is one of these things that's not super useful. Optimus and Raijin are coming here. Remind us here, I don't think there's a whole lot
Big
arrows
ultimate
coming
back
out.
in. Nice pickup coming out, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. We're seeing Renekton continuing to dance around, but Shen's just doing too much damage right now. And that's a lot of extra shield, especially coming back in, and I think it's just a matter of time. He's trying to hop over the wall. Who's picking up the blue buff? Wait, nobody picked it up?
Someone Remind picked it up earlier, so it has to go over to Neo if anyone picks it up. But
Got it.
right now, using the stand United, I feel like we jumped ahead in time a little bit, but already Optimus here. They're fighting. They find their way onto Brock right now.
Everybody else was fighting in the Baron pit. That was all going down with the Shen down in the bot lane, so they just took advantage of that time. The Varus is going to go ahead and drop down to Renekton. We actually have Aurelia picking up
Orianna.
Orianna. Oh my gosh, what is wrong? I need the caffeine.
You keep coming back to Irelia too.
I don't know. Maybe I just.
Is there
wanna see
something
it.
we need to talk about?
We're
Chris?
going to see Irelia picked, and I'm just going to say Orianna. It's just absolutely destroying everybody this game. So I don't know if this is necessarily a good fight right now between tanky supports, but I'm more than happy to see.
I feel like Enti will die if like Finton.
Oh yeah.
Without Neo,
This was a horrible position. I don't know why you're there, but whatever, I guess. Braum is just like playing around at this. Nobody cares. No. Why would they chase that? Why would Braum be there?
I don't know. I think they were trying to give it over for mine, but he was like, "Nah, dude, it's all you. I don't need it." But we've seen right now, Raijin is no longer at the point of the game where he matters so much.
Yeah, I can feel you. He's only got the 1 kill, right? And he's doing very well on the CS side, but it's not turning it into any. Like he tried soloing down the Shen and couldn't do it. Not to mean to be fair, Shen is very, very tanky, but.
I mean, he still poses some threat to Remind and Horechi, in a vacuum. If it's just them 1v1ing each other, yeah, Renekton's still got the head-to-head root collar.
Double flash.
Yeah, root collar. What was I talking about? Right. Renekton will win the 1v1 still, but that doesn't matter. It's not a 1v1. You have the extra shields. You have the Alistar appeal. You have the Shen stand united. And you won't ever be in a situation where it's just Renekton trying to fight Varus. And right now, Optiman's in a much stronger position. Look at that. Just taking down Raijin to half in just a trade. And Optiman, ooh, good.
Beautiful startup coming out from the not Irelia. I'm playing with it now. I'm trying to have some fun with that now. So, anyway, Remind doing a great job separating everybody out from the team. Savage almost getting obliterated there.
Yeah, Enti is looking for something right now. If he can find engage onto someone that could very easily turn into a kill and a Baron immediately after. But even with Optiman, slowly winning these trades against Raijin, he still seems uncomfortable, or like really pushing against that Renekton, which is surprising. He's teleporting right now to the Baron. Raijin has his available right now. He's not yet channeling it. Enti's just in the front line. He's not caring.
Baron's dropping down to under 4,000 health. Here comes the shot coming in for Brock. He's going to go ahead and get a pick, but it's not doing a whole lot of damage. A lot of extra aggression coming back in on top of Braum. He's going to be taken out very, very shortly. The Alistar is going to drop down.
Steal it!
One stolen coming back out from Elise, who gets the pick. And that's the sound of the alarm for everybody to run away. 7H trying to get out of this as fast as they can, but unfortunately it's just going to be it's determinant on whether or not Ash can get out at this point. Corki's not going to be able to do this. He's got a little bit of speed. He gets out due to the gap closer and running away. So they do get to keep Baron on 2 picks right now. I don't know if this is going to be enough for them to save Inhibitor, though.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. It's one of those things that could have very easily gone the other way. And if USG had picked up the Baron, this game could have very easily just be over right now. Corki's coming around the side, no package, trying to run away from Shen.
Oh, big pick on top of Brock. He's absolutely nuked. He's going to have to walk away. Corki's still got a handful of damage right now, but is it going to be enough? They save it. They save the tower.
They do indeed. The Baron minions are chasing them down a little bit. Next Dragon's going to be coming up in about 30 seconds.
Oh,
Ooh.
Big ultimate. What are you doing there? Beautifully done against the Corki. He's completely obliterated from the map. Not sure what Savage is doing. You can't be farming right now. This is not your jungle anymore.
Yeah, NT is just looking for anything he can. That should be the inhibitor right here. NT and Opperman could just tank that up. They're
Yep.
just going to take that really quickly, take up the inhibitor, and potentially they do have the opportunity to start pushing for game
I
right
think
now.
it's a bit early to do that, especially since they
Yeah.
don't have the Baron buff.
Yeah, it's a bit risky. They're probably just going to go out and pick up whatever dragon is spawning. It does look like it is going to be a mountain dragon. You know, not at this point, not super impactful. They've already broken the base. They've already taken. Actually, they still have plenty of outer turrets to go through. You know, it's
I
not the
would say
worst thing ever.
That's not a bad pickup.
Yeah, just going through it. Misses another arrow, unfortunately. One of my friends was really pointing out that he really thought that the Project Ash arrow looked a lot like a downvote on Reddit. So
You
just
must see a lot of those.
uh-oh. Ouch. You got me. But yeah, right here we see once again, this is a very chaotic. We see all these bushes here making it a little bit hard to see what's going on.
As we
But
see Savage come back in, gets
Yeah.
the jump, the dive forward, and
they pick up NT
oh,
really
it was
quickly.
was it Renekton? No, it was Elise.
Yeah, it must
Okay.
have gotten the smite, just winning the 50-50 smite, not able to kill either the junglers before it happened, and then, you know, when that happens, it is 50-50. Ivern is sitting on a Magi Soul Stealer right now. So,
Interesting. Yeah, that's. I
interesting
wonder how many
decision.
stacks. I can't tell how many stacks he's got though.
I want to say 10.
So he does have that many stacks. Wow, for only 1 kill and 12 assists.
Yeah.
I guess that's.
Because I don't remember seeing that in his inventory. I remember definitely seeing the Redemption as well as him working on the Athenes, but before I was looking, he didn't have the Knight's Vow either. That looks like a new pickup. Savage is sitting here in an odd position. His recall is stopped. I don't know if they
I
knew
don't
he
think
was
he
there.
knew. I don't think he knew. I think that was just luck. He just knew.
Yeah.
It was a good guess.
Good guess, and sometimes that's all they need. Savage is picking another interesting spot to back. I don't know if he has a damage to actually 100-0 Harechi right here, especially with the Quicksilver Sash that he's sitting on.
Yeah, but there's a lot of backup coming in around them. They've got the Alistar, they've got the Ivern coming around. So I'm not surprised at all that he just wants to run, especially since they have no vision. What are you doing so far out of your base with no vision?
Yeah, and his Renekton looks like he's going to be down fighting Shen once again. Looks like he's getting a little bit of the upper hand right now. Shen is backing away. Currently sitting on a Thornmail as well, so Renekton shouldn't be doing much damage at all. But they do manage to take the second turret here in the top lane. USG is starting to move in forward once again.
That group stun is actually coming back out and it's forcing the cow to slow down a little bit, but I don't think it's going to matter in the least. We're just going to keep pushing right back
Ooh,
in. Big
Brock's
startup
taken
coming
down.
in. Look at that startup. Obliterates Ashe, and that's what they need to open up the door. Savage getting nuked as well. Everybody's flashing out. There comes the big taunt come from Shen, and everybody's forced to run away. USG's doing an amazing job pushing in the tower as we see 3 drop from 7H. They're looking to just end the game. Yeah, they said we don't need another inhibitor. Let's just finish. GG, well played.
And that is going to be 2-1 in favor of USG as they take down 7th Heaven,
And Elise.
securing their spot at the 3rd place in the LJL. Somewhere they're pretty used to being. They do have an opportunity now to start pushing for the top 2 spots. And if we start seeing more USG like this, we saw this kind of USG at Rift Rivals, and if they can bring that again to the regular season, they might not be that 3rd team again. They could start pushing in, start upsetting the dynasty that Rampage and Detonation Focus Me have had for years in Japan.
Right, but even so, I'm still a little concerned about the lack of aggression by either one of these teams, right? We saw, was it JL? What was the one of the first teams that we saw?
Oh, Rascal Jester.
Rascal Gestures, yeah, RJ. I loved their set of aggression. They knew that they needed to be aggressive, and it worked out very well in their favor. But when it came down to the line, they were very afraid to do it in a game 3, right?
Yes.
But that form of aggression, I think every other team that we've seen today lacks that form of aggression. They all want to play extremely safe. They want to wait for the right picks. They want to wait for the calculated plays, and that's costing them. The only time that we've seen them deviate from that is when they've chosen to go after Baron for absolutely no reason.
Yeah, there's been some odd Baron calls today in a lot of our games. It seems like recently that we've been watching, particularly in the wildcard regions, the lesser teams don't know how to do Baron. And, one of the big examples you saw this was actually at Rift Rivals, like last night, as the OPL was trying to go for it. One of the junglers, every single time they did it, they would do the Baron, be virtually uncontested. The other team would slowly come in. By the time the other team was there, the jungler who had been tanking the Baron the entire time would be at 20% health or something, which means that you can easily just kill him.
Yeah.
And then you have no smite, and your opposing jungler is just going to smite it away. And so we've seen some weird things like that going on, and because, the jungler is low, they have to back out and just come back, reset. They did that like 2 or 3 times, and eventually it came back, and whatever their opponents were would just win the game, just outright.
Yeah.
Because of that. But here, we just saw the Baron that they went for there, that Elise ended up stealing it. They didn't need to do it.
Nope.
They didn't need to do it. They were in a good position. They could have gone underneath the turrets anyway. You have the Alistar, you have the Shen, you have the Ivern, you have plenty of shields and plenty of tank stats to go around, and that's exactly what they do here. They don't have the Baron. But they go in, they find a pick. Even without that pick, this would have worked. They go in, they find it. NT goes in, starts tanking up, hits up Rakenya, and he's got nowhere to run. Flash taunt coming out from Opman just guarantees that with no damage threats left on the team, USG is able to just push in through for the rest of the game. But they did that without the Baron buff. They didn't need to do it, and there was the classic meme of Dignitas throwing a Baron consistently. That's the kind of thing you don't necessarily need the Baron if you're already ahead.
Right, exactly. Baron is generally intended as a comeback method, right?
Yeah.
So,
or if you can't do it with the current composition, but they had a composition where they didn't need it.
Exactly. They had already taken out 3. They had 4 dragons, right?
Yes.
So it was completely unnecessary as far as I'm concerned.
Mm-hmm.
So I agree with you, but they walked away.
They walked away. They did.
won it.
They did walk away, but they didn't walk away with the Baron.
No, they did not.
Yeah, and there's been a couple cool things. Japan, if they can refine that a little bit, and we'll see. The upcoming match we have, Detonation Focus Me and Rampage, will be much more refined. I don't want to talk too much about it. I do know Game 1 will be very one-sided, and we'll get to see the kind of aggression and smart plays that the top teams in Japan can actually bring to the table. And we'll get to see some very cool plays come out from these two teams. And there's a reason why they're sitting at the top of the ladder compared to some of these teams. It's because they are much smarter with the Barons. They are much smarter with the turrets. And one of the things that you'll see these top-level teams do to lower-level teams is, whenever they have the opportunity, they'll put a couple of auto attacks into that turret. Yes, you won't get it.
94.7% kill participation.
Wow. That's really good.
No kidding.
I
didn't mean to cut you short there, but
well,
that's a staggering number right there.
Shockwaves are, pretty good.
Oh yeah.
He found a lot of them. Karma was unimpressive. Syndra was solid, but the Orianna, we got to see exactly why it's such a contested pick here.
There's a much easier way to get a high kill participation. Sunfire Cape. That's all you gotta do. Just stand around and you did damage.
Sunfire Cape or just lock it. You just put a shield onto everyone and then you get assist no matter what happens.
So did you see the new bit with Rek'Sai and why people are picking up Thornmail with him?
Yes, I saw that.
I thought that was a very interesting interaction.
On Reddit, yeah. I don't think we'll see that a whole lot tonight.
Oh, no, absolutely
but
not.
yeah, it's a very cool that you just use it to jump on. I think it's interesting how the ultimate's starting to adjust instead of being an execute, which it still can be used for that. It's starting to be used as a way to get into the fight.
Yes.
A lot of the time. But we are going to see that. It's pretty cool. But yeah. I'm just really excited to see this upcoming game. I know, Rampage and Detonation Focus Me are really cool. There's a lot of history going there. We'll talk a little bit more of that after the break, though. Right now, we just finished up our second set of the day. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes. It looks like we are going to have to restart our stream, but we'll see you once again very shortly.